rarities in sports that fans cherish. Perfect games. Undefeated seasons. In racing, when a special mare takes on the boys, it's a must-see event.
Torpedo Anna running her heart out and coming with every stride. Fierceness, Torpedo Anna in an absolutely dramatic conclusion.
Beholder and Gary Stevens didn't win it. They romped in the Pacific Classic.
Rachel Alexandra, it's going to be desperately close. Here's the wire. Rachel won.
Today, we get just that. The boys versus the top girl in one of the most prestigious races of the year at the hallowed grounds of Saratoga.
Can I get a Whitney? Yes, you can. Right here at Saratoga Racecourse, we are ready for Whitney Day on Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. And a remarkable scene when the sun rose earlier today. We are used to the horses training out on the track, but there was a line of people on Union Avenue 5.5 hours before the first race to get their spot to be first in the gates to this remarkable day of racing. It is so far, without a doubt, on the thoroughbred racing calendar, the best race of the year. Wish you were here, but since you can't be, you got the next best thing, watching us here on Fox Sports 2 and playing at Naira Bets. Here's our stakes schedule today, up and down the card. Great races to look forward to. The test for 3-year-old fillies, presented by Ticketmaster. The 4-Star Dave, one of the great renewals, named after one of the great horses over the years here at Saratoga. The Saratoga Derby, renewing some rivalries in there. And then the most anticipated race of the day, race number 12 on the card. It is the Whitney. Joining me on our set, just off the track apron here on the front side of the grandstand, I'm Todd Trupp, very pleased to be joined by Michelle Yu. If she's at the event, you know it's a big event. She left her home base in California. And Megan Burgess, who's been here all meet long, giving us great insight. What a remarkable field we have lined up here. As we heard in the opening, we've got the top female distaff horse out there in Nitrogen taking on the boys. Only a select few fillies have ever won this race. Then we've got the Derby winner from last year. We've got Magnitude, who's considered the top of this division right now. And then we've got Baeza, who might be the most talented, but he can't get out of the starting gate.
Yeah, this is definitely a star-studded lineup. You said the race that we're waiting for all week. I feel like this is the race that we've been waiting for months. I mean, we've just been building up to a race like this to have so many heavy hitters come together.
This is a clash of the Titans. Horse of the Year and Kentucky Derby winner Sovereignty looks for his first win as a 4-year-old. It's not going to be an easy task. This is the race. We've talked about races of the year, the Oaklawn Handicap earlier in the year. Now the time has come to really see what these horses are made of as we look to championship season. This is going to be really fun. I got goosebumps watching that opening as Nitrogen looks to breathe some rare air if she can, in fact, beat the boys later on this afternoon.
Well, in a phrase we've gotten used to in horse racing, he's back. We didn't even mention White Barrio. He won the Whitney back in 2023. He's part of the field. It's America's best racing race of the week. It is, without a doubt, the best race we've seen so far this year, the Whitney. Here's a look at that lineup, starting with Magnitude, your 9-5 morning line favorite.
Look, he won the Dubai World Cup. He won the Stephen Foster. He's already beat Baeza. He's already beat Sovereignty. He's won 4 in a row, and he's always been a good horse. He's just really coming into his own right now. He is the horse to beat in here.
And after Magnitude, Nitrogen, the filly has been brilliant here at Saratoga. Megan never lost here.
A 113 by her speed figure she earned last time out in the Grade 1 Ogden Phibs, and she'll look to be breathing down the neck, likely forwardly placed on the heels of Magnitude early.
Michelle, Antiquarian won the Jockey Club Gold Cup last year here at Saratoga. He's got a race to go to.
He does have a couple of good races to lean back on. However, he is very, very inconsistent, Todd. I mean, he is a 5-time winner. He's earned over $1 million, but you don't know if he is going to run a lights-out win or if he's going to throw in a clunker.
Forge Steel, he's in here with a purpose for the Saffie Joseph Jr. barn.
That's right, Todd, and that is infusing speed to this already quick pace early. We'll see if he in fact runs with some weather expected later on in the afternoon. It is dependent for his trainer.
Oh, we've learned the lesson the hard way. Don't doubt White Barrio. He's back.
He's a very cool horse, earned over $8 million. He's won the Breeders' Cup Classic. He's won the Pegasus World Cup, but I feel like Saratoga is just his Achilles heel. He does not seem to run his best races here.
Saratoga is what we're counting on Sovereignty to get back on track, the Kentucky Derby winner from a year ago.
The horse of the year, Sovereignty, hasn't run bad races. He will need to run his best to get above the likes of Magnitude and here on a fast track, hopefully today.
Tistastic, one of the longest shots in the morning line. Could he pull off a shocking upset?
I would be surprised. Even in the mornings, he's been working with Magnitude, and Magnitude just kind of oozes right on past him. So maybe a piece of it if you're looking for a long shot, but I think there are so many others in here worth looking at.
Megan, if I had a nickel for everyone who's come up this week and said, if Baeza breaks, he wins, I could retire.
He'll have some added equipment in the gate. He'll have some pads to assist him to hopefully get out of the gate in good order. You could argue he won the winning race, closing late on the charge of Magnitude last time out in the Grade 1 Stephen Foster.
Okay, let's look at the combined resume of this field. So you have a field of 8. Look at the total earnings, Michelle. That's stunning. Nearly $33 million combined. Even the Grade 1 stakes win combined, remarkable, 13. Is there another level above Grade 1? Because if they regrade this race, it's Grade 1 plus.
Look, we've had some very, very rich races that have been won by these horses, including some of the richest in the world. So we're going to see an inflated amount there, but this is certainly a top-tier Grade 1.
Are we coming across excited? I hope we are, because we are. And it's the first of 14 races coming up. We don't have much time to consider our feelings. We got to get right into the betting action, and a great race to start. Maiden Special Weight Company. And going 6.5 furlongs for 2-year-olds. Some outstanding pedigrees in here. And standing by in the paddock to give us her observations all day long, Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie, happy Whitney Day.
Happy Whitney to you, Todd, as well as Megan and Michelle. And what better way to kick off a paddock report for this first race than to talk about the little brother of this year's Whitney favorite, Magnitude. That's right, number 3, Gorillas, is his half-younger brother by Bolt D'Oro. Now, there isn't that much other pedigree with this guy as far as other foals in the family. The second dam, however, is multiple Grade 1 winner Octave. He's a big horse, so wondering if this is just going to be a starting point for him here for Danny Gargan going the 6.5 furlongs, because the size and the scope is there. He also does wear blinkers for this debut. He has been wearing them in the morning, and while I just said he might want longer, in his morning drills, he has been very quick out of the gate. So I do like what I've seen from him in his preparations. He has stayed on the bridle the entire way through those 48s, 47 and 3s. So I think this horse has some ability. Now the board is a little tepid on him right now, considering he's 7-2. We'll see if he continues to take money throughout the wagering. But let's take a look at the horse who has been taking all the play, and that's number 7, Gaudreau, for Chad Brown, son of Nyquist. The dam she won first time out as a 2-year-old, and one of the 2 siblings is a winner, winning as a 2-year-old as well. So there's definitely precocity with this family, and he's incredibly athletic looking here in the paddock. He's been a total pro, but also possesses some intensity. He has that racehorse swagger that you like to see. He's accepting the contact from his handlers, but he's also looking at everybody and eyeing them all up and taking it all in. He's really fit in here. He's really strong, and I think this 6.5 furlongs should suit him really well. And watching this guy's morning workouts, he just moves so well. This is a horse that covers a lot of ground in a very efficient and fluid way. So we do see number 1 acting up a little bit here. Todd, as I'll get it back to you, USS Valor, not necessarily happy about having the rider on his back. Hopefully everybody else continues to behave, though.
Maggie with the very latest from the paddock as we are about to start this Whitney handicap card, and today's races are brought to you by Claiborne Farm. And as we take a look at the highlights to this card, the test, the 4-star day of the Saratoga Derby, and obviously the Whitney, which we've been talking about, we remind you of our coverage going across the Fox Sports family of networks. We'll be here on Fox Sports 2 all the way up from now until 5 p.m. Eastern time. Give you a bird's eye view of what's coming up, and with Naira Bets, you'll be with the best. Bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up today and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code SPA200. Again, that's SPA200, and then you'll enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. We got some Naira Bets VIPs out at the races today, hosting them to a day at the races. There's so much to enjoy once you become a Naira Bets account holder. I'll be going up and meeting a number of them after I'm done here on the set, but I get to settle in with all of you watching on Fox Sports 2 and my colleagues here, Michelle Yu and Megan Burgess, and everyone dressed for the occasion.
Yeah, we've been planning outfits for ages, right? Until this morning when rain dampened my dress idea.
Well, if it wasn't for Mary Lou Whitney, she is the epitome of class here in Saratoga, and she loves it when the women wear pink. We wear pink in honor of Mary Lou, and we love you. We're thinking of you today. You have made racing here in Saratoga what it is. It's just a really special way of honoring a woman that's given us so much.
And if you're not familiar with Mary Lou Whitney and what she has meant to thoroughbred racing and this community, Saratoga Springs in particular, later in the show, we're going to give you that background information, a wonderful piece put together that you will want to see. And on this day, as you said, with the pink, you can't help but think about the great Mary Lou Whitney, and her family has been honored for years. The first time the Whitney was run back in 1928. But Whitney Day about to begin here with the field leaving the paddock for race number 1. And we can't help but think about Belmont Park, the return to Belmont Park coming up September 18th. You want to find out more? Check out the new Belmont.com. Our field starting in race number 1, we begin with USS Valor.
Coming in here for Shug McGay, he had a really nice solo move over the training track here at Saratoga. Shug's not known for first-time starters winning, but I really like this horse.
Coach Pope, if you're a UK fan, you'll get it.
My pick in this race, strong works in the morning for Kenny McPeak. He's dangerous up there at a price.
Gorilla's half-brother to our morning line favorite, Magnitude, in the Whitney.
Yeah, you heard all about his pedigree in here. He looks like he's working very quickly, but they are debuting going 6.5 in this race.
Trainer Todd Pletcher sending out With Luck Forward, a son of Nyquist. The next win for Todd Pletcher is a historic one.
Absolutely. On the heels of 6,000, With Luck Forward by precocious sire Nyquist.
Star Salute for Steve Asmussen. He knows what it's like to win 6,000. He did that 4,000 wins ago.
Unbelievable, isn't it? Star Salute, very intriguing here. Also a nice pedigree, I have to. Dr. Venkman, who's a multiple graded stakes winner, and he was a debut winner going 6.5 as well.
Bellissimo d'Oro. Perfect for this day.
A big price, but did work a swift 58 back on July the 23rd. Sneaky.
Chad Brown sending out Gaudreau, first-time starter by Nyquist.
Had a good gate work, 2 works back, and Chad Brown very adept at debut winners.
The Old Man in the Sea. Here's the first-time starter Hemingway by Constitution.
The dam won on turf, but the second dam was a grade 1 winner. Mayo on the side.
And then finally, Coach's Pal to finish off the post parade. Longest shot in the field at 27-1.
Which is crazy because Chad Summers, even though he's on a little bit of a cold streak, is so good with his first-time starters, does really great placement. This could be the one to get him off the duck here today. Can I just go back to Hemingway real quick, though, Todd?
Go right
love
ahead.
that name. Out of Havana Dream. Obviously, Hemingway lived in Cuba, Havana, right?
Yep.
I love nameplay like that.
And he loved Key West, not far from Havana in the end. Let's go back to Coach Pope. Megan, you spent some time on the campus of the University of Kentucky. You know Lexington well. Is this a nostalgia play for you?
I've spent a lot of time in Kentucky. That's kind of where I cut my teeth a bit before moving up here to New York. And this horse has had some really strong works in the morning for Kenny McPhee. Kind of getting a little sharp there on the racetrack, especially back on July the 10th. He was working inside an unraced 2-year-old. He was just going so much better. He looked like a house, just so strong and massive. He was traveling easy with his ears up. He galloped out much the best. And he doesn't have the most overwhelming of pedigrees. His dam was a 3-length debut winner on the synthetic. She was actually multiple graded stakes winning on that synthetic. So with the sire and the pedigree, you think ground and time. We'll see if this is perhaps too short of a task too early, but he impressed me with what I saw from him in the mornings.
Currently up on the board, 11-1 Coach Pope. Then to his inside is USS Valor. Michelle, this is a homebred for Team Valor.
Yeah, like this War of Will son here. Maybe not the ideal surface for him based on the pedigree, but we'll find out. I like that they're debuting going a little bit longer. His recent drill, like I said, was very good over at Oklahoma. 48 and change, kind of belies the way he did it, and he just looks so solid going by himself. Has to overcome the rail draw here, but I feel like he's been ready for a little bit. So this is a horse at a good price I feel like I can get behind. And he's behaving himself, Todd. Some of these first-time starters back here are really acting up. It's a busy day.
I wanted to ask Maggie about that because, you know, with a Whitney crowd, that can be intimidating for these young horses. What are you seeing overall from this group, Maggie?
USS Valor was the only horse to act up in the paddock, but it all went away once he hit the racetrack, which often is what happens. As you guys said, the paddock can be a little bit overwhelming. It's like the Coliseum, and walking over, it's like everybody lining the walkway like a boxer heading to the ring. So it can be a lot, and a lot of energy for a young horse to take on for the first time. But this is what USS Valor knows. He knows the racetrack, and he is such a good-looking horse. I love what I'm seeing from this guy. Yes, he might want to go a little bit further than this, but he is Have to Express man, who won first time out here as a 3-year-old with a 107 buyer. This guy moves at a trot, at a canter, and at a breeze, as Michelle was talking about. I, too, have liked his breezes. 2 back on First TV. You can watch that 47-2, where he was on the inside of 5-year-old graded stakes winner, multiple stakes winner, albeit on the turf, Cugino, but he was going better than him throughout. So I think it really speaks to the ability of number 1, USS Valor. I picked the 7 in here, Gaudreau, but I really like USS Valor as well. So good luck, Michelle. As number 4, With Luck Forward. I like this horse because I think he could potentially show speed here for Todd Pletcher. Mr. Not quite yet 6,000. Wishing Todd the best of luck here and throughout the day. But he has just been very quick out of the gate. He has been so focused too. I love this about this horse, and that he has not done a thing wrong. He's acted like he's been here, done this before. He's incredibly fit. I mean, one of the most fit horses that was in the paddock and out on the racetrack. He does get the riding assignment from Jose Ortiz. We'll see if that speed does play out on the racetrack. Number 5, Star Salute. I think it feels safe to say that most of the time Steve Asmussen's horses do show a little bit of speed, as you heard the guys and gals talking about the pedigree with this horse, and definitely has somewhat of a sprint pedigree, and that's what he kind of looks like. In Maxfield's, they hit it 22% in dirt sprints. This guy has a massive engine to him, really powerful behind the saddle, and he's been working with a horse that we'll see coming up in the second race by the name Coat of Arms. And whilst in those morning workouts, Star Salute has been by far the better of the two, at least to my eye. And Todd, he's sitting up there at 12-1 for Steve Asmussen, first-time starter. Either he's totally DOB or he's just fallen through the cracks.
Maggie, that's such a great point, because I couldn't help but notice the workout July 19th here at Saratoga, 5 furlongs out of the gate for Star Salute. We are going to have a late scratch here. It's just being announced, and it is the 9, Coach's Pals, who is a late scratch. At the time of the scratch, 28-1, as we mentioned, longest shot in the field.
Yeah, sometimes things happen. Not sure if it was the rider or the vet that didn't like him, or he did something when we couldn't see, but he looks fine jogging off.
Maggie, what do you know about this late scratch, Coach's Pals?
Well, when he jogged by me on the racetrack, he did look as though he was a little bit hitchy behind, and I guess he just never really warmed up out of that. And so upon advice of the veterinarian, the stewards have scratched him, and lucky enough, he can go right off the gap there and go back to his barn, hopefully. And hopefully we get to see Coach's Pal at another point in time, guys.
And so just a slight delay to get things started. The captain of the ship is here. I'm talking about Frank Miramati, not that guy. We will be throwing to him in just a little bit. But speaking of the captain, everyone watching Todd Pletcher and a career milestone at hand. Just on sheer numbers today, you got to think he gets to 6,000. But I would think he'd want to get that done in race number 1. But 6,000 career wins if you can pull it off. But these are the numbers that I'm talking about today for the Pletcher barn.
I mean, he's got obviously some horses later on today with a better chance from a morning line scenario than With Luck Forward. I feel like anytime you're on the precipice of a big number, that win is hard to come by.
And Megan, is Manny Franco riding any of those horses today?
We hope so.
Yeah.
A 6-win day yesterday. A massive congratulations to Manny Franco. He won 5 in a row, and then went ahead and won the 6 with bow toss, which was just a very emotional win for the Clement family. Of course, Christophe Clement was inducted into the Hall of Fame yesterday. He won the Hall of Fame stake race, so incredible moment. But as far as number 4, With Luck Forward, a precocious pedigree. There were 4 sibs to race. 2 of them won on debut, and Nyquist is 18% with his 2-year-old first-time starters. This horse is quick. I agree with Maggie. This loaded maiden special field, you could really pick your poison and get rewarded with a fair price.
And to that point, we talked about the day Manny Franco had yesterday. He doesn't have a mount to start the day today, but you'll see him throughout. The best in the country are here. It is Whitney Stakes Day, and we're so grateful you're here for Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Again, 14 races on the card with the Whitney going as race number 12 on the program. As the field moves into line here for race number 1, checking the odds, our favorite is the 7, Gaudreau at 2-1. Second choice is the 3, Gorillas at 5-2. Let's go up to Frank Miramati, about to start the day, Whitney Day at Saratoga.
Thank you, Todd. Gaudreau just went into line, as did With Luck Forward. Hemingway will be the last one. He's in, and they're off. And Bellissimo D'Oro is very quick away from the gate. Coach Popel on the inside has some early foot too. And then it's Gorillas racing in between horses. Gaudreau has nice early foot and glides up comfortably to Bellissimo D'Oro, who will show the way. So it is Bellissimo D'Oro just in front, and Gaudreau is about a half length away in second. Down at the rail, it's Coach Pope, a joint third. Gorillas are in between horses, and on the outside, Hemingway is very close, only 2.5 lengths off that leader. USS Valor is third last, 4 clear of With Luck Forward. Star Salute at the back. 22-1 for Bellissimo D'Oro, who is prompted by Gaudreau. These two on even terms. 1.5 lengths back. Coach Pope along the inside. Clear sailing now for Gorillas, who moves into contention. USS Valor is moving up on the far outside as they reach the top of the stretch. Gaudreau is let loose and takes the lead. Opens up a couple of lengths. Coach Pope running a good race, as is USS Valor with big strides on the outside. It's Gaudreau with a 1.5 lengths advantage. Coach Pope's trying to get him, as is USS Valor. Gaudreau's got something left, and Gaudreau wins 3/4 of a length in a promising debut. Nice ones too for Coach Pope in second, and USS Valor. All 3 ran very well.
What a race to start Whitney Stakes Day here at Saratoga. In the end, Gaudreau takes the debut by Nyquist, but you have to go back and watch the start here. On the inside, we talk about the difficulty of drawing the inside for a first-time starter. Look at USS Valor here.
Yeah, he gets hazed a little bit, and then you see he almost makes the gap right there. Has to be steered back in. Tyler Gaffalione did a very good job not panicking in that scenario. Then this horse was in behind, running in the dirt. He's the one horse. He ends up coming 5 wide around the turn and makes this late rally. Late to switch leads. He ran very green. I thought this horse put up a fantastic effort, though. Tab, that horse is a horse to watch.
So USS Valor comes back from a difficult start, but in between horses there is Coach Pope, who ran a great race, but ultimately a second here to Gaudreau.
And he had a great trip. He broke with speed. He was able to save ground on the inside. To me, you would argue the best horse is the number 1, USS Valor, after having that treble trip. But congratulations to Chad Brown for having the number 7, Gaudreau, ready to go on debut here. The money talked, and it was right.
Final time for the 6.5 furlongs, 1:16.2. Visually, this race stands up to expectations. Final time as well. I think you'd almost have to anticipate this is going to be a key race. We're going to look back at this maiden special weight race and see a lot of return winners.
I feel like also when you see a debut race that has so many horses wanting to go further and it's 6.5, that's the time that you're like, okay, these could be horses we're going to key in on, especially next year, right, when we're looking at them start to stretch out. This is a race loaded with pedigrees that want to go 2 turns.
This is a race card that is absolutely loaded, talking about Whitney Stakes Day, and later today, the 4-Star Dave. What a double Deterministic could pull off. He won the Manhattan, now he's shortening up to a mile in the 4-Star Dave. Part of the outstanding action we'll see here on Whitney Stakes Day. More Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2 right after this.
the 105th Saratoga sale. For over a century, the crown jewel of North American yearling sales has attracted the world's top buyers for an experience unlike any other. World-class yearlings, prestigious pedigrees, premier race meet, glamour, elegance, and charm. The best party. The 105th Saratoga sale, August 10th and 11th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Saratoga Live is brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started today. So much fun going on here at Saratoga Racecourse on Whitney Day. And they were lined up 5 hours before the first race just to get their favorite spot out here. We're happy you're with us watching on Fox Sports 2. I'm Todd Trupp alongside Michelle Yu and Megan Burgess. And taking our first race, first-time starter Gaudreau, trained by Chad Brown, who's with Maggie Wolfendale.
That's right, Todd. And Gaudreau, Chad, what a gritty performance, you know, because he was up there doing the dirty work, the second and third place finishers rallying well, but it's like once they got to him, he said, no, not today.
Yeah, I was really proud to see that. He always trained like one of my better dirt colts of this crop, so I was happy to see him come through. And, you know, plan A was really not to be quite that close to the pace. I think he's going to be a very effective route horse. But Flavien showed great judgment going to plan B, and he just told me he felt it was going to get messy inside. Once the horse broke good, he kind of got ahead of everyone. And although they were moving pretty quick, he's got a lot of stamina, this horse, so I'm not surprised he held him off.
And do you look at a horse, you know, later on like the Hopeful?
Yeah, it could be. And if it comes up too quick with him, the Champagne's a race we've had a lot of success in, and we could take our time of getting there. But I do believe that we'll see the best of him as he goes longer.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, talking about a little bit longer, in the four-star Dave sending out Zulu Kingdom. Obviously a dead heat last time. You know, he got to me, Bago. He didn't assert himself and go by. Was that him kind of, you know, hanging a little bit, or was that Mibago just digging in and being game?
A little of both. I mean, Mibago's proven to be a very consistent, good horse who runs fast figures. So once I digested the race a bit, I thought I hung a little bit, but that's a really good horse he dead heated with. So today, you know, even though it's a short field, we might get the setup that he wants, and that's a little bit more pace. You see the horse, how he can win and be effective on the front. He pulls a little bit, but when he has a little bit of pace in front of him, he can be pocketed up. We'll probably see the best of him if it turns out that way.
Well, best of luck with him. Looking forward to that race a lot. But congratulations here. Great way to start off Whitney Day.
Thanks for having me always.
All right, Chad Brown, Gaudreau, impressive in victory. First time out, Todd.
And for those of you who follow sports, you would probably recognize the name here. Gaudreau was named in honor of Johnny Gaudreau, an NHL player who tragically lost his life in the summer of 2024 along with his brother Matthew. And one of the people in his life is part owner of Gaudreau, Vincent Conanan, who spent some time in hockey, was a rival of Johnny Gaudreau, but also a friend, and as part owner, Gaudreau named in the late Johnny Gaudreau's honor. Looking ahead to race number 2, 6.5 furlong maiden special weight event for 2-year-olds. As far as the early wagering, not giving anything away in here, Michelle.
Yeah, you know, this was a split race of race number 1. I thought the first split was a little bit stronger than this one, especially from a pedigree standpoint. We just had so much firepower in there. So here they look just a little bit more evenly matched.
They do. I'm interested in a horse by the name of Stone Age. That's the 7, a Juddmonte horse that was purchased for $450,000. But it's interesting, Michelle, Bill Mott has not won with a first-time starter in a dirt sprint since just FYI in 2023.
You know, I watched this horse work. I wasn't a huge fan watching him work. I thought that he looked like he was just getting a little late. So for me, I went elsewhere. I liked the 8 Mistrix for Danny Gargan. Had a really nice workout tab, looked good, cost a pretty penny. So that's where I landed in here.
All right, we still have a little ways to go to our first stakes race on the card, but you have phenomenal races leading up to that. We saw that in race number 1. Great betting race coming up in the second, but a reminder about the stakes races we have today. The test for 3-year-old fillies presented by Ticketmaster, scheduled to go off 4:36 local. We hope this weather continues to hold out for us. The 4-Star Dave, one of the most anticipated races on the undercard, will also stay on the turf for the Saratoga Derby. And then the best race we have seen all year in thoroughbred racing, it is the Whitney, scheduled for 6:33 local time. Think about the durability of horses in our sport. Everyone talks about the high-profile horses leave after their 3-year-old season. That's what makes 4-Star Dave remarkable and his link to history here at Saratoga. I want you to consider something for a moment. In 1987, 1988, 1989, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 4-Star Dave won at least one race here at Saratoga. 8 consecutive years. He is a legend here, and later today, we honor him with another great field in the 4-Star Dave.
I think 4-Star Dave really started to become a fan favorite in Saratoga the 3rd year he won up here as a 4-year-old. He started getting that moniker like horse for a course, Saratoga horse. And then by the 4th year, 4-Star Dave mania was starting to take place. I mean, people who were starting with t-shirts and hats, and it just kept going. I mean, 5th year, and people were going, well, how many horses run 5 years in a row in Saratoga, let alone win? And hard to imagine that he would ultimately win 8 years in a row up here. The thing about him, too, besides the fact that he would win every year in Saratoga, was he was very charismatic, and people would go to take pictures of him. He'd actually stop and pose, and he kind of really thrived on the attention. The 93 Saratoga meet was bittersweet. He got his win in Saratoga, keep the streak alive. And then he got taken down, and to me was one of the top 5 worst DQs I've ever seen, let alone been a part of.
4-Star Dave was disqualified from first.
He shifted out a half a path when I went to go to my left-handed whip, and we barely brushed with a horse that wound up, I think, 5th. In one stride, it was back in my right hand, and I had him corrected. And then on top of that, the horse fell down at the break of the race. I mean, I was off of him. I don't know how. Somehow, with his head, he kind of put me back in the saddle. His last win in Saratoga in '94 was the most pressure I ever felt riding him. Maybe the only time I ever felt pressure riding him. The only way I thought he could lose is if I made a mistake.
Migliore makes his move with the old boy. There goes 4-Star Dave, and he sweeps to a short lead.
But I felt the weight of Saratoga anyway on my shoulders that day.
4-Star Dave is 1 furlong away from 8 years worth of Saratoga victories. Here's the old boy coming down to the line. He's making a runaway of it. The legend lives on. 4-Star Dave wins again at the Spa.
He delivered, just a tremendous performance. And I remember I started, patting on him and telling him what a good guy he was, what a good boy. And the crowd was amazing that day. They just went bonkers when we turned for home. Normally as a jockey, you don't hear the crowd. And that day I heard Saratoga react to 4-Star Dave. The day Dave got injured up here, he was chasing Lure and Paradise Creek, two world-class turf horses. And he was beaten about 7 lengths that day, and the outpouring of affection from the crowd, from the people of Saratoga, was pretty eye-opening. And I think, to me, that showed more than ever just how much he had gotten into people's hearts. They had a great retirement ceremony for Dave. They named the street by Ciro's after him, 4-Star Dave Way. The mayor of the city gave him the key to the city, albeit it was a big oatmeal cookie key. And I got on him over there at Ciro's, and it was a really fun celebration, and another way for people to basically say thank you to Dave for all he had given them over the years. You can come to Saratoga in the off-season. It could be October, November. Go to his gravesite at Clare Court, and people leave tributes to him, flowers or a bobblehead. There's always some memento of his success up here, and I just think it's great that it lives on how many years later.
Richard Migliore with a beautiful remembrance of the amazing 4-Star Dave. Richard will be part of our coverage a little bit later on here today, but taking a look at that remarkable streak, 8 straight years winning at least one race here at Saratoga. And it was the Daryl's Joy, a race that he had won, that eventually is now named in his honor, and we'll see later today. In sports, you don't want to say we'll never see this again, but I just don't think we'll ever see a horse do what 4-Star Dave did here at Saratoga, winning one race a year for 8 years straight.
Especially the fact that he started 100 times, Todd. It's just not something we see nowadays. That was certainly some longevity, and to stay at the top of his career like that for so long was absolutely incredible.
And Megan, that's what people are drawn to Saratoga for many reasons, but one of those reasons, one of the main reasons, is the connection to history and the great horses that have been here. And so that connection Richie talked about, that's all around the city here for 4-Star Dave, is special.
Horses in history, that's what Saratoga is all about. And you not only reflecting on 4-Star Dave, but it being Mary Lou Whitney Day. I mean, the entrance is named after her. We take pride here in Saratoga of the people that have come before us, and it's pretty incredible. I always tell Richie Migliore, I've spent a lot of time working with him, how do I get to work with you? He has these stories that it's remarkable. He said, oh, when I went to the Japan Cup, oh, when I won with 4-Star Dave, and I'm sitting there as a 26-year-old just in awe of him, as we all are. So a really remarkable achievement. Now I get to stare lovingly into the eyes of Michelle, you and you, Todd. It's
lovingly.
A good place to be.
Thank you. I'll take that.
Yes. I mean, this look from Michelle is like piercing. It's great.
Speaking of loving, you're going to love this field and the Grade 1 4-Star Dave today. We do have a scratch of the 4 Classic Q, but the main horses remain intact here. And how you view the Manhattan is how you're going to handicap today's race, because we've got a lot of horses coming back out of that race, including the winner of the Manhattan, Deterministic.
Well, I liked the Manhattan enough, but I feel like the form didn't really transfer onto Arlington Million Day, which is where I looked for some of those horses that were running back to run well. So I do now have an asterisk next to it. However, Deterministic kind of transcends however else those horses ran, because he is just an absolute win machine.
He is, and he's taking a cut back in distance, and he's a horse that initially we all thought, he's not going to be able to stretch out. He's not going to be able to stretch out. And he obviously was able to do that. And I think about it when it comes to him, especially as this pace configuration, right? He's going to have some other speed pressures. Is he going to be able to rate? Kendrick Carmouche, his regular pilot, has been candid about him being aggressive is usually his best style and to not take away his weapons. So we'll see how he negotiates it. Mark Casse has scratched, I believe, Mibago will run Classic Q. If I'm correct, Michelle, that's he was candid about only running one of his speeds in the 4-Star Dave. Rhetorical also on the cutback will have forward speed as well.
I mean, it's just setting it up for Capitol Hill, right?
Yeah.
To come from off the pace.
It seems as though.
Later today on our Whitney card, race number 10, the Grade 1 4-Star Dave. We are so looking forward to this entire day. Deterministic, winner of the Manhattan, a horse who knows how to conquer the 4-Star Dave. Last year's winner is part of the all-star fields on this remarkable day. We'll be back.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, Play live money betting contests and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
To get up into the Pacific Classic is
Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes.
Well, I think what My Racehorse does is it gives owners an opportunity to get involved in the game.
Very much enjoy sharing the barn visits and those big wins.
straight no chaser in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Authentic has won the Kentucky Derby.
It allows everybody to come together to own a horse, whether you own a microfraction or you own 50%. It's the same feeling you get when they win.
I'm Dan Blacker.
I'm Safi Joseph Jr.
I'm Todd Pletcher, a trainer for My Racehorse.
Sees the grade, wins the Preakness. Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the best pal. Miramonti's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's a spectacular Saturday here on Saratoga Live. Thank you for joining us on Fox Sports 2. We go right into the paddock for race number 2 with Maggie Wolfendale.
And Todd, we'll begin with the other Todd, you know, that guy looking for a 6,000th win. And I agree with Michelle. It always feels like when you get on the precipice of these milestone wins, it feels like eternity until you get it. So rooting for Todd. Hopefully with all the entries he has today, he gets it done. And I do like Liv here, who is a son of Life is Good, out of a dam who wasn't much herself, but if you go back a generation, the dam is half to Mr. Money, who is a multiple graded stakes winner, going long on the dirt. Watching some of this guy's breezes, he broke well. I thought he was kind of slightly second best in a lot of his workouts, probably hinting at wanting to go a bit further. He has that disposition here in the paddock of just a really laid-back guy who isn't quite locked in yet. I like him. I think there might be some untapped ability in there. Just don't know if we're going to see it first time out here, as all the money seems to be going to Kenny McPeak's first time starter here in number 5, Admiralty, as he is a son of midshipman. On the bottom side, it's a little bit more turf meant, which I find interesting because I do like midshipmen sprinting on the turf. However, he doesn't look overly turf meant by any means. Now, none of his workouts I could find on First TV, so I don't have anything to say about what he's been doing in the mornings. They look pretty quick, and looking at him here in the paddock, he looks like the true sprinter of this group, where some of them might want more distance as they move forward and progress through their careers. He looks pretty quick, and he's kind of been acting that way. He's been fairly sharp as well. Overall, paints a nice picture in here from a fitness, from a health standpoint. So we'll see if he runs to that money. Number 8 is Miss Strix for Danny Gargan. This one, if you go back a ways, breezing on July 12th inside of Ferrum, who is yet to make his debut, was scratched a few weeks ago. Kind of even turns throughout, has a plethora of fast works. That's usually Danny Gargan's MO with these 2-year-olds. They do work quite fast. Lovely frame here in the paddock for this son of Good Magic. There is some precocity too, as the half sibling did win its first start as a 2-year-old. Do get the feeling though that longer will ultimately prove to be best with this guy who is wearing blinkers first time out here. Don't love to see that, but Danny Gargan's one of those trainers where I'm okay with it because they drain so much with them on. It's not, as if it's trying to get something that they haven't shown out of them. It's just what they do. And he could win here. The horse that I thought was interesting when researching this race is number 10, Implied Open. Son of Instilled Regard, who does fire it with 17% of his 2-year-old first-time starters. The dam, she won first time out as a 3-year-old. This is her first full, but the second dam is multiple stakes winning, kind of in the middle distance realm of the dirt. He's been preparing down at Churchill, and man, I've liked his workouts. He was on the inside of an unraced mate, broke decently, had the blinkers on, which he's wearing here today, hard on the bridle throughout, much the best of the pair. And then 3 back, he was on the outside of Lifesong, who did win his debut at Ellis Park for Will Walden. And I thought this guy, Implied Open, was best on the gallop out. However, I was a little underwhelmed here in the paddock. He's got nice size, so there's that physical maturity that you love to see with the 2-year-olds. He just really lacks an engine. We have the 9 acting up incredibly badly here. Hold on, Scott, hold on. All right, heads up. Okay, all right, the 9's really acting up badly. Okay, 10 steered clear of that. Like I said, I wish he just looked a little bit stronger, Todd, for me to get really excited about him. But I do think there is some ability here. And Will Walden, what can you say? He's, as usual, having himself a meet.
And there is Will Walden about to give a leg up to Manny Franco. And it was this time yesterday that Manny Franco started a streak we had not seen in 16 years here at Saratoga. He won 5 consecutive races, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, that had not been done since 2010 and Javier Castellano. We were hoping in race 7 it would turn in to 6 in a row and he'd stand alone. But then he did add the 6th win in race number 9. And Megan, as you mentioned, in dramatic fashion, one of our 2 stakes races on the card. But what's phenomenal to me, Megan, is looking at the prices he went off at. He didn't bring home a string of odds-on horses.
No, we went on a first-time starter who went off, I believe, at 7-1. I mean, he had a monster day. It couldn't have happened to a better person. He is the kind of the underlying jockey in the room. You see the Irad Ortiz Jr., Jose Ortiz Jr. having a massive year, Flavian Pratt. Manny Franco is such a hard worker. He's so professional. He carries himself so well. It could not have happened to a better guy.
And Michelle, I love racing fans everywhere, but there's something about this group here at Saratoga and the way they reacted to Manny Franco throughout that winning streak. He was getting applause just for walking out into the paddock. It was a lot of fun. All right, let's meet our field here for race number 2. We start with the 1, Magical Mikel.
Yeah, the son of McKenzie right here, a half to Midnight Miley, who was a nice synthetic type horse, but not a ton of dirt for him on the bottom side.
Chad Brown looking to complete the early double. He's got Sharply Dressed, the firster by Violence.
And Violence 19% with those 2-year-old first-time starters. We'll see if he can do so, though. This one not taking as much money as the favorite in the last race.
Did we mention Todd Pletcher could get his 6,000th career win? That would happen if Live were to win.
Is it Live or is it Live?
Live is good.
All right, Live is good.
Tommy Tang is the first-time starter for trainer Brad Cox.
Half to Tennessee Lamb, who won the Grade 3 Ben Ali at 1 mile and 3/16, is debuting sprinting.
Admiralty, a first-time starter by Midshipman. Can he navigate a win?
He's very interesting in here. Had some quick, sharp drills earlier on. Kenny McPeak more than proficient on debut.
Iron Confessor, a first-time starter by Basin, who was a good sprinter in his own right.
A good one at 2 as well. Won the Grade 1 hopeful from the female family of sprinter Victory Ride.
Stone Aged, is this horse going to be okay at the shorter distance in the debut? Given the pedigree, we'll find out. Taking a look ahead to the 9, Coat of Arms, a first-time starter by Not This Time. And
Pricey
then
individual there.
There is the 7, back in the order. Stone Age, the first-time starter by Curlin. That would bring us to the 8, Mistrix. And this one getting some play on the board at 7-2.
I agree with Maggie. It kind of gives the pedigree indication of perhaps maybe wanting to go a little bit further than this. The half-sibling did win the debut going 5/8 on the dirt.
And then there is Manny Franco. He was the story of yesterday. We renamed it Franco Friday. Every time you looked up, he was in contention. 6 winners on the card. He starts his day here with Implied Open.
Absolutely, and as we're all turned around, right, with the odds and the evens, but Will Walden so strong. I'd like to see this horse get a start underneath his belt, but the 2-year-olds do well from the sire.
Let's go back to an even. Mistrix, the first-time starter by Good Magic. Keeneland September sale purchase for $600,000.
This is actually my top pick in here. So, like you mentioned, good pedigree. Certainly, probably wants to go route of ground by Good Magic out of a Street Sense mare. But Danny Gargan is just so good with first-time starters. He's excellent with 2-year-olds, and I love love a warm-up like this when the horse probably wants to get more ground, because you're really waking the horse up here, knowing it might not be as sharp as some of the horses that want to go shorter. We already get the extended sprint and distance in the 6.5. I just think that lots of positives here from a on paper standpoint and the physicality.
Megan, there used to be a time you look at Ken McPeek, it's like, well, they're going to need a race. And he would outwardly say that they need a race. He's changed his program quite a bit, and that his horses are ready first time out. And Admiralty, you know, looking at the workouts, the one that stands out is the 34-2, 3-furlong workout over Oklahoma back in June.
And you could say he has a remarkable sous chef at the helm. That's Jimmy Jerkins, who is an incredible trainer in his own right. He's an assistant to Kenny McPeek, who's been helping him move forward his young horses. And to me, just a huge, I mean, who else would you want behind the realm of getting your young horses prepared for the races? Admiralty has been working incredibly well. He actually was the workmate of Coach Pope, who we saw run second at 12-1 in the first race. They did so in tandem on August the 1st over the Oklahoma. They were both working incredibly well. I spoke to how well Coach Pope worked. This horse was on terms with him. I think he's going to be ready to go. We'll see. The Midshipman's Admiralty's sire, I love on dirt. He's very underrated, and I think we could see him run well. I know Maggie was speaking to the number 9 coat of arms, kind of acting up a bit. I did like him sneakily underneath. He's been working well in the mornings, at least at a price, if he can get his mental maturity up to task for his debut.
There is a look at Liv. What are the early returns on his sire, Life is Good?
Astronomical.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that we always had high hopes for him. I think he got supported by a really good book of mares. His babies looked phenomenal, and they backed it up on the racetrack. I mean, the ones that run. He was incredible. He was precocious. He had longevity. He could do everything.
Yeah, you kind of look, the rivalry now goes off the racetrack between him and Flightline, because there was no rival. Like, Flightline went by him in the Breeders' Cup Classic, but it might be a different story in the breeding shed. And the story for trainer Todd Pletcher would be, if this horse can win at first out, it is his 6,000th career training win.
Looking at his workouts, I feel like he's not been very brilliant in the mornings. He looks like he's carrying a lot of condition right here. He looks clever. He's paying attention. He's doing his job right now, but I feel like he needs kind of a light bulb moment.
Well, speaking to the depth of this field, Maggie, a horse like Tommy Tang, who is trained by Brad Cox, ridden by Rat Ortiz Jr., you can get it 10-1. What are you seeing from Tommy Tang, the son of Mystic Guide?
Well, we kind of heard from Michelle and Meg about this horse's pedigree. Yes, he has actually a really nice pedigree, kind of under the radar when you look back through his page. Yes, some of it is more distance based, but actually he looks a little bit more like a horse that would be okay here at this 6.5 furlongs. He's a little bit smaller, kind of handier overall. He's done everything right in the prelims leading up to this race. Does wear blinkers. What I didn't like the workouts. And they're okay as far as time, but the horse that he was working with two back was Yehestal, who is a New York bred who got bet and was a bad 5th going back to last week, I believe. So I didn't love that, but on the day, he looks ready to go. So 10-1, like you said, Todd, on those connections, kind of makes you get a little intrigued and maybe use him underneath. As number 6, Iron Confessor, he is the longest shot on the board actually here for Amelia Green. This horse was by far the sharpest, the most aggressive, intense. I mean, all of those adjectives that you can apply to a horse pre-race. He was just a ball of energy, and he was very aggressive with Flavien Prat in the warm-ups. He's giving every indication that he should be quick away from the stalls. Now, watching his OBS sales workout, 10-1 really wasn't asked much and got over the ground really well. He broke very quickly in that Gate Breeze 2-back. He just wasn't really kind of going through the wire. So maybe there's a stamina question mark. Look, all the short-priced horses, the 5, the 8, the 10, I like here. I ultimately went to the horse that I thought would need a race because, like Michelle was talking about, I think Live probably wants more ground, but he just moved so well. So I left it up to the warm-up, and that's where I landed, Todd.
Thank you, Maggie. Bottom line, Megan Burgess, who wins race number 2.
We'll try to see if Kenny McPeek can get in the winner's circle. It speaks to the depth of the last race, where the workmate of the 5 was 12-1 in the last race.
Michelle, who you got?
I got the favorite in here, Mistrix for Danny Gargan. Sorry to be a little chalky, but that's where I land.
Another talented field of 2-year-olds here at Saratoga. The field moving into line for race number 2 in history. A career milestone could happen with the 3 live. If trainer Todd Pletcher gets that one horse home in the debut, it's 6,000 career wins. Here's Frank Miramati with the call.
Coat of arms coming up. Implied open. They're in the gate. And they're off. Tommy Tang is very fast. Implied open came away in good order on the far outside. Here's Mistrix, though, who's faster than both and takes command. Magical Michael coming through on the inside. They're followed by Admiralty on the outside of Sharply Dressed. And that pair about 5 lengths off the lead. Liv is racing in between those two. Had a tiny bit of trouble at the start. A couple of lengths clear of Stone Aged. Then it's a gap of 4 to Coat of Arms, who races outside of Iron Confessor. 21-4 for Mistrix leading the way, prompted by Implied Open, and Admiralty on the move from 3rd, coming after the top pair as they start to string out. Magical Michael is in 4th. Sharply Dressed comes through on the inside to take 5th, racing 2 lengths clear of Stone Age with a 1/4 mile to go. The lead belongs to Mistrix, hard ridden now to try to fend off these bids from both Implied Open and a continued run from Admiralty, who kicks it in now. Admiralty is coming very nicely on the outside with 1 furlong to go. Admiralty on the inside. Mistrix just keeps on fighting, and in between them, Implied Open. 3 of them coming for the wire together. Admiralty on the outside. It's going to be close. It's going to be Admiralty by a nose. Mistrix just would not surrender. Implied Open was a very good 3rd. Multiple horses battled it out for 4th.
What a start to this card here at Saratoga. These first 2 races come down to the wire. 3 horses with a chance in race 1, 3 horses with a chance in race 2, and it is first-time starter Admiralty finding his way to the wire first.
Gets the job done. Me and Michelle were sweating. I know Michelle really likes the 8, who ran a nice race, the 5, the 10 ran well. All 3 of these horses are going to move forward off of this race. This is a really competitive group. I love it when you can see 2-year-olds have that experience, take dirt, as Admiralty did. He was kind of on the outside, pressing the pace, angled out, and was able to really find the tenacity late, as did the runner on the inside and the number 10 in between horses. All of these young horses are going to take this experience and be better for it.
Tenacity was the right word right there. I mean, look at the 8 was passed easily, and he came back, really gutted it down. And the 10 never gave up. In between horses, it's not an easy place to be. Look how big he is compared to the other 2 horses. His rump is way higher. He's just a taller horse, and he's in this little squeezed area. He ran fantastically.
Maggie, it was almost a replay of race number 1 with that group of 2-year-olds. 3 of them with a chance down to the wire, but Admiralty proves best.
Yes, visually, Todd, it was similar to the first race. Forever, as Michelle correctly pointed out, that before the race, this version looking a little weaker. Well, it was. It was 4/5 of a second slower than the race that we saw to open up the card with Gaudreau. There was some, greenness in between horses as we're seeing this head-on view. There was no fouls committed. I thought it was worth looking at because they did come together and they were so close in the end. But, I thought a brave effort from the 5 in here, Implied Open, but Admiralty running to the backing that he was taken, obviously complimented by his stablemate in the first race. And Mistrix, who did all the dirty work, I thought hung in very gamely to secure 2nd.
Yeah, to follow up on Maggie's point about the time, 6.5 furlongs, 1:17.1 here, but what a half mile.
Yeah.
44-2. No wonder some of these horses were really exhausted coming down the stretch. Posted on the board, 5-8-10-1. Ken McPeak taking a walk to the winner's circle. Megan Burgess, where are you taking a walk to?
The paddock, right over there.
So
you get me still.
Oh.
I'll still send my love from the paddock. I'm very excited. I'm going to put a hat on. We're going to do the whole shebang.
We appreciate everything that you do. We look forward to the insight you're going to bring us. So
absolutely.
Megan Burgess stepping away from our set, headed to the paddock. Michelle, you and I will stay along here on the front side, and we will also be talking about one of the biggest races in the standardbred world. It's the Hambletonian. We'll have on-site coverage from East Rutherford, New Jersey, part of Saratoga Live when we return.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. It's Whitney Day, and we're proudly brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. An amped up crowd on hand to see number 5 Admiralty break his maiden at First Asking. Ridden by Jose Ortiz, and I'm happy to be joined here in the winner's circle by winning trainer Kenny McPeak, who you just had a pretty good hour. Second in the first version of this baby race, and Admiralty very determined down to the wire.
You know, both him and Coach Pope in the race 1 had trained together, and both of them acted like they had high-level talent. I still don't think this horse was about 80% fit today, which is kind of my style. Right. You know, get a good run under him and then let him move forward. But I think the future's bright. You know, really proud of the team, and you know, hard work pays off.
You know, speaking of your team, I know these guys are up here with you. You also have Jimmy Jerkins at Belmont. It's a real kind of broad spectrum of very talented horsemen.
Well, since 2024, you know, the Oaks Derby double, you know, it stretched our business. But, you know, you surround yourself with good people, you got a real chance then. And I feel like I've done that. Jimmy's a real key part of the operation. I think he's going to fire some bullets this fall down below because he tends to stay around Belmont. And Francisco Serrano here, and I could go on and on. Alan Shell, Dominic Brennan, Greg Geyer, I mean, Kevin Gladowski, got Greg Hendricks at Colonial. But yeah, it's a lot of hard work, a lot of good guys.
Well done. A really nice way to kick off Whitney Day. Congrats.
Thanks. We miss Robbie.
I was going to let you talk about that or not, but we miss Robbie as well. Kenny losing an integral part of the team, and Robbie Alvarado, who has been with him from being a jockey to being his right-hand man in the stable, losing him earlier this week. So our condolences to the entire McPeak team, but I'm sure Robbie looking down and smiling with Admiralty's win. Todd?
Well, if you follow Ken McPeak on social media, you have seen that he was there for all those last moments for Robbie Alvarado, including the thought that he's out of the hospital and everything was fine, and then it tragically took a turn. Back to what happened on the track, you heard Ken McPeak talk about the talent of Admiralty as well as Coach Pope, so he's got two two-year-olds to look forward to.
One thing Kenny McPeak never lacks in is confidence. He felt pretty confident, I felt like, about these horses, and it sounds like they have big futures ahead of them.
When it comes to Acacia Clement, she doesn't lack in anything. She has grace, but most of all, she has energy. This has not exactly been a slow week for you.
No, it's been a really busy week. I'm really trying to pace myself throughout the next couple of days. Of course, with the sale coming up Monday and Tuesday, so always looking forward to that and checking out the next generation of horses that will be running on the track here next Whitney Day at Saratoga. But first and foremost, excited for what's to be a spectacular card that's already underway.
Yeah, and talking to the fans who got here early in the week, Whitney Day is as big as Travers Days to a lot of fans who have come here over the years, and it's really showing up today.
It is. I think for me, personally, the Whitney is the biggest race day of the meet. I know that the Travers is hugely important, especially for the 3-year-olds, but for me, this is really kind of the mega day. It's like a grade 1++, and the field this year really backs that up, and it's just great to see so many people wearing pink in honor of Mary Lou Whitney and just everything that she contributed here to Saratoga.
And the field that assembled for this year's edition of the Whitney is deserving of this spectacular race. It really is the best race of the year in thoroughbred racing thus far. Speaking of best races, but with a different standard, talking about standardbred racing, it is Hambo Day. The Hambletonian is coming up at the Meadowlands, and we've got on-site coverage there with Jessica Otten and Gabe Pruitt, who had one of the easiest travel days to East Rutherford, New Jersey in recent memory.
Well, Gabe, we are glad that you finally made it to East Rutherford. It's a warm one today. Happy Hambletonian Day to everybody, Gabe. It's the day everybody waits for. It's the greatest day in harness racing. It's going to be a hot one. We've already seen a world record on tap so far within the first 2 races.
Yeah, it is a steamy summer afternoon, guys, right here just outside New York City in East Rutherford, New Jersey. We're going to top out in the low 90s here today. But really the Kentucky Derby of harness racing. We've got the $500,000 Hambletonian Oaks. And, of course, the sport's biggest prize, the $1 million Hambletonian.
Elimination set up last week for both the Oaks and the Hambletonian. There you see the final field of 10 heading into tonight's or this afternoon's $1 million Hambletonian race. A lot of questions were answered last week, Gabe, when Big Ranger had an outside post. He kind of ducked off the gate, sat parked a little bit before he took the lead, but I think that turned a lot of heads and answered a lot of questions for some doubters.
Well, it was the first start outside of the state of Ohio just for Big Ranger, but he was explosive here, as we're to see in his elimination replay. A 4-length winner, really just coasting home here as a heavy favorite driver, Tim Tiedrick, in 150 flat. I think if Big Ranger is that good to get here this afternoon, the rest could be in big trouble.
It could be a day for the Ohio breds as well, as Big Ranger, the son of In Range, was trained by Marcus Melander throughout his career. We'll talk about the next elimination where Apex, he won his elimination. He gets to draw post 3 in the final, and of course Marcus Melander searching for that first Hambletonian. I thought endurance raced well. Of course, he kind of followed Apex up there into the outer flow after Apex is covered left in the mid-dust.
Yeah, and both of these colts went a big trip, and they're going to go 1-2 here. You're going to see Apex on the outside uncovered. He was a $525,000 yearling purchase. You'll see driver Dexter Dunn just, urge him ever so slightly. Endurance, the one on his back, well, he's going to miss a nose here in this photo. He was just a $14,000 yearling. Jess, they both grew up at the same farm in Paris, Kentucky. They were born just 4 days apart. Breeder Steve Stewart said they were like 2 peas in a pod, and there you go, finishing right together in that Hambletonian elimination here last Saturday.
I do think it's also worth noting Endurance never saw a pylon in that elimination either, Gabe, and that kind of showed us a bit of versatility. We've seen him on the front end, maybe facing some softer fields. Last week, he had to do a lot of work, and I still thought he had plenty left through the tank. Something I always like to pay attention to in those eliminations, trotting through the wire. I don't want them to be empty when that wire comes up.
Yeah, and trainer Chris Beaver actually noted he was getting over a little bit of soreness, and he had a little bit of a foot issue there, so he actually thinks Endurance is going to be a little better today. Same thing from trainer Marcus Melander on Apex, who was the winner. He had missed 3 weeks prior to that start. He also thinks he's going to be a little more fit and ready to go for today's big muddy final.
A field of 10 set for that $1 million 101st Hambletonian on tap later on this afternoon. We'll send it back to you guys.
Just when you thought this Saturday couldn't get any better on Saratoga Live, it has with the Hambletonian. The Whitney family is inextricably linked to the history of Saratoga Racecourse, and Mary Lou Whitney has made her mark on this community and this racetrack. We'll tell you that story when we return.
Seize the Gray wins convincingly.
Seize the Gray. He's going to seize the day in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Seize the Gray is still there. Seize the Gray wins the Preakness.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Two of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside, and Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Forte starts to gather in the top horses. This is going to be very close, but the champion prevails. Forte wins.
Before your eyes, a landscape unlike any you've ever seen. The pulse of life, a kaleidoscope of culture. And there it awaits. Cheers of triumph that eclipse all joy before it. It's the Journey, Japan Cup.
Mary Lou did wonderful things when no one was looking. Once Mary Lou set her mind to doing something, there was no stopping her.
She was a beacon of light in the community, not only in Saratoga, but I'm telling you, her power of being a champion and supporting those always in need, it speaks out around the world.
I mean, really and truly, we owe Saratoga, as we know it today, to Mary Lou Whitney. The hospital, the dance museum, SPAC. Think of all the things that she has meant to this area. There was no reason why she had to do that, except that that was who she was. That was her nature.
Our backstretch workers, they are the sport's unsung heroes. These wonderful people work long hours in dangerous situations while often living in poor conditions. All of us should try more to improve their lives and advance their dignity.
She means a lot to the backstretch. From her smile, from her genuine giving back. They will miss her coming into the backstretch appreciation dinners when she had to do bingo and she would just show up from the tent and everything that she sponsored through the backstretch programs.
It's been 26 years. It's just one furlong away. They're coming down to the finish. Can Smarty Jones hold on? Here comes Birdstone. Birdstone surges past. Birdstone wins the Belmont Stakes.
I'm sorry that Smarty Jones couldn't win. We kept saying to Prado, be second.
In victory, and a lot of times you get defeated, but she was so great in victory, and she felt sorry. And she really did, which is amazing. It shows you the spirit she had.
And little Birdstone digs down. The cliff's edge could not get to him in the darkness at Saratoga.
She fought. I mean, that's a good example for everybody. Don't give up. She just kept at it, you know, and she never wavered. So, great inspiration for all, especially me.
The way she told everyone, these are our horses, It's our responsibility to take care of them, not just when they're racing, but afterward. I have never had a friend like Mary Lou before in my entire life, and I know I'll never have another friend like her.
It didn't matter whether you were a millionaire or you were a guy walking down the street in sneakers, shorts, and a t-shirt. Everybody was a somebody to Mary Lou.
Knowing these people and riding for them is an honor, a privilege, and something that I will never forget. I was very proud when I rode for the stable. It was to me like I conquered the mountain that I was trying to get up to.
Every once in a while, somebody comes along that makes a difference, and then somebody comes along that makes a huge difference. A tribute to her should last forever.
To all Saratoga, thank you for my wonderful life. May God bless you. And may God shine His love on Saratoga and on this track.
Some of the highlights to how she reached out throughout the community and to the sport. She's the founding member of the National Museum of Dance and Saratoga Performing Arts Center here. She started the Saratoga Backstretch Appreciation Program in 2008. You heard her speech at the Eclipse Awards where she reminded this industry how important the backstretch workers are and we need to do more. She also created Centennial Park in Saratoga, later renamed in her honor. And as you look around Saratoga today, and you'll see this on our desk, we have the pink roses and the color pink we think of her. And Acacia, when I think of her and all the people that wanted to be in her orbit, and there were many people she encountered, when she talked to you, she made you, despite all those innumerable people, feel like you were the most important person in the world.
It's so true. She really had that magnetic talent about her, but so much more than that. She had such a huge heart. Obviously, she loved the game of racing. I think my favorite clip is when she apologizes for winning the Belmont and ruining a Triple Crown bid, and it just goes to show what kind of person she was. But it can't be understated what she did for Saratoga, the contributions you just mentioned there, Todd. But she made it a place that people wanted to come. And that's why we get a chance to celebrate it each and every summer.
Yeah, and when you come to this community, as we said, aside from the racetrack, you'll see remembrances of Mary Lou Whitney everywhere throughout the community. She will be talked about for years to come. Let's talk about the field of this year's edition of the Whitney. As we were talking about, Michelle, Magnitude, our 9-5 morning line favorite.
Yeah, he is. And he deserves to be so. He's won 4 in a row, Todd. He won the Dubai World Cup. He won the Stephen Foster last time out. But I feel like this is the horse we all want to win the race, kind of, right? Nitrogen. Anytime we have a filly going against the boys, and she's not just any filly, she's the best dispatcher that we have. She has been so versatile. She is top level. She won a grade 1 last time out by 12 lengths, and she loves Saratoga. She is a perfect 3 for 3 over this race course.
Well, that effort in the Ogden Phipps last time out was a lifetime best. Is that the concern, Acacia, that she was over the top last time out and it'd be tough to regain that form?
I think it's a really good question. I mean, look, before the Ogden Phipps, she was an excellent horse once again, but she was dazzling last time out. Her last race would put her in contention with horses like Magnitude and some of the best older dirt horses in training. Some of her previous races would mean that she'd have to step forward a little bit. So it is a question, but one thing I do appreciate about Mark Casse is he's game.
Yes.
And honestly, for us, it gives us a lot to talk about. I think it's great for the sport, great for the fans as well.
I don't think there's a bounce scenario in here either. They've given her plenty of time between that race. I think if they maybe jammed her back into something or decided last minute, let's just try this. They gave her the time. They pointed to this spot. Mark's very good at knowing how to get a horse to peak on a day.
We've already had a bounce with Nitrogen. Jose Ortiz bounced over to Magnitude. That may say everything. John Velasquez will be riding Nitrogen later today. That's race number 12 on the card, the biggest race in the country, the Whitney. Okay, let's get back into the action. In front of us, race number 3, the field gathered in the paddock, and to help us out, Megan Burgess.
Thanks, Todd. And we'll start with what looks to be the class of this field and could give Todd Pletcher a historic 6,000th victory. That's the number 4 Vibe, who exits his performance, a dismal one, in that Grade 1 Met Mile. But when cross-referencing with my very talented co-worker, Acacia Clement, who saw him in the paddock last time out, he was a very vocal, cantankerous, very unruly sort. He was very naughty in the preliminaries. As we analysts say, running their race before they get into the starting gate, it certainly seemed as if though that was the case. That was a different story today. He did come into the paddock. He was vocal. That's pretty normal for him, but much more of a professional. He was able to negotiate the tack very well. He didn't have any issues, not nearly the ones as Acacia described last time out, and what was likely a more chaotic paddock on Belmont Stakes Day in that Met Mile. I anticipate he's going to be the controlling speed in this race and could be very dangerous on the front end. The number 3 Full Screen's a horse for Saffie Joseph Jr., who's currently on a kind of a losing streak with his dirt performers. He's 0 for 24. That includes Belmont Stakes Week and the entirety of the Saratoga meet. Full Screen comes off some pretty strong performances. He was flattered out of that last race on July 4th when Reasoned Analysis came back to win with a 93 Beyer speed figure. I like what I see from him. I'm hoping that Jose Ortiz can get him a little bit more aggressively met in this early beginning to keep up with the pace I just described. As far as the number, we'll head over to the number 5 Class Assist, I should say, or excuse me, the number 7 Instant Replay. I don't quite know if he's good enough for this group. He made a lovely impression, moving along well, dappled out from head to toe. We'll see if he can run his A race. He's going to have to bring it to get around the current favorite.
I want to go back to that point about Saffie Joseph Jr. It has not been the meet that they'd hoped. That's the one thing, Acacia, about these boutique meets like Saratoga, like Del Mar. It's a short meet. If you get off to that type of start, it's really hard to get the momentum back.
And of course, everybody's posting the trainer and jockey standings every
that's
couple
right.
days to remind you how your meet is going. But yes, it is something that's worth noting, especially for a barn like Saffie Joseph Jr. He wins at a high percentage usually, and it is a barn that can get kind of streaky sometimes, and it happens. It's being a horseman, there are waves up and downs, especially as horses go through conditions or whatever may take place.
Didn't Todd Pletcher just go through a similar cold streak where he didn't win a race on the main track? All his wins were on grass, and then look what happened. Complete form reversal for him.
And now he's looking to get to 6,000 career wins. If Todd Pletcher can get either the 4 Vibe or the 5 Class Assist home here, it'll be 6,000 career wins. He's already top 10 in career wins by a trainer, sitting at number 7, but 6,000 puts him into more rarefied air. Let's meet our field, with the field coming out of the paddock for race number 3. This post parade is brought to you by the new Belmont Park, returning to racing September 18th. Check out all the new details at newbelmont.com. First horse we get a look at here is the one that is San Siro.
He's faced Greatest Stakes Company in his last 4. He's run well, but his last win did come against allowance foes, and he gets back to that today.
Scratch the 2 Bramito. Here's the 3 Full Screen.
I like Full Screen in here for Saffie. Maybe he can get him off the duck. He gets 3rd, start off a layoff, which is an angle that I love, and should get a good trip.
Last time we saw Vibe, he didn't finish the Met Mile.
No, and he was facing a world better horses that day, but as Meg touched on, he really bubbled over before the race, and you see him without a pony on the track.
Todd Pletcher sending out Vibe. He's also sending out the 5 Class Assists. Here is the 6 Yo Daddy.
One of 2 for Linda Rice in here, as they both tried the Suburban. Again, a little bit of class relief in here.
Final horse in the post parade, Instant Replay.
Stretching out in distance for Brad Cox, coming out of a stakes effort last time out, which was meh at best. This is the level he needs to run at. He's a lower level staked, high level allowance sort.
Later today, John Velasquez will be aboard the Philly Nitrogen in the Whitney, but coming up in race number 3, he has a chance to give Todd Pletcher, as a trainer, his 6,000th career win aboard Class Assist Johnny V at the center of it all here on Whitney Day.
A surging debut at 2. An international tour de force. An explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life. And Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. It is Whitney Day. Wish you could be here, but you got the next best thing watching us here on Fox Sports 2, playing through your Naira Bets account, and we'll take you closer to the action than you could probably be here anyway. Looking at the field warming up for race number 3, I'm Todd Trupp, very pleased to be with Michelle Yu, and then Acacia Clement, a fan coming by to remind us that Acacia is pregnant.
In case I forgot.
Yeah, I know. It's like, he said to Acacia, I knew you were pregnant. Acacia's like, yeah, I knew too. All right. Michelle, who are you looking at here in race number 3?
I like the 3, 5-2 right now. So the bettors also on this 7-year-old Safi Joseph trainee who is picked up for the $110,000 claim just 2 starts back, Todd. That's not something you see all the time.
Yeah, it seems like it has risen, especially with a number of opportunities down in Churchill. We saw Linda Rice claim some horses for $100,000 there, but full screen up on the board at 5-2. Acacia, where are you looking at here?
I ended up on the 7 instant replay. It just offers some value as far as the price is concerned. I know that Vibe has ability, but I don't completely trust him. And so looking for some alternatives, I agree with Michelle. I think instant replay is at the proper level. Now, is he quite as good maybe as some of the others coming out of some stakes tries? That will be the question. I know he's burned a lot of money, but at least today you get 6-1 on him, which I think is a positive. I'd probably use him with Yo Daddy, a horse that I think is better when he has Lasix.
Okay, let's go back to our favorite. You made the point, Acacia, last time out, Vibe. Just throw that race out. It was kind of over for him before they even got in the starting gate. But prior to that, has the effort. May 2nd at Churchill Downs around a 1-turn mile. Was in great form. 3rd win in a row. So do you look at this horse as the natural speed horse in here to catch? Because, as we said, this series of wins were all 1-turn miles.
Yeah, you should be stretching out. I would imagine they'll use his speed. Last time going the mile, and again, just facing top-class competition with the likes of Niso's, Nightbridge, and Journalism, totally different ball of wax. He was totally outfooted at the start, and I think that's when you could see early on that he wasn't going to run his race, Michelle. When horses have speed and then they don't show that customary speed or can't get to a forward position, you can tell that they're not 100% on that day.
Yeah, certainly a lot of horses will just throw in the towel if they can't get it their own way. I'm okay with the horse that gets pulled up and vanned and then gets some time and comes back. I think those horses always run really good efforts off of that layoff, and the fact that Todd's stretching him out here, I feel like, it really says that he's putting him in a spot that's a tough spot. I think he thinks he's doing really well.
Yeah, and to your point about the horse being pulled up, he was back in training almost immediately, so it was not severe, and is now back to the races today. Vibe is our 8-5 favorite. Then there is the 6, Yo Daddy, who's been keeping some pretty good company lately.
You like this horse, Acacia?
Well, yeah, I would use him. Like I said, I feel like he's a horse that is better with Lasix. He is one of those ones that always gets washy prior to his races. I know he won that Excelsior, pretty impressive, off of Lasix in a stake race, but far different weather in April at Aqueduct than August at Saratoga.
I got to experience that this year, so glad to be experiencing both. The field is about to move into line here for race number 3. You've heard our opinion. Most important opinion is yours. Hopefully you're playing it right now through your Naira Bets account as they arrive at the starting gate for race 3. The Todd Pletcher watch continues. Yeah, he's grabbing the goatee like, can we just get to the 6,000th win so they take this camera off me?
His other horse is, I feel like, not an overlay technically, but like this horse is being ignored in my opinion. He's a good allowance horse and he likes this distance.
Agreed.
And every day, track announcer Frank Miramati gets to call history at Saratoga, and he will be at some point calling the career milestone for Todd Pletcher, 6,000 career wins. He would either need the 4 Vibe at 7-5 or the 5 Class Assist at 9-1 to finally get there. Let's go up to Frank Miramati for the call. Race number 3 from Saratoga on Whitney Day here on Fox Sports 2.
Thank you, Todd. And the other Todd looking for his 6,000th here, with a couple of sets of silks that have been very special to his career. Here's instant replay to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. It was a clean start. Yo Daddy and instant replay are both hustled out for early speed, and Vibe has that natural early gas as well. Class Assist is in the mix too as they move into the first turn. Vibe, the quickest of the quick, Class Assist in second. And then it's Yo Daddy, a 3 wide third, taking second now. Behind them comes Instant Replay, and Full Screen is in 5th, having to be steadied ever so slightly, 5 lengths off Vibe and another 3 back to San Siro. The quarter went in 23-2. Front running Vibe shows the way. Yo Daddy will try to keep him honest as they run down the backstretch. He's within a half length of him. 4 lengths back, Instant Replay is in 3rd, followed by Class Assist in 4th. Full Screen 5th, now 7 lengths off the lead and 2 in front of an unhurried San Siro. Arad Ortiz Jr. and Vibe went through a half in 46 and 4/5 seconds. Yo Daddy still pestering, but now a length behind with less than a half mile to go. Now it's 7 to Instant Replay in 3rd. At the rail, Full Screen is trying to get some momentum going. He's doing just that along the inside with now less than 3 furlongs to run. San Siro has surfaced. Class Assist drops out. Vibe, Yo Daddy, the competition getting closer. Full Screen angles out for the drive. San Siro saving ground at the rail. A crisp 1:10 and 3 for 6 furlongs. Vibe is the leader, Yo Daddy. And now Full Screen revving up in the center, as is San Siro. Yo Daddy puts his head in front. Here comes Full Screen with this sustained bid, and San Siro from last, 16th pole. Yo Daddy, what a giant effort. Can he hold off Full Screen? And on the outside, San Siro. San Siro from far back under Tyler Gaffleone ran them all down.
San Siro picking them up and laying them down like a house of cards. They were going pretty good early on. A scramble early for the lead. Tyler Gaffleone stylishly across the wire aboard San Siro. Opening quarter mile 23-2, half mile 46-4. It was just a question of when those leaders may tire from those efforts, and it happened with about 220 yards to go.
Really good setup for San Siro here, who got the class relief that he wanted. He was a winner last time he faced allowance foes, and he just wears them down at the end. I thought pretty valiant from the 6 Yo Daddy there, who did a lot of the early pressing on Vibe and still hung around and almost got the job done.
Yeah, Yo Daddy did all the dirty work. He was very game. It looked like the number 3 Full Screen was not traveling the smoothest or most comfortably early on in the race, but kind of once he was able to get his feet underneath of him and extend that run, he ran on for 3rd, but it was San Siro with the final rally into a pace that was falling apart that made the difference.
Small field, big price, 10-1 on San Siro, 1-6-3-7 across the wire, 10-1, over 9-2, over 2-1, over 6-1. The mile of the 8th completed in 1:49-1. And we're going to have to keep that camera up in Todd Pletcher's box for a little while longer, waiting for that 6,000th win. That's why you never say you got it at the track. You don't have it until you have it, so we'll continue the Todd Pletcher watch. But Brendan Walsh with the win here as trainer of San Siro. Let's drone on about this race, Michelle, and go overhead as they come out of the final turn.
Yeah, this horse loves to come from behind, and that's exactly what he did. He saved a lot of the ground and then just angled out in the stretch. I thought it might be belated, but he really found an extra gear late as the front runners just had nothing extra to lay down.
He did. Tyler Gaffleone gave him a beautiful trip, that kind of inside-out trip that you love to see, closing in the stretch, making the final run. He was there just in time, finishing really strongly. As far as your favorite Vibe, he was pressed early on, and we talked about how the pace fell apart. He never switched leads, though. I wonder.
He did just pass the wire.
He did? Did he? Yeah. I didn't see that. At least in the running of the race, he did it. I wonder if we might see him cut back.
Yeah. I mean, look, he's never been this far. He's coming off that pulled-up effort, and they run him going 9. I feel like this is certainly a situation where next time they're going to be like, okay, he's a miler. Yeah. Maybe even less. Maybe they bring him back to something even shorter.
Yeah. Michelle, we talked a lot about jockey-trainer combinations. Tyler Gaffleone and Brendan Walsh. Brendan Walsh gives him a lot of his best business. So to get those two at 10-1 is quite a price.
Yeah, really good. They connect together at almost 25%. Really excellent effort there.
One of our big stakes races leading up to the Whitney is the Grade 1 Test Stakes presented by Ticketmaster. Explora is the morning line favorite there for trainer Bob Baffert. We'll be back with more of a remarkable day of racing here on Saratoga Live. It's Whitney Day.
(16-2), a big black colt He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
This is where it all begins.
These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x. Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland sale. You got to be here.
Some places stay with you and make you want to relive every moment. These are the places you want to get lost in. The ones that feed your curiosity, blow your mind, and tempt fate. Places that make you keep coming back. Because every time you're there, anything feels possible.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to historic Saratoga Racecourse, and the cornerstone of this summer meet each and every year is Whitney Day. Huge crowd on hand, but we also want to talk about one of the most important mission statements in our entire industry, and that is what happens to these great equine athletes once their racing career is done. I happen to be privileged to be sitting on the set with two people who not only talk about it, but do something about it, Keisha Clement and Michelle Yu. And Michelle, karma is something that you've been involved with very closely, and they have done a magnificent job raising money, aftercare for equine athletes.
Yeah, Karma is a great program where we work as a bridge pretty much between the backside and people that want to adopt an ex-racehorse. So these horses get taken into the Karma program and they are placed to be able to be rehabbed, to be rehomed, whatever they might need, and then we're able to kind of find the best spot for them, whether it be a hunter jumper or there's a horse actually, Red King, he did the Pony Express.
Oh,
so,
wow.
Yeah, he like participated in the Pony Express, so he's
That's
great.
so cool.
I know. Then, you know, there's some horses that go into be therapy horses and everything else, so it's very important for us to support our equine athletes. You know, when they're done racing, sometimes it's 3 or 4 years old. They live to be late 20s, early 30s. That's a long time for these horses that they need a job to do. They don't want to stand out in a field all day, and Karma is a really great conduit for that.
None of these organizations can exist without the generous funding, and we hope you'll take time to visit the Karma homepage and find out how you can donate. A fundraiser going on today. Last year, they generated a whopping $206,000. Prices in for our most recent race here at Saratoga, San Siro. Pulling off the first upset of the day, standing by with the winning trainer, Megan Burgess.
A lucky charm, that is, trainer Brendan Walsh, as he sent out the winner in this race. You had to be happy with San Siro's closing punch in the back of your mind. They went pretty quick there at the half.
They did, Megan, yeah. If he gets the right setup, he's always dangerous, you know. He's a solid horse, a hard-knocking horse. Never lets us down, you know. And he got the right setup today, and he came running, so it was... we were pleasant, not surprised at all, is what I should say.
He's a horse that's been stakes tested in the past. Do you envision him taking on stakes again out of this effort?
Yeah, probably. You know, we try and find longer races. I think, you know, we'll find something else from between now and, you know, the next month or 6 weeks. But like I said, he shows up every time. So, you know, with the right setup, he's dangerous no matter what the company.
I have to ask you about a promising filly in your barn, Mashallah. She won a stake last week at Colonial, but she's ran some of the fastest figures of any horse in training training. What was the plan for her going into that race and now exiting it? Could we see her up here in Saratoga?
Yeah, possibly Megan the Prioress would be on our radar for sure. You know, we thought about the test today, but we just didn't feel she was quite ready for it yet. But after last week, I think she's ready to take on anybody now, you know.
Very excited to see her. Congratulations in here, Brendan.
Thanks very much.
Todd?
Well, that is a great segue to the test stakes, which we'll be talking about in just a moment. Next is race number 4, which will take us on to the turf. The turf course listed as firm, the Mellon Turf Course, a mile and a 16th. Allowance Company non-winners other than major scratch out of this race. The one, Consumer Sentiment, out. The main track only's out, the 10, 11, and 12. But Consumer Sentiment probably would have been your favorite in here. So I was so curious, Michelle, where the money would ultimately go. At least for now, a slight favorite is the 8, Lovely Christina.
Yeah, I have to like Lovely Christina in this spot for Todd Pletcher,
yes,
who's still looking for win 6,000, by the way.
In case he hadn't forgotten.
Yeah.
Todd's like, you know what? I'm done for the day.
Can I go home? We did mention the test stakes, and I have to say, you know, when you talk about great stakes races, we talk about Whitney Day, but the test over the years always delivers with 3-year-old fillies. Some of the most exciting finishes in any races I've seen at Saratoga have happened in here. Now, the record in here, as far as time, 7 furlongs, 120-4. You had Lady Tack and Gamine in there, most winners by an owner. You go back to the legendary Wheatley Stables, as well as Ogden Phipps, tied with 3. Most wins by a trainer. Yes, Sonny Jim. Yes, that's Sonny Jim. Fitzsimmons, he won it several times, as did Jerry Bailey in the modern era, having won the test 6 times. And taking a look at where a win in the test can lead you, how about Indian Blessing, Kofefe, and Gamine leading the championships for them? And talking about the 3-year-old filly category, yes, the glamour races, the Kentucky Oaks, and then trying to win the distaff at the end of the year, but winning the test can lead to good things, and maybe the greatest of things, 7 winners having ended up in the Hall of Fame. That is the test by the numbers, going all the way back since 1922. Now, looking at the 2026 version, I don't know what to do with Explorer. I mean, she has a win last time out. She was okay in the Kentucky Oaks. What is she meant to do? Is she best at this distance, 7 furlongs?
I think so. I think that she really likes kind of a one-turn distance is ideal for her. I think the setup at Churchill Downs was great for her. You know, she's a very fast filly. Anytime we have a Bob Baffert runner, we kind of expect them to be that forwardly placed type. And because she had run in all these route races, she just had so much stamina. I mean, she was much the best of on-time girl in this spot. I felt like she always had her measure. You can see Florent very confident on her there as well.
And I feel like it's one of those things you like most about those 7 furlong races. You get horses cutting back and maybe stretching out a little bit, meeting in the middle.
Look at what Pretty Mischievous one, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like, that was great.
Well, look, Explorer comes in well raced, 9 starts with 5 wins in 3 seconds. But then there are those horses who are lightly raced and are improving coming in. And when you take a look at Goodall, who last time out was second to Sippin' Pretty, you know, a lot of people are going to look at Keisha at Sippin' Pretty. She was 26-1. It just worked out for her. If you look at her past performances, no, she's a filly who's finally coming into her own. She makes sense right back.
She does, and I remember I interviewed Ian Wilkes after this race, and he said he just really didn't have an excuse for the 8 bells, and prior to that, she had been really strong in her form overall. She finished up nicely, and I think that she is one that should appreciate a touch more ground to the 7 furlongs. Physically, I love Goodall. I've always been such a fan of hers. I think she has a little bit of distance limitations, and so the 7/8 for her makes me question just a little bit, though she has a lot of talent.
Well, something that you and Ryan do a lot, movie night, is at the rail in here. To me, this is a typical 3-year-old filly who's peaking at the right time. What do you think of movie night at the rail?
Well, I think anything that Will Walden sends out, you have to pay close attention to. Obviously, she's just shown vast improvement from start 1 to now. I like the fact that she's kind of carried her game. She's done different surfaces. I think Will is just placing his horses so great. So if he thinks that she's ready for this kind of a test, pun intended, I feel like this is a horse that we really have to take seriously. I don't mind her on the rail either. She doesn't have a ton of speed, but I feel like she can be forwardly placed. She breaks sharp. She gets herself a really good spot.
Days like today are built for jockeys like Flavian Pratt. He is going to be a factor in all our graded stakes races on the card. He is aboard Explorer in the test, and then later in the Whitney, aboard Baeza. Maybe his one job is to get this horse out of the gate. And then take your chances. We'll be back with more Whitney Day coverage right after this.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Saratoga Live is brought to you by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. Our coverage on site here at Saratoga on Fox Sports 2 continues on Whitney Day, and we check in with Megan Burgess.
And thrilled to be here with Michael Behrens of My Racehorse, who recently launched a new influencer stable program. Talk to me a little bit about the creation, what inspired this, and what you hope it looks to accomplish in racing.
Yeah, so My Racehorse got established, 7 years ago now. We got about 100,000 people that have gotten to ownership as a result. And we want to do something new. We want to take it to another level. And so we thought one of the best ways to celebrate ownership would be to find creators that can make great content, tell the story in very unique ways. Like, we tell it in one way, but we feel like creators like John, they can tell it in such a unique, kind of authentic way. And so we just want to put ownership in their hands, let them do it. So we did a paid partnership program, which all the details are on our website and probably the URL that you're showing. But it basically allows him to own a horse and be able to get out there and tell the story however he wants to do it. And I feel like watching him and the way he does it and connects with audiences, it's going to be a great way to highlight it, maybe different than we could do it.
I love the idea, and I think it's incredible. But John Franklin, you are the first influencer part of this program. You were talking to me off camera about your beginnings, but what got you the bug? What got you involved in racing and want to be a part of this game?
Yeah, shout out my family, my grandpa, Frank Franklin. Great name. Used to wear a salmon jacket to go to the track. That's why I'm wearing mine today. Just happened to be Whitney weekend. He was the guy who got me going to the track, and that paired with the creativity of the content just kind of became like the perfect storm to make something like this happen. And like, I can't be more excited about what we're going to do and how this is going to go forward. And I hope other people get involved. But to be the first man on the moon, I'm pretty excited about it. This is going to be great.
Love to see it. Lucky jacket indeed. And Michael, where can we find out more information about this program and if others want to get involved and be able to follow the journey?
Yeah, so myracehorse.com has all the information. If you're interested in learning more, just give me an email. We'd love to talk to different creators. I think we're super excited John to begin it, but we definitely like a few to get in line after him.
Eyes on this game, Todd. That's what spreads the word about what we do. And My Racehorse, certainly a lucrative and incredibly enticing new prospect with this stable influencer program.
Wait till John Franklin and Griffin Johnson start hanging out at the races together. Looking forward to that. It's all about looking ahead. New generations coming into the sport. Many generations have come here to Saratoga. When we come back, we're going to talk about the meet that trainer Horacio de Paz is having. One of his best meets here at Saratoga, pointing to the winner's circle yet again. That's ahead on Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports 2.
For 100 years, we've built tools to work in nature with legendary performance and quality to master every challenge. Tools for people like you who work like a pro with heart and soul. Built for nature, trusted since 1926. Steel.
Angelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's Ride.
Further ado, a magnificent run.
Olympiad gets the gold. Magnitude to the top of the class.
She's so speedy in the sprint. Tap it twice. Tap it twice. Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
The 105th Saratoga Sale. For over a century, the crown jewel of North American yearling sales has attracted the world's top buyers for an experience unlike any other. World-class yearlings, prestigious pedigrees, premier race meet, glamour, elegance, and charm. The best party. The 105th Saratoga Sale, August 10th and 11th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Gunrunner turning for home in the Whitney. In front, fight two. On the outside, Breaking Lucky is second. Keen Ice has made his way up into third, but he's still far behind. And now Florent Giroux lets Gunrunner go, and he's opened up a 4-length lead. Breaking Lucky is second. Keen Ice on the outside is third as they come to the line. Gunrunner wins the Whitney.
Gunrunner became one of the best older horses in America, but before he did that, he had an adventurous journey in the Whitney that also included a thrown shoe at one point during the race, and now he is off at stud as one of the best sires in the world. One of many great horses to conquer the Whitney over the years, Gunrunner.
Yeah, he ran spectacularly that day. I loved kind of the trajectory of Gunrunner. It's very similar to me to Magnitude, where he's always been good, and then it took a couple of years for him to become great.
It's so true. They really kind of match up in similar ways. And it's interesting, Magnitude, by not this time, one of the hottest young stallions around right now. And he's just really blossomed. He was one of those horses that coming into the Travers last year, you wondered, is the Iowa Derby a good enough prep race to take on the likes of Sovereignty last year? And he had that layoff at the start of 2025. But the patience that Steve Asmussen and his team have shown with him, and I think winning the Stephen Foster after the Dubai World Cup really cemented it as well.
And that's the thing, those back-to-back wins, nobody has come close to what he just did in those back-to-back wins. The Dubai World Cup, as you mentioned, that was over Forever Young, who we're going to see back here in the States. Looking forward to seeing him at the new Belmont in the fall. and then he comes back. Sometimes you're concerned about the regressing, but as Acacia pointed out, Michelle, then he comes through with the effort in the Stephen Foster, beating some of his main rivals today. He is at the top of the handicap division. You can't question it after these last 2 wins.
Yeah, he certainly is. I mean, he deserves to be a high weight, and I feel like this is his chance to really separate himself from the rest of the group, or to say maybe this group is a little bit more evenly matched than we thought.
Well, and his tractability is a big thing as well, Acacia. Not like he's ever going to come from way out of it, but he is right next to Nitrogen. You think the filly's going to go. Obviously, Jose Ortiz knows Nitrogen very well, but he can sit. If he has to sit off Nitrogen, they will.
Yeah, and she can sit as well. She is a horse that doesn't always need the lead. She was able to wire things last time out, but that's not typically her type of running style. I would imagine they're going to try to send with Magnitude, given that he's drawn the rail. Unless something happens, and this is horse racing, anything can happen from the break at the start, whatever might take place. And then Jose Ortiz, I'm sure, has a lot of different game plans from then on. But I would imagine the game plan will be to initially come out running.
Not to be missed. Later today, what a race. It is the Grade 1 Whitney, truly the best race of the year so far, and thoroughbred racing. Back to the undercard. The field assembled in the paddock for race number 4, and that's where we find Megan Burgess.
The horse currently taking favoritism. I guess it's a We Love Todd Pletcher day. It should be. Everybody loves Todd as he looks for, again, an elusive victory. However, the number 8, Lovely Christina, is in a turf route, and she's actually trying turf for the very first time today. She's had some dirt credentials. She's ran well amongst them, and she's one, when looking at her as a 2-year-old, while she does have the pedigree support to obviously take to the green stuff, I always thought of her a bit more as a sprinter, and it's not as if she's really gone on and given me any other impression. So she is going to route second off of the layoff. And as far as that turf pedigree, you know, she's one that has the support. Her dam was actually 7 for 17 on the grass. Of the 5 siblings, multiple graded stakes winner, I should say, her dam. And of the 5 siblings, none of them have won on the grass. She does give me an indication she will, just looking at her physically, take to it. But I thought there were some more viable options at better prices. I took the wait and see approach with your current favorite. As far as number 4, Hanover Heart, for trainer Chad Brown, another horse that's taking to the turf for the very first time. I love her on this surface. She is a leggy individual. I honestly think this distance she'll want even more from. She's got a lot of size and scope to support her, and given her pedigree, her dam was a maiden, did start just a single time on the grass. Her second dam actually was champion Serena Song, who was second in the historic Whitney by a neck, one of the more recent fillies and mares in our history to tackle on the boys. But I just really loved what I saw from her. She's kind of got that slider frame to her, very light and refined, but gives me every indication, Todd, she's going to take to the surface and handle herself just fine.
Thank you, Megan. A call for riders up here in race number 4 as they're leaving the paddock. Acacia, you know Horacio De Paz very well, and just as someone who watches racing on this circuit, he's a dependable trainer for me. It's not always like he's going to compete for training titles, but he's kind of taken it to a different level at this Saratoga meeting.
He really has, and in particular with 2-year-olds. He's had some really impressive debut runners, including just Howard's Hope the other day. Horses that have been ready to roll at first asking, and at big prices too. We typically did not see Horacio firing with 2-year-olds, and that's been kind of the new business plan with him this summer. He's always been a good trainer. For those of us that are in New York year-round, you always look at Horacio's horses a little bit closer, in particular on the turf for turf sprinters. But I think with 2-year-olds, that's where we really have seen the big change this summer.
And Horacio De Paz with a big chance in here, and the 5, Carmencita, coming out of the Belmont Oaks last time out. Up on the board at 3-1, almost fine for favoritism, but you have 3 horses that were within a half a click of each other on the tote board. Here's your current favorite. That is the 8 at odds of 5-2, Lovely Christina, as we've established. Todd Pletcher looking for that elusive 6,000th career win. It's weird to say, you concentrate on one win. There were 5,999 before then that we weren't watching that closely.
I'm telling you, the pressure to have these milestone wins is insane, and it feels like it will never come. It's going to come on like a Wednesday at Aqueduct, right? Like that's when they come.
Well, my husband was close to 100
and he got there quick, by the way.
And but when he got to 99, it was like a string of seconds, and we were on the Naira circuit, and I said it's going to happen at Finger Lakes. Lo and behold, happened at Finger Lakes.
Did they have a sign waiting though?
They did not.
Field coming out onto the track for race number 4 here at Saratoga. Our post parade brought to you by the new Belmont Park. The return to racing happens September 18th. You can get all the details at newbelmont.com. Our post parade after the scratch of the 1 Consumer Sentiment starts with the 2 Lady River Lily.
Big price on this one. She was where you wanted to be on the turf forward last time. See if she can turn things around.
Mermaid, will she be part of my world?
I don't know. She's acting up just a little bit right now here, coming off a okay effort last time out, picked up off the claim, a step up in class.
Hand over heart, going onto the grass for the first time. Here's the aforementioned Carmencita.
She makes a very nice appearance here. She was running in Group 1s down in Argentina. She didn't fare as well in a Grade 1 stateside.
Manny Franco aboard Scratch It.
She had to check back pretty hard on the first turn last time out. Is coming out of a stakes try.
Sail with the Wind has the best form. Back-to-back wins coming in.
It certainly does. She is stepping up, though, and has been facing State Breds, gets open company here.
Here's our favorite, Lovely Christina.
I have been waiting to see her get on the turf, but I'm with Meg. I do think the distance is a question for her.
And our final horse in the post parade, popular on this Whitney day, 2 martinis.
Make it 3.
Have one for me.
First time versus winners for this filly who did break her maiden in a field of only 3. So I still feel like there's some questions.
That is your live post parade. The field coming out onto the track for race number 4. Eventually they are going to step on the turf and move into the starting gate here. Who are you looking at, Michelle Yu?
I liked the 8, who's the favorite, but I also like the 6, Scratch It, for Brad Cox. Was it allowance winner 2 back over at Indy? I like that Indy turf form. I feel like it translates really well to a multitude of tracks. So if you have a horse that goes there and runs good, you can generally find another spot for it. It was also her only try that wasn't a stakes effort. And she's had a couple of good, races in Southern California. She had a good race here as a 2-year-old. So I feel like she's not completely out of the realm of possibility in here. And you're getting a good price from very good connections.
Carmencita, one of our betting favorites in here, and Acacia. She has not won, though, since San Isidro down in Argentina. That was July of 2025. Why do you think Carmencita can win today?
Well, she's getting some class relief, and she is also cutting back in distance a little bit. She tried the Grade 1 Belmont Oaks, which, as we've talked about quite a bit with this race, it was a little bit of an oddly run race with Kensington Lane rushing up to take the lead and being able to wire the field. Saw Faithful Departed come back yesterday in the Saratoga Oaks and was just beaten. She finished 2nd, but she did run very well. Fitzwright finishing 3rd. So she's facing some very good company. I think that the class relief will help. She didn't have the smoothest of trips last time in the Belmont Oaks, and I like a touch less ground for her, for a trainer, as we've talked about, that has had a tremendous meet.
Well, a horse we were talking about in the post parade, who, if you just look down at the form, has the best form coming in. Back-to-back wins that Sail with the Wind. But Acacia, it was New York bred company. Do you have any doubts as this horse moves to open company today?
Yes, absolutely, because those races are restricted, and sometimes you're going to be facing just much better foes when you come into open company. But she's been in great form. She did win coming back off of the layoff last time out, beating Nona Lynn, who would come back to win in her next start. And it was a very impressive victory for Jeremiah Engelhart. But that 88 Beyer speed figure does stick out a bit. And so there is always the question, can she repeat that? And can she repeat that now against open company?
Michelle, do you have any concerns about moving out of New York bred company for Sail with the Wind? Always?
Anytime you leave state bred company for open, I feel like it's a huge question mark, especially for a horse like this who is pretty much exclusively run against state bred company. That's a big restriction. Now, for her, she came off the layoff. She was able to back up the win. Mentally, she just might be very proud of herself. Look at her here. She's carrying herself with a ton of confidence right now. She doesn't know she's facing open company, right? So she's going to go into this thinking, I'm the big boss mama.
I love that phrase, big boss mama. I was just trying to think of it.
That's what I'm going to start to call Acacia from now on.
Megan Burgess, how is Sail with the, you've been watching the field to warm up. How does Sail with the Wind look?
Well, as far as number 7 is concerned, who's currently taking favoritism tepid, I should say, with multiple horses vying for it. I agree with Acacia as far as that race kind of sticking out a bit, and gleaning from Maggie Wolfendale's comments about this filly, or I should say 6-year-old mare, off of the layoff last time out. She was kind of softer around the edges, maybe needed the start. And looking at her today, she's one that I do find was the beneficiary, but she's also incredibly burly and robust. So as a 6-year-old, that's just her. It was very encouraging to see her be able to win one of her career best performances off of the layoff. Nona Lynn ran an 81 by her speed figure, which to me, judging from that, while Nona Lynn ran really well, just as far as the flat figure, that 88 seems a little higher now. Just kind of seeing how Nona Lynn did come back to win that allowance optional claiming race in strong fashion for trainer Chad Brown. She's one of the horses to beat in here. She's going to have that handy tactical trip, and I did like what I saw from her physically second off as a more fit version of herself. As far as the number 5, who I went to, Carmen Sita for Horacio De Paz, you forgive her for the jump up in class. She's dropping down to a reasonable level. And back on June the 6th, where the rails were at 0 that day, she was able to save ground on the inside in behind horses, and she did finish on with Run. She just found herself too far back. There were 3 next out winners from that race, including Eponine, who came back to win with an 86 by her speed figure. And in the paddock, I was actually there on June the 6th, and I thought coming off of the layoff, she was going to need a start. And she did. She looks way more fit for the task today. You can kind of see her. She's getting a little hot there. It is a very warm, kind of humid day. But I really liked from I saw from her. Hopefully, though, this pace, it looks like the number 8's going to control here. I hope, and I really do hope that Ricardo Santana Jr., who is an aggressive rider, can get her handier and more involved in a good tactical position, Todd.
Thank you, Megan. Did we mention that trainer Todd Pletcher is on the cusp? Yeah, I know. He's literally mouthing to us, could you please stop? Please stop. He sits at 5,999 career wins, but if the 8, Lovely Christina, can step on the turf for the first time, handle it, and beat this field, he will get to that elusive 6,000th win.
Do we think she's the favorite or the co-favorite because everyone's waiting for Todd to win, or?
Well, actually, I go back to what Acacia said. I'm looking forward to this horse being on the turf, you know? As far as the race shape, though, is it going to be a fast early pace?
Oh, yeah. Yes. I think it actually sets up really nicely for Carmen Sita, who wants to have some legitimate pace to run at.
I think they're going to send Mermaid. They're going to send Lady River Lily.
I hope they're going to send Mermaid, because the way she was acting, there's not going to be holding her back.
Like that. She's always like that.
Phil loading quickly. Todd Pletcher trying to get to 6,000 career wins with the 8, Lovely Christina. Here's Frank Miramati.
Carmen Sita just went in. And 2 martinis to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. It was an even start. Lady River Lily, Mermaid is rushed up. Those 2 sprint clear. And Lovely Christina comes away in 3rd. Here's Scratch It moving through along the inside of Sail with the Wind. Those 2 are right together. And 2 martinis on the extreme outside as they round the clubhouse turn. At the back of the field now are Carmen Sita and Hand Over Heart is the trailer, and a little bit keen too, but there's good pace up top between Lady River Lily, who leads the way by a length over Mermaid. That quarter went in 22 3/5 seconds. They are moving right along, and because of that, there's an 8-length gap back to Lovely Christina, who is running in 3rd. Another length and a half. Manny Franco takes a tight hold of Scratch It. 3/4 of a length in front of 2 martinis. Outside of them, Sail with the Wind is moving into contention, followed by Carmen Sita and Hand Over Heart. Lady River Lily's half was 46-4, rounding the far turn. It's a 2-length lead over Mermaid as the others start to close the gap now. On the inside, Scratch It making steady headway, Lovely Christina, and outside of them, Sail with the Wind and Junior Alvarado with work to do, 5 lengths off the pace. Hand Over Heart is starting to get going. Will be caught wide in the green, but Hand Over Heart is moving along with Sail with the Wind. They're at the top of the stretch, and now Scratch It comes to Mermaid and takes the lead. 3 lengths clear of Carmen Sita. On the outside, Sail with the Wind just keeps on coming, grinding away. Sail with the Wind, 1 from the outside, and Hand Over Heart are coming after this front runner. They're head and head for the wire. Sail with the Wind or Hand Over Heart. Sail with the Wind and Hand Over Heart in a very tight photo. In behind them, it was Scratch It and Carmen Sita.
What a finish here in the fourth at Saratoga. You heard of the call of Frank Miramotti. He's got those binoculars right on the line. He said, this is just a very tight photo. Let's watch it again. Just to the inside is the 7 Sail with the Wind, but the 4 Hand Over Heart will not go away.
That was a really great finish right there. And the 6 looked valiant for a little bit as well. I wasn't quite sure that we were going to see Hand Over Heart get up and Sail with the Wind in between horses. So game. Big Boss Mama indeed.
The crowd reacting as they show the replay in-house on the wire.
Could this be a heater?
Let's watch it one more time here. What do you think, Acacia? You've seen this finish quite often on this turf course. Who has the advantage?
I think the 4 Hand Over Heart got the best of the bob, but I don't know if she really got her nose down in time. It was a huge effort from both of these horses. The 7 Sail with the Wind, she's been in amazing form, and the 4 Hand Over Heart, she actually checked back really sharply early on and then made this huge slingshot move on the outside, and then it almost seemed, Michelle, like it was a little bit stops and starts. She was like, okay, I'm going, and she really kicked on there at the end. Great performance from the top 2 finishers.
New York breds, respect them. The 7 Sail with the Wind, the New York bred trying to make it 3 wins in a row. The crowd reacting. Dead heat. Dead heat.
Wow.
They can't separate them on the wire. It's
that
the 4
fast for a dead heat.
For a dead heat, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's a new trend in our sport. These type of photos usually take days, but they come up with a dead heat. Cannot separate the 4 Hand Over Heart, who went off at 7-2. Our post-time favorite was the 7 Sail with the Wind at 5-2. Finishing third was the 6 Scratch It at 6-1, and finishing fourth was the 5 Carboncita at 3-1. So the win streak remains with Sail with the Wind, but she is going to share the winner's circle with the 4 Hand Over Heart.
How about this? She's had 3 in a row with 3 different riders.
Yeah, it's been pretty amazing. Junior Alvarado aboard this time, and that's one of the beauties about being a New York bred. She won her first level allowance, then her second level allowance last time. Now she gets to go to a first level allowance open, so she goes to the 2 other than next time out, but she's zipping through these conditions.
And Hand Over Heart, they learned a lot about her today. She can handle 2 turns. She can handle the turf. And as a 3-year-old filly stepping up against a 6-year-old mare like that and not backing down, they got to look forward to the fall with Hand Over Heart.
Yeah, I would certainly think so. After multiple graded stakes winner Made You Look, it was very good on turf. For Vinny Viola's St. Elias stable, of course, he has deterministic waiting, and in a couple of weeks, we'll see Golden Tempo back in action in the Travers.
Waiting for this race to go official, and they're going to get carpal tunnel syndrome typing out these prices. There's going to be a couple of exactas, couple of tries, lots of win prices, but what a race. I have to say, we're just getting started, and this has been phenomenal. I mean, the races have been dramatic. It's been safe racing. It's awesome, and the best is yet to come for the Whitney. Unfortunately, Big Boss Mama, are you leaving me? What's going on?
I'm leaving now.
Okay.
I'm going to the paddock. I'm going to follow Meg.
I'm leaving too.
You got to go too?
You're leaving too? Both mamas out of here.
The phrase today is can't stop, won't stop. They are going to be everywhere today. Acacia, Michelle, thank you very much. They will be part of our team coverage as we count down to the Whitney itself. Race number 12 on the card. Can Sovereignty turn his form around? The Kentucky Derby winner from a year ago has not had the career since that everyone expected going into his 4-year-old season. Maybe that changes for the Whitney and trainer Bill Mott. We'll be back.
Whether it's competing on racing's biggest stages or in the sales ring, there's only one name to remember. Legion Bloodstock.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. And as remarkable of a Saturday as you'll ever see on our shows, it is Whitney Day here at Saratoga. And looking to the winner's circle for race number 4, the Whitney's still way ahead. Race 12 on the card, scheduled to go off at about 6:33 local time. Yes, you can't miss that race, but you should also be staying with us on all these races on the undercard. We've had fantastic finishes, none more close than what we saw here in race number 4 at Saratoga. A dead heat. The 4, Hand Over Heart, appears to just catch the 7, Sail with the Wind on the wire to create the dead heat. So 2 winner's circle pictures in here, but we start with the connections of Sail with the Wind, Megan Burgess with the winning trainer.
And we're going to kind of situate ourselves, Todd, and come over a little bit. We've got a very happy winner's circle here with Jeremiah Englehart and all of his family, his kiddos. We took 2 photos. It was a kind of a chaotic one, but a dead heat and a very fun race. Sail with the Wind. Jeremiah came up one of her career best performances last time out, and as Acacia alluded to, she is sailing through her conditions.
Yeah, as she's gotten older, she's gotten better. She's really, this year when she came in off her break, she's been moving forward even from last year, and kind of thought that last race was sneaky good, how she kind of distanced herself from the rest of the field. Chad's filly came back to win up here, which kind of complimented her. And this is obviously going against open company. We had to step up a little bit, but she did. So
is there a plan next for her?
Hopefully, if she comes out of this race well, we'll try the Yaddo towards the end of the month. It's going to be quick back, but I wanted to try to give her a chance. It's always one of my favorite races, like the first stake race I ever ran in up here. So it's always one that I won it once. I like to try to do it again.
All right, I got to get up with the kiddos. We've got Team Sovereignty badges over here, guys. It's a big day. Who do we like? Or should I even say? I shouldn't even ask.
Sovereignty.
Why do you like Sovereignty?
Because I watched him in the Derby and I just liked him.
He's pretty awesome, as we have a whole cheer squad for the Horse of the Year Kentucky Derby winner Sovereignty later on today, Todd.
Everybody's celebrating Whitney Day, and a lot to celebrate with the great racing we've seen thus far. Dead heat for the win in race number 4. Congratulations to all the connections. Hand Over Heart, as mentioned, owned by St. Elias Stable, trained by Chad Brown, Dylan Davis aboard, and then the New York bred, owned by Bonaventure Stables, trained by Jeremiah Englehart, Junior Alvarado aboard, and there is the photo finish. And as we said, the most remarkable thing about it, it did not take a day and a half. We got to see it within about 3 minutes time. Well done to the photo to finish department here at NYRA. All right, so we have Michelle and Acacia stepping out, but joining me now, Andy Serling and a 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca. I'll share this conversation behind the scenes. I hope Andy doesn't mind. Earlier this week, I said, Andy, looking at the Whitney, what does it mean, to Sovereignty going forward? What does it mean to Baeza going forward? And Andy just looked at me and he goes, it's the Whitney, man. And, it brought into focus. We're always thinking ahead. What does this mean for the Breeders' Cup Classic? You win the Whitney, it is a resume maker. Winning today means something for your entire career.
The Breeders' Cup Classic is a Johnny-come-lately relative of the Whitney. The Whitney has been maybe as important a stake race for older horses going long in this country for many, many years. If you don't believe me, just go look on the website or Wikipedia and look and see who the winners have been. My first was Ancient Title, the California bred, the superstar California bred in 1975. We've seen so many great races, but I'm going to tell you, I've been around a long, long time. This is the best Whitney I've ever seen.
Yeah, Simon, when you look at it, Paul, we have some of these races where, I look at the big cap out in California. Year to year, you question what you might get. The Whitney never loses its luster. You look over that list of winners that Andy talked about, it's impressive. And this year's field is worthy of that. If there was something above grade 1, like grade 1 plus, that's today's Whitney.
Yeah, I think Andy makes a good point. I don't think you're going to get this kind of field. We hope that we get this kind of field in the Breeders' Cup Classic. But what kind of race are you going to get when you have the best older horse right now in America in magnitude, the best older female horse in America in nitrogen, last year's Horse of the Year in Sovereignty, the best horse not to get out of the gate in Baeza, and the Breeders' Cup Classic winner of 2024 in White Barrio. It's just insane, this race. And Antiquarian, the Jockey Club Club winner, has got a shot too. So just a phenomenal race. You can go on and on how great this race is going to be.
Paulie, man, summed it up. The best horse not to get out of the gate, Baeza. But I have to say, if I got a nickel for every time someone's come up this week and said if Baeza gets out of the gate, he wins, I could retire. Everybody just feels it's all about the start for Baeza and he wins. I don't necessarily agree with that.
Well, I think anybody that reduces a race to simplicity, especially a race like this, is missing the point. And I pick Baeza, and it just makes me feel like I'm a sucker among other players in there. Obviously, if he gets out of the gate, he's likely to be tough in this race. He has run exceptionally well. But first of all, forgetting about that, it is a massive if.
Right. Like, why is he going to do it today if he hasn't done it previously?
But the one thing I will give Baeza, sometimes when these horses don't break out of the gate, every once in a while they make up a ton of ground. This is twice. And he's made up a ton of ground where he's passed Sovereignty, and then he challenged Magnitude, who, I get it, broke through the gate, but had it his own way on the front end. He's very, very talented. And listen, we talked about divine intervention yesterday. Previous trainer, John Sheriff's, just got in the Hall of Fame, inducted yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, that speech by Dottie Sheriffs where she had the hat that she threw out to the crowd. There is just something about the karma that is around in this Hall of Fame week, and especially around horses like Baeza. And we kind of forget, because it was the Pennsylvania Derby, their 3-year-old season. Baeza has conquered our favorite today, Magnitude, and ultimately Magnitude is going to be the favorite here, right?
Yeah, he's going to be the favorite. He should be the favorite because he's been running great lately. I think Magnitude was sort of working up to becoming the horse that he has become, and it's no surprise with Steve Asmussen. We saw it with Gunrunner. I mean, if you look at Gunrunner's PPs in the Triple Crown race leading up to it, you'd think this can't be the same horse that we saw as a 4-year-old. He started showing that he was the real Gunrunner when they were aggressive with him in the Stephen Foster, the Clark, the end of the year.
Yeah.
A race that Magnitude won. Magnitude's the big dog right now. I don't care what he says. They have him to beat.
You know, I think Steve, his best Derby horse was probably Epicenter, right? It had almost a shot at the top of the lane. But it seems like his horses that kind of missed the Derby have been his better horses. I know Gunrunner ran in the Derby, but kind of an also ran, but then he turned into an unbelievable racehorse. Kind of like with Magnitude, kind of grown up a little bit. He was kind of a horse that needed the lead. I don't think he kind of needs the lead anymore. He's ultra talented. You know, you walk around this racetrack, I see more people are turning towards Sovereignty. I haven't heard one person say I like Nitrogen, which is very interesting.
Yeah, no, Nitrogen might be an inflated price in there. The filly taking on the boys. As Paulie mentioned, talking about the Kentucky Derby, we have last year's Kentucky Derby winner in the Whitney. What about this year's Kentucky Derby winner, Golden Tempo, thinking of the DraftKings Travers? We'll have more on Saratoga Live right after this.
Perennial leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of a $325,000 2-year-old colt in 2026, and the leading New York sire of stakes horses again, including Hot Currency.
Hot Currency up by 5 widening lengths, approaching that final furlong. No catching a geared down, dominant winner of the 4-star Crook. Give it to Hot Currency.
Central Banker, standing for $7,500 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
This is what you get when all your wishes come true.
Cody's Wish right alongside, down to the wire. Cody's Wish.
The Horse of the Year Trophy. Cody's Wishes Horse of the Year Trophy. Start the quest for your award.
Cody's Wish has rocketed past. Cody's Wish is drawing away. Cody's Wish.
His first yearlings are selling now.
Today on Fox Saratoga Saturday, one of the best female horses in the nation.
Nitrogen trounces them by more than 10 lengths.
Champion filly Nitrogen takes on the Foys in the Whitney, facing Kentucky Derby, Belmont Stakes, and Travers winning Sovereignty, White Avario, and Magnitude in a star-studded field. The 99th running of the Whitney, a win and urine challenge for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Fox Saratoga Saturday, presented by Oceana Cruises. Join us today, 5 Eastern on Fox.
as they arrive into the final furlong. O'Sally is also gaining ground on the far outside as they come to the last 16th of a mile. Denon Bourbon in front. O'Sally a huge long shot. Renegade and Golden Tempo are closing too. Here's Golden Tempo. Golden Tempo and Cherie DeVaux make history.
Golden Tempo, Renegade, Commandment on the outside. Golden Tempo from last to first has to fend off Commandment in the final strides. Golden Tempo pulls away late. Golden Tempo has won the Belmont Stakes.
Golden Tempo shocked the sporting world and the Kentucky Derby, but then showed it was no fluke by coming back to win the Belmont Stakes right here at Saratoga. He is the clear leader of the 3-year-old division, and we are looking forward to possibly seeing him in the DraftKings Travers. He was always bred for greatness as the son of Curlin. For more on that, Megan Burgess.
Thrilled to be here with Team Hillendale Farm out of Lapa, and that's Jess Sakura, Director of Bloodstock for Hillendale. It's an exciting week. We obviously just saw the Kentucky Derby winner sired by Curlin, but across the street, fireworks ensuing next week. How excited are you for the Saratoga Select Sale coming up?
You know, we're really excited. I think we have a very good group this year. Speaking of Curlin, we have 2, a colt and a filly, which I think are showing very nice so far. So we're excited to get the ball rolling, get started here with the first huge sale of the season.
You were raised in this game. You were learned from your father, who has run Hillendale. What have you learned from him, and now being able to navigate with Curlin, being able to carry on the legacy as you embark on a new chapter?
You know what? Learning from my dad's been a huge honor. I mean, me and my brothers took individual paths to kind of come back to the horse business, so now really getting back into it and getting to learn from somebody who's so experienced has really been so educational for us all, and to be under the tutelage of a great horseman and be able to work with a great sire like Curlin my first couple of years, it's just been a blessing and really a lot to learn from something like that.
Curlin's been the landmark for your family, but is there some new exciting stallion prospects? There's just some news announced today what could be joining your stallion roster.
Yeah, so we're going to stand Brant, who was at the time an OBS record breaker, I believe, for the 2-year-old sales. He's a son of Gun Runner, a Grade 1 winner at 2, placed in the Breeders' Cup, so he's going to join the roster next year, and we're really excited about that. So we're getting going with a new candidate next year.
Do you have a Whitney pick, quickly?
Nitrogen. You gotta love to see the girls beat the boys.
We'll try to do it today. A special filly indeed, Todd, and a special week ahead for Hillendale and a very exciting sale.
Paulie, it just happened. Someone mentioned Nitrogen.
I know, right? Somebody just came by and said the Mets have won 4 in a row. That's a rarity. I think it's the first time this year, and they've won them on the road too.
And they're only down 15 below 500. So
I'm just trying to.
I would say break them up, but they already are.
You know what's crazy? My first manager that gave me my opportunity was Jim Tracy.
Really?
His son Chad Tracy. The Red Sox cannot lose.
I mean, it looks like they're going to get one of the 2 wild card spots. I don't know that they can close the gap in the division because there's 2 really good teams ahead of them.
They're a half game behind the Yankees.
So, again, how does Tampa keep doing it is what I don't understand. And everyone takes their prospects.
With a different ownership group, and they're still doing the same thing.
All right, back to horse racing. Race number 5 coming up, 7 furlong allowance event for 3-year-olds and upward. I thought a big scratch out of here. A horse with a chance, the 3, Agoo. The 5, Princip is out. The field that we're left with here, Andy, when you look at the tote board, what's standing out to you?
Well, I mean, I prefer Pretty Boy Maya in this race, who I think is the horse to beat. I was a little interested in Rock Music, the 2, thinking he'd be a much better price, but I guess when Irad Ortiz rides a horse, he's always a point or 2 below where they probably should be. I was interested in 6 and 2.
Paulie, man, do you like rock music?
Oh, I love rock music. You know, not many times you see in the comment line, buckle, break, and this horse. I went back and looked. Yeah, it was kind of a stumble on a sloppy racetrack, a little bit of a bobble, and didn't break. But this horse has got gate issues. Of the 4 starts, hasn't got out of the gate in all 4.
Let's go back to the horse that Andy was pointing us towards, our current favorite at 2-1. That is the 6, Pretty Boy Maya. Big turn back in distance, having gone 1 1/8 last time out. But we're going to take a look back to April. And this horse comes back around 1 turn and was a winner on this day.
Yeah, easily anyway. He was a perfect trip winner on yesterday's card. Last time out, going 1 1/8, he chased outside in a track where inside speed was extremely strong. He did well in that race. I think that Jeremiah Englehart is just decided, he tried the Preakness, took a shot, can't knock him for that, and obviously it didn't work out, but he's a much better horse than that. He probably thought, let me give another chance, to see if he can go long. He ran a credible race. He ran actually well enough to win a lot of races, but not good enough. So he's cutting him back. It makes sense. I just thought he set a good trip. There is some speed. He can sit right behind them. I thought he was a very logical horse. The public agrees.
Megan, you've been keeping a close eye on the 6, Pretty Boy Maya. What are you seeing?
Agree with Andy as far as the cutback candidate of the entire card. That is the number 6, Pretty Boy Maya, who is one that I've always questioned going longer. I was curious as to perhaps why they continue to stretch him out, because when you look at this horse, he is kind of a quintessential sprinter. He's shorter coupled. He's kind of got a more petite frame to him. He just does not look like a horse to me that wants to go those extended route distances that he was trying to pursue in much deeper waters. Looking at him today, I'm very enticed by how well he ran going 1 1/8 miles last time out. He got blinkers on when he broke the maiden all the way back in March. I think that's also helped him kind of get him together and be able to stay to task. But he is the picture of a horse that will benefit from cutting back in distance. Todd?
Well, the betting public agrees, as we said, holding steady as your favorite here at 2-1. Number 16, who are you looking at in here?
Well, I landed on the 8. Andy and I kind of similar in here. He's 6'2", I'm kind of 8'6", and the reason why, if you look at a lot of these races, 7 furlongs, and especially the Wilton Chute, horses that have cut back in distance have been lethal. We saw San Siro win in race 3, cutting back in distance, and I thought the 6 and 8 would be tough in here. I just landed on the 8. They come basically out of the same race. Obviously, the 6 completely outran the 8 fact on that day, but maybe the outside draw and blinkers coming off. My one worry with the 8, this horse has been favored 6 times out of the 8 career starts, so where does it land today? You're probably going to get a decent price.
Trainer Will Walden sending out Fact, but later today in the 4-star Dave, he'll send out Rhetorical from the rail, who will probably control that race in the early stages. A rematch out of the Manhattan, Deterministic getting the win that day. Rhetorical fading to 4th, but you would think coming back to a mile, maybe a little bit more of an advantage for Rhetorical. Not that Deterministic can't handle the distance, he clearly can, but this might be the preferred distance for Rhetorical, right?
I would think so, right? I mean, Mibago probably goes to the front end. I think Rhetorical has got to probably sit. Deterministic is going to be running us out. I think the jockey's tactics are going to be key today in the 4-star day.
Yeah, I don't think it's a preferred distance for
I do it. When you didn't look at me and I said that, I'm like, I'm in trouble. Andy's coming after me.
I just think it's one of the distances he's eligible to run well in it. He frankly didn't run that well when he ran at Keeneland in a mile. Maybe he needed the race off the layoff. I think he's a hard horse to read, Rhetorical, because His win in the Turf Classic is a phonied up big figure race because he was sort of waltzing along on the front end against an overmatched field. While he's talented, he's never really run a race that fast. Last time out, I mean, what was his excuse last time? Deterministic sat in his flank and he just buried him. And the race before that, he ran okay, but he lost to Zulu Kingdom, who, frankly, I'm not a huge fan of. I'm all about Capitol Hill in this race.
Really?
I think anybody who's a trip handicapper that watched the last race is going to be betting on Capitol Hill, who arguably ran the best race of anybody last time out in the Kelso, because he was 3-4 wide around the track. All the running in that race was done down the inside by both Bibago, as well as the horse who deaded Hedam, Zulu Kingdom, was on the rail before angling out. This horse was closing into no pace, out in the middle of the racetrack. It's a smaller field. There's no reason he can't get back onto the rail, probably sitting in last, and make his run. I am all about Capitol Hill. I think is an improving horse that I don't think you can really tell unless you watch his races for trainer Bill Mott.
Andy Serling looking at an upset possibility in the 4-star Dave with the 6, Capitol Hill. That'll be race number 10 on the card. A live look at the field, leaving the paddock here for race number 5. As far as upset possibilities in here, I mean, you could throw a pari-mutuel blanket over this field from 2-1 to 10-1, covers the entire field. Our post parade for race number 5 is brought to you by the new Belmont Park. Racing returns to the reimagined Belmont Park on September 18th. If you want to know more about what to expect, visit newbelmont.com, and we can expect Forever Young. Speaking, I mean, if we have a great Whitney today, keep a lot of this field intact, then show up at Belmont with Forever Young added, it is going to be a remarkable start to the new era at Belmont Park. But first things first, The outstanding Whitney ahead later today on the card, race number 12. Let's meet our field for race number 5, starting with the 1, Unbroken Chain.
Well, I have an affinity for horses named after Grateful Dead songs, and this horse should be forward. Just don't think he's good enough.
Rock Music is next, so good tie-in there.
Yeah, horse that needs to get out of the gate. It obviously is very talented. Linda claimed this horse for $100,000 3 starts back.
Scratch the 3 of Goo. Might affect the pace a little bit, make it a little bit easier up front. Here's the 4, Private Desire.
Yeah, Tom Morley and Jaime Rodriguez, the son of Constitution.
Princip is scratched. The 6 is Pretty Boy Maya.
If he runs his last race, he's way the horse to beat.
Andy, when you look at Tagermean, he was favored over Englishman 3 starts ago. He's a pretty fast horse in his own right, Tagermean.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan. He finally did put it together in his first start as a 3-year-old. Baby's improving, and he is the outside of the speeds.
And then finally, the 8, Fact.
Yeah, this one for Will Walden. Blinkers come off out of the mile and 8th race for OXO Equine. The guy in the Yankee hat that led this horse out. Don Chatlos of Singletary fame. He also runs the OXO Equine.
Nice insight there, Paulie Man. Doing some good homework. I like it. We are 4 minutes away. That was the live post parade here for race number 5. Taking a look at the 7, Tagermean. I'm kind of getting buried here by Serling LaDuca. You got to help me out. He didn't buy my whole thing about rhetorical at a mile, and he wasn't buying Tagermean. Oh, this is a horse that was setting the pace against Englishman, who's the best 3-year-old sprinter out there.
It's actually an interesting situation because these connections, Tagermean Racing, were new to the game last year, and they bought a lot of horses for a lot of money and had just no success at all last year, especially considering what they spent. They paid $700,000 for a couple of Galilinians or whatever. Didn't pan out. Now, this one obviously has a much bigger pedigree. He ran okay last year, and he did meet some good horses, no doubt. Commandment, Englishman, Ted Nafi. But he didn't get it done at short prices. He did last time. It was the slop. It's Steve Asmussen. He draws well towards the outside of the speeds. So I won't be surprised when he wins. I just kind of want to see it again in a fast track, given his form last year.
Well, let me ask you, Paulie, is his best way to the winner's circle to get the lead in here, or do you think he's going to sit, as Andy might suggest?
I think he's going to sit. I think the 4 is the only way to go for Tom Morley, or the 1 Unbroken
The 1 and 4
Chain.
both have to go, don't they?
Go.
The 4 Private Desire rode a gold rail last time, and I think it makes him look better than he is, and still not good enough to win, Paulie.
The 7, the 7 is a tricky horse because you do see Commandment, Englishman, Ted Nafi, and he had the lead almost in all those races, and he finished okay. It's really hard because his 3-year-old debut, like Andy said, it's over the slop, and you just don't know if he's going to improve more off of that race. Wouldn't you want a little bit more than 3 to 1, Todd?
Yeah, I agree with that. As much as I think I can make a case for that horse, that price, not so much. And out on the track apron, so many fans trying to look out and watch the warm-up here. Look down at the program. Also have their stuffed pony with them, their lucky pony in the backpack. I used to do that many times. 2 minutes away. If I weren't working, I'd be doing that right now. We are 2 minutes away from race number 5 here. I just didn't think this was a race where, I mean, someone's got to be the favorite, but is Pretty Boy Maya a good favorite at 9 to 5? Is that a fair price?
I don't, that's a good question that I can't really answer. I'm not going to do the math on it. I think he's the right favorite. I think he's the horse to beat. But listen, I agree with the board. It is a very competitive field. The 2, the 6, the 7, and 8 can all win this race, Paulie. I'm not sure that any of them are that significantly less likely. Maybe the Rock Music's supposed to be the biggest price of those, even though I think both you and I kind of like him a little bit.
Yeah, because he's the horse that if he conquers the gate, he's right there with these other horses. And he could have the most tactical pace in here.
Yeah, I mean,
I think the 8's going to need pace, right?
You look at the one time that I rode him, he broke fine in there, and other times, a couple of them, he got bounced out of the gate. I disagree. I don't think he's a gate issue horse. We'll see if Irad gets him out. If he goes up to 5 to 1, maybe I'll bet him and use him second to the number 6 in this race, Pretty Boy Maya in the exacta.
Rock Music claimed for $100,000 out of a maiden claimer down at Churchill Downs. I believe those were one of 2 $100,000 claims for Linda Rice and her clients out of there. But when you claim off of Brad Cox at any level, I just don't see a lot of horses improving or maybe even regressing a little bit. So I don't know what to think of that horse.
I think that's fair, but in this case, the horse has actually improved for Linda, so I've seen improvement from the horse. Horse's last race was very good.
And the 2 Rock Music sitting up on the board at an attractive price of 4-1, incredibly, as the 4th choice in here. Our favorite continues to be the 6, Pretty Boy Maya, hanging in there at 9-5. Tagermine is now coming down from 3-1 to 5-2. Tremendous betting race on this card. Ultimately, Paul LaDuca, who you going with here in race 5?
I landed on the 8 Fact. If you look at this horse's races, the best number, at least, was a 1-turn mile at Gulfstream Park. Ran a good second. And he broke his maiden on a 1-turn mile at Churchill. So he gets similar confines here, going 7 furlongs. And I think the cutback from mile 8 could be key.
I think he's very dangerous. I don't disagree with Paulie. My 3rd choice, but I'm not going to be surprised if he wins. I think if I were to look at the horses taking money, I would go against Tagermine. Not that I don't think he can win, but I think at 5-2, I'd rather bet on any of the 2, 6, and 8, Paulie.
I'm with you.
Not that I'm wildly against the 7. Maybe he's an improving horse for Steve, and he does draw well towards the outside, but I'd be inclined to go in a slightly different direction.
The field approaching the starting gate for race number 5 here at Saratoga. A reminder of the wagering menu you'll find through your Naira Bets account. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering, and then horizontally speaking, daily double, pick 3, and it does start another pick 5. As horizontal players, Paul, this is heaven on Whitney Day. Every time you look up, another pick 5 is starting.
Yeah, pick 4 started in the last race, pick 5 in this race, another pick 5 in race number 7. So if you can string together some races a little bit like Manny Franco did yesterday with some winners, you can have a nice day.
Yeah, Manny Franco coming up with his own pick 5 consecutive winners on the card yesterday. And this crowd, while we talked about many were trying to reserve their spots by running in to the picnic grove, waiting for the gates to open. They were there literally when the sun came up. They are filtering late as well. Those who didn't get up early are now trying to find spots around the grounds here at Saratoga. The track apron is filling up quickly here as we get to race number 5 on a 14-race card.
I just told people to find the picnic tables you put on eBay, Todd. So I think I appreciate that.
There's so many ways to make money.
Bankroll a little.
And let me just tell you something about that picnic grove.
Gotta do what you gotta do, Paulie.
I have to say, every 8 feet I was offered a free beer. Like, the fans here are awesome, and thank you for all the hospitality.
How made you drink? We're friends. Nobody's listening.
Before the show?
Well,
or after?
During, whatever.
HR's listening. Okay, we do have a technical issue where we cannot get to Frank Miramatti's mic, so we're going to talk you through the race as they break out of the starting gate. So I'm going to bring you guys into the conversation. We can talk about, hey, this surprises me, and Andy, you could maybe berate a jockey for his tactics in the middle of the race. It's great when you can do it on a replay, but it's better when you do it live, right? You don't want to do it live? Do it live!
I want Frank
to call it. We're going to do it live.
I want Frank to call it.
Oh, you're saved. We can go to Frank. Here's Frank Miramotti with the caller race. I would love that. Andy berating the jockeys live during the race.
Going in. And they're off, and Tagermine took a bad stumble, 1 jump out of the gate. Private Desire and Unbroken Chain are vying for the early lead. Rock Music is 3rd through the opening furlong. Then there's Pretty Boy Maya in 4th with 4 to make up. A gap of a half dozen back to Tagermine, who had that unfortunate beginning, and Fact trails. Down the back stretch, it's Unbroken Chain going at it with Private Desire. 2.5 more. Rock Music, the quarter in 22-2. Pretty Boy Maya and Ricardo Santana Jr. in 4th, a half dozen lengths. Back to Tagermine. Fact is hard-ridden, trying to mount a bid from behind. Rounding the turn, Private Desire just in front. At the rail, Unbroken Chain trying to cling to him, but is now 3/4 behind. Pretty Boy Maya's neck. Tagermine angling to the far outside with Fact even further out. Rock Music wide open at the top of the stretch with several chances. What a race Tagermine is running on the outside. They're coming past the 8th pole, and Tagermine is coming to look for the lead, and he is in front. Rock Music is in 2nd, followed by Fact. It is Tagermine, who was so much the best, it's not even fair. He wins by a half length over a very game Fact, then Rock Music 3rd, and Private Desire.
How did Tagermine pull off this win in race number 5? Andy, going back to the start, it was a disaster. He apparently was eliminated at the start, but yet he found a way to win.
Yeah, he was obviously much the best, Paulie. I mean, I've seen worse stumbles, but that was a pretty severe stumble. The race did fall apart, but Paulie, this horse was a week the best.
Yeah, a week the best. And he kind of, he was rolling so much that I was thinking, okay, he kind of pushed Manny Franco out with fact, and he had a ton of horse, and I kept telling myself, is he going to keep on going? And he just kept on going. What a horse race this was, 5-2. And sometimes you wonder, why did we pay $1.4 million? Well, this is the reason why.
Well, to be fair, this is a slow race. Not only they come home in 13-1, but if you compare this at 6.5 furlongs to Chad Brown's maiden winner in the first race, where 3 horses were relatively close, either all those horses may be stakes horses, or this was a very slow race.
Let's drone on about this race and watch where Tagermeen has to recover from that terrible start. Now gets to the outside. Paul, did they by accident here discover something about this horse? Will this be his new running style moving forward?
No, I just think he's a newly turned 3-year-old, and he ran against some monsters last year. A newly turned, 3-year-old, and he ran some monsters last year. Commandment, Englishman, some good horses. And you know what? The sloppy race was not bad last time out, and he franked it today. My goodness.
Get ready for the horses to come into your living room. A rail view at Tagermeen coming across the finish line. You know, Andy, you're talking about the final time, 7 furlongs, 1:23-2. There's an objection against the winner. The crowd has already broken out in boos because this is one of your favorites. And I'm not talking about what you drink, I'm talking about boo birds. What could this objection be? I haven't heard who's lodging it.
I'll tell you right now, the 8 was lapped onto the 7 for most of the turn. That would be my only thing. It's not even on the head-on, it's more on the turn.
I don't agree. I believe they're going to say he cut off Pretty Boy Maya right in there. I think that's what they're going to say. That's what I assume it is. I think Pretty Boy Maya at that point was packing it in, but to me it appears, at least to me, that it was for coming in perhaps and affecting Pretty Boy Maya. And keep in mind, you're not seeing another number on there.
Right.
So if it was an objection and it was the 8 against the 7, you'd see 7 and 8. And in this case, I'm guessing it involves Pretty Boy Maya. I don't know. You know, I don't really think Pretty Boy Maya seemed to have any horse at that point, and I'm not sure how badly he came over, but I could be wrong.
You're not also seeing 3 other letters, INQ. There was no inquiry launched. It's not as if the stewards watched this, saw that incident, said, you know what, we need to put up the inquiry here. This was kind of a late objection. So the stewards, it seemed like, were willing to move on, but there was one rider who was not willing to move on.
Well, I mean, jockeys are allowed to claim. The stewards had already seen it and didn't feel a reason to call an inquiry. In this case, the jockeys did. The green horse is the winner. The 6 is inside of him. Yeah, but he's going to come over right in here. Watch. And he did come over a little bit. I just feel like the 6 was finished at that point. He didn't steady, and he just backed up through the field. It is highly unlikely this horse comes down, and frankly, it would be a crime if this horse came down because he was so much the best.
Paul, you spent a good portion of your life questioning officials in baseball, strike zones, as it were. Do you like the drone angle to be used by the stewards in thoroughbred racing to go farther from the action to view it?
Yeah, I love it. I think you get a better view of it. But if you watch this, this is more of the 4 coming out a little bit and the 7 switching leads. So it's a little bit of both horses kind of causing a little bit of the 6, but there's just not enough there. 6 has got a hole right there, and it just didn't have enough to go through.
I tape the stewards review with the stewards every single week.
Great show.
And we show the stewards the drone view. And the interesting thing is there was an inquiry, I think a week or 2 ago, and both the pan and the head-on made it look like a horse was responsible.
Right, it's all the angle.
When you watched the drone, you saw a completely different story, and the drone is the truest shot. It's almost like you're getting a 3-dimensional view in that sense, because you're really seeing the action. And when you saw it on the drone, you realized it was somebody else that caused the problem, and it was very interesting. And I was even saying to them, does it feel possible if we didn't have a drone shot, there could have been a DQ, and they agreed. And so I think the drone shot, like you, Paulie, has really, really helped things along. And I also think the riders now have to be aware that what used to be blind spots are no longer blind spots, and you have to realize they're watching the entire picture.
Yeah, riders knew exactly where that point was and sometimes would take advantage of it, but you can't anymore. We can see from all angles here. Has this gone on a little bit longer than you thought?
I was going to say to you, don't worry about the timing and the staying up. The stewards have been taking a long time, and they're for inquiries that don't result in a DQ. It's not like it was years ago when a long time meant a DQ was coming.
And they have made a decision, no change in here. Tagermeen, rightly so, will remain the winner. An astonishing performance after that stumble at the break, comes back to win. I'm going to stumble upstairs and meet some Naira Bets VIPs. If you haven't signed up for your Naira Bets account, you got to do it. We got that promo code SPA200. You might be coming out to the races with us with Naira Bets, but it was fun being with you guys for this short time.
Always a pleasure to see you, Todd.
Andy, you and I didn't agree on much. Paula Duca,
Paulie apparently
the love is still
like
there.
Take you or leave you.
Number 16 loves me. All right, more Saratoga Live when we return after this.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live on this historic Whitney Saturday, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Joined by Hall of Fame trader Steve Asmussen, and an incredibly tenacious effort by Tiger Mead. A bad stumble at the start. How encouraging is it to see him be able to recover in the way he did?
It really is, especially on this level here at Saratoga. As you mentioned, Big Horse stumbled away from the gates a bit, closed a lot of ground and won. Nice day.
We've got a big horse, I should say, coming up later on. Just to say so frankly, with magnitude in the Grade 1 Whitney, how have you seen his progression and obviously his training coming into what could be his biggest test to date?
Absolutely. You know, he's coming in off a 4-race win streak. Traveled to Dubai, beats Forever Young, comes back stateside, beats Baeza, Sovereignty, and White Barrio. Everybody shows up again today. Feel great about how he's training. Trying to make up for his Travers last year with one more thing to prove.
Of course, and I want to speak to you briefly about the Middle East effect. If you've sent a lot of horses overseas, you've brought them back and been able to be really successful. How has he continued to take that travel and be able to continue to win Grade 1s in the way he has?
Well, great question. A lot of people have. How do they come back and run as well? Well, if you do it with Curlin, Gunrunner, and Magnitude, it gives you an advantage. But I think it's the individual horse to take those sort of variables, that sort of travel, the stress. But the confidence they have and who they are as individuals, I think, is what makes it possible.
Well, magnitude is surely atop the division currently. We'll see if he can make it another grade one in a row for his Hall of Fame conditioner, Greg.
What a war that is going to be. Happy Whitney Day to everyone as I'm just joining the program with Andy Serling, Paula Duca, and you feel the energy on days like this. Just an incredible atmosphere and a day that a few years ago, it was back in 2019, Mary Lou Whitney's passed away. Governor Andrew Cuomo declared it Mary Lou Whitney Day, and I think for ongoing ever forward, it will be.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to note the Whitney is named for the Whitney family and their enormous contributions to racing for so many years. But here in Saratoga, Mary Lou Whitney is maybe the most important name of my lifetime. Without Mary Lou Whitney's contribution to Saratoga, it's really not clear we would be sitting here. And I know that people are going to roll their eyes and say that's ridiculous, but there was a period of time when they talked about shutting down Saratoga in the summer and running down at Aqueduct. No longer the case, but a lot of it is because of Mary Lou Whitney and helping bring back the popularity of Saratoga.
Yeah, I talked to Mig when Mig first came up here. He said a lot of the houses were boarded up around here, but if you go around town and you look at SPAC, the Dancing Hall of Fame, the Convention Center, Mary Lou Whitney's got her footprint everywhere in this town. A lot of the murals around town with a lot of those horses you see, that's Mary Lou Whitney as well. And I think Andy's 100% right. We would not be sitting here without her.
To wrap up the race we just showed you, it was Tagermead, Steve Asmussen, Jose Ortiz. $7.46 for the victory.
I thought he was over bet at 5-2. He was under bet at 5-2 because stumbling at the start probably should have cost the race, and he was a convincing winner of this race. I still don't think it was that fast a race. We'll look at the figures when they come out, but it was still an impressive effort to get it done, Paulie.
And two today, Paulie, Jose Ortiz. We have a tie again atop the rider standings with Pratt and Ortiz as we move on to our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day.
Yeah, and Red Poppy, the number 3, who right now is 3-5 for Todd Pletcher, has been rumored to be a very, very good one. No surprise the money's showing up. I think he may have some trouble, though, with Dolce Vita, the firster for Chad Brown, who has a very strong pedigree as well.
And Chad Brown already with a win earlier on the card to kick off our Whitney Day action. Pick 4 will begin here. Let's go to Maggie.
And I'm pleased to be joined here in the paddock with Ned Toffee, the COO and General Manager of Spendthrift Farm. And Ned, we were actually just talking a little sales business as we will let you get to Red Poppy in a moment here. But talk to us about what the sales, the Fasig-Tipton sales, means to Spendthrift. You have 3 horses selling, and you're also debuting some fresh progeny from freshman sires.
Yeah, you know, Fasig, in this sale in particular, does such a great job selecting a really, really nice group of horses. So if you can get several of your first crop sires offspring in a sale like this, it's such a great opportunity to showcase what that stallion's capable of. And so we're really excited to have a couple of examples of that.
Arabian Lion, Taba, and Forte are the new names on the roster.
Yeah, all really, really well represented. Arabian Lion doesn't have the sheer numbers, but has got some one in particular really, really great standout. Taba was so well represented at the weanling sales. I don't think it's any surprise that he's got some very nice horses over there on the grounds as well. Forte is the horse who's really stepped forward. His weanlings, I don't know that they jumped out as much as his yearlings are, but he's so well represented. We're really, really excited about those. He's got a number of nice colts and fillies over here, and several on our list. So we're really excited about what's going to happen in a couple of nights.
Amazing. Well, of course, it was a year ago, actually, that I was talking to you in the winner's circle about Ted Noffey. He has rejoined the champion 2-year-old, rejoined Todd Pletcher's barn. Have you been over to see your namesake?
Yeah, I have. I actually arrived in Saratoga on Sunday, the same time he did. And he came up from Florida. He had a little longer drive than I did. But he's settled in. He's such a good-minded horse. He's settled in really well. He's been galloping. I think he'll breeze soon. He's moving really as well as we could ask him to. Todd commented that he thought he was moving as well as he's ever seen him. So we're really excited about that. We'll take our time with him and give him a chance to see what he can do. If he can be the same kind of horse as he was last year, I think we'll look for a 4-year-old year from him. And if he looks like he's not going to be that horse, then he'll probably take him to stud. But he's going to get an opportunity to show what he can do.
Love to hear that, and wishing him the best of luck on his road back to the races. And Ned, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, Ned Toffee from Spendthrift Farm, as I had a 2-year-old report with their horse in this very race, Red Poppy. Got to catch up with her trainer, Todd Pletcher. Well, Todd, it's fitting that this segment sponsored by Spendthrift, that we talk about a Spendthrift horse. They have Red Poppy with you. They paid a lot for her at the OBS sale, I think because of her breeze, which was so exceptionally fast, but so effortless too.
Yeah, I mean, she's a big filly, but she's got a lovely way of going, great stride, does things effortlessly. She's trained very well for us.
I spoke to Ned Toffee earlier this week, and I asked him, because there isn't that much pedigree to go on, being by Omaha Beach helps, but on the bottom side, there's not much. For you, is it about, assessing the individual and buying that individual?
Yeah, I mean, I think, what they saw there was obvious. A big, beautiful filly that worked really fast, and by a stallion that they stand who's doing really well. So it was kind of a, a no-brainer for Spendthrift to want to be active on a filly like that.
How does she break? How is she working in the morning? I've watched a few of her breezes. Irad's been up and getting to know her in the mornings too.
Yeah, I mean, she's been very straightforward. She's been breaking alertly. Hopefully she'll do that. I think if she does, she's got a lot of natural speed that would put her, up close in the race. And, like you'd like to do with a lot of first-time starters, you don't want to make it too complicated if you can keep from it.
Sprinter, or does she want more ground going forward?
I think both.
Yeah.
I think she has the ability to stretch out. But yeah, she's pretty fast too.
She looks it. Well, Todd, best of luck.
Fingers crossed.
One of the things we love so much about this incredible meet, seeing these new faces, and there is the Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher's new face here, 2-year-old filly Red Poppy, with some big works, according to the DRF Clocker report, Andy.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of stories about it. You're what Todd just said, and we'll see. We'll see if this horse delivers. Saratoga is all about stories going to races. Often they deliver. Sometimes, Paulie, they don't.
True. 3-5. Word is out on this first-time starter. Will she live up to expectations in the debut? We will find out. Harness Racing's greatest day and the Premier Trotting Classic still to come on our program with the 101st running of the Hamiltonian, won last year by Nordic Catcher S on that 100-year anniversary. Stay with us.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Blazing Seventh. Mixed to get up into the Pacific Classic is
Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes.
Want What if you didn't just watch horse racing, but own the moment? With Bond Racing Stable, you can experience the thrill of ownership without the full cost or commitment. It's easy in a racing partnership with Bond Racing Stable. They do all the work while you get access to the backstretch, morning workouts, the paddock, and the winner's circle. Whether you're new to racing or a lifelong fan, Bond Racing Stable makes it easy to get in the game. Don't just bet on the race, get in the winner's circle. Contact Bond Racing Stable and ask about a racing partnership today.
On the outside 6, they take them by 3/4, and it's go. Dog go in front. Nordic Catcher is relentless on the outside. Super Chapter needs racing room. Had a perfect trip. 1:22.4 for 3/4 in the stretch of the Hambletonian. Nordic Catcher steamrolls first over, takes the lead. Super Chapter shakes loose late on the outside into second. Late trot from Maryland, but it's Nordic Catcher. Okus Fonstead wins one for the boss. Nordic Catcher, then Super Chapter, then Close Maryland.
In the historic 100th running of America's Premier Trotting Classic last year, Nordic Catcher in stakes record time, 150 flat. Third Hambletonian for Okus Fonstedt, who was a 9-2 third choice in the race. Hall of Famer in his native Sweden, based in the U.S. since 2014, won in 2017, 2021. What a moment that was in doing it at stakes record time as well. This year's edition, this is a look at who will line up. Apex, pretty much most of his 2-year-old campaign and most of this year, the horse to beat, but Big Ranger has stolen favoritism as the 2025 Ohio Horse of the Year. He's the morning line favorite. For more on this group, let's go to Gabe Pruitt and Jessica Otten at the Big M.
Thanks, guys. Gabe, it is shaping up to be an exciting 101st edition of the Hambletonian. We saw a world record on earlier in the card, a 146-1 record just a couple of races ago. I'm thinking we're going to break 150, as we just saw with Nordic Catcher.
One thing about it is the guy said that 150 to stakes record. It is certainly on the line today, but even more importantly, $1 million. It's the biggest stage in the sport of harness racing.
Trainer Marcus Melander has been a mainstay in the race of the Hambletonian for the last 10 years or so. Just at 34 years of age, he sent out and finished second multiple times, and I think this could be the year that he breaks through. He's got a trio of horses leading himself into this race with Apex, elimination winner, American Power. I thought he finished up well behind him, and then of course Breeders' Crown champ from last year, Spencer Hanover.
Yeah, and Marcus, again, just at that young age, has had a lot of luck in the Hambletonian. He's been second or third 8 times, but the Hambletonian Trophy still elusive. He's had the favorite a couple of times, but Marcus Melander comes off a career best season in 2025 with over $10 million in earnings, and a big part of that, of course, was Apex, who earned nearly $900,000.
He was the Mohawk Million winner last year, bouncing back into his 3-year-old campaign. He looks really solid, and Marcus Melander opted to stay in the state of New Jersey with his trotter, and it's going to be interesting to see what kind of trip that Dexter Dunn will shape up for Apex. We'll send it back to you, Greg.
Gabe, Jessica, thank you. Big Ranger, his first appearance at the Big M, tied the fastest trot of the year by a 3-year-old. Pretty incredible, 150 flat. So we'll see if he can back that up again as the morning line favorite. And the big one to come, 101st edition of the Hambletonian, race 6, and all the attention on this Todd Pletcher. First-time starter, odds on favorite, Red Poppy. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, taking a look at her here in the paddock, Greg. Well, she is definitely a imposing physical up against the rest of her competition today. She's a big girl, but in the same breath, she's really nicely put together. Sometimes when they're this big, this early, they're just a little awkward and gangly. Not the case with Red Poppy whatsoever, as she did sell for that $900,000 after working 20-4 at the OBS April sale. She wasn't asked much for that at all, and she has this big, fluid, effortless stride that you love to see, which has been well represented in her morning workouts here at the spa. So, and two, you know, what I love is that while Irad Ortiz has been aboard, she just has her ears up. like, this is easy, pushing the easy button. And that's the way she's acting here in the paddock, too. She is one, though, that did possess a little bit of intensity and aggression, which you like to see as well, indicating that despite being huge, she should be fairly quick out of the stalls. As we'll move on to number 4, Stefania, daughter of American Pharaoh. She is one that is bigger, and her works have been steadily improving. As I said earlier, though, Danny Gargan likes to work his horses fast, and watching some of them, while that initial listed workout of the half mile or what have you is good and fast, she just doesn't gallop out as well as I'd like to see. She's another one that does, however, have a lot of physical maturity. She's a bigger filly, has framed herself up nicely. She's been wearing those blinkers in the morning that she wears here today. We'll see what she does. She's definitely a little bit further along than some of her other counterparts in here, and I always love to see that when it comes to these baby races. Moving on to number 7, Dolce Vita. She is the other one that has been taking money. Let's look back at her work back on July 26th, where she was outside of an unraced mate, and she was just pulling away late without even being asked. So there's some ability there, and there's plenty of pedigree too. The dam was a multiple stakes winning dirt sprinter. The second dam stopped traffic, multiple greatest stakes winning dirt sprinter as well, and the dam is half to cross traffic too. So she looks like a dirt sprinter, whereas maybe some of these, because they're so big, maybe they want to go a little bit further than this. I think she fits very nicely in this spot, going this 6.5 furlongs. She's kind of blown herself up too a bit since they put the tack on. When she first walked in, I was like, oh, wish there was more of her. But it's like she grew a hand once they tacked her up. She knows it's game time, and I always love to appreciate that. And we'll see, Greg, can Chad Brown get another 2-year-old winner on the card today?
Yeah, that'll be something. He had Gaudreau back in the opener, 2-year-old Colts on a Nyquist. Very impressive. Pratt was aboard. We'll see if he can get a first-time starting 2-year-old filly into the winner's circle here in race 6. We'll have it for you when we come back as Whitney Day continues.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Back with you on Whitney Day, post-parade, race 6 in this maiden special weight for 2-year-old fillies at 6.5 furlongs. Rum Twist to start us off.
Just shows you how tough this race is. This horse was good first time out and is 7-1 today.
The big favorite, Red Poppy.
Obviously, where there's smoke, there's fire with a horse like this. Will probably be tough to beat.
Danny Gargett, first-time starter, Stefania.
This filly was out working a colt that ran third earlier today, or second best, Mistrix.
Filly with experience, Aerial Affair, Jenna Antonucci.
Yeah, good start first time out. Should be okay here.
Chad Brown with Dolce Vita.
I think Chad and Flavia Pratt are high on this one, maybe meeting the toughest 2-year-old to meet all summer, but I'm going to take a shot with Dolce Vita.
Barada, Dylan Davis debuts for Ray Handel.
I know this horse is 28-1, but the sire early voting has gotten off to a good start.
Steve Asmussen has Jose Ortiz on Summer Starlight.
Yeah, this one's not taking much money. Obviously, it might be a loaded race. You do expect Steve to have some runners among his 2-year-olds, and he likely will.
And Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, they'll team up with Sovereignty later. Joy of Life debuts.
Yeah, this filly by Speaker's Corner. The nice little mare in step, 17-1 today.
So 3 minutes to post, and all the attention on this first-time starting 2-year-old filly for Todd Pletcher, owned by Spendthrift Farm, and some big works coming in 3 to 5. So obviously that buzz is there.
Yeah, I would think there's a lot of buzzes. You know, Maggie talking about this horse, as you see Todd up in the boxes paying attention, and I would think he's really paying attention if this is going to be his 6,000th career win at Spendthrift Farm. Here, this filly by Omaha Beach. Omaha Beach was a very fast horse, and I would think this big girl has got some early foot as well. I've heard from many people that like the horse in this race. So this horse is taking serious money.
I'll tell you something. Whatever going through Todd's mind, and as big a milestone as 6,000 is, it might be the least thing he's thinking about right now, because I think he's thinking I could be running potentially not only a spin-away Brissette type horse, but also a Breeders' Cup winner. And, you know, I remember on Whitney Day seeing a very good 2-year-old colt quite a few years ago in the Mary Lou Whitney Silks, and that was Birdstone. Then Nick Zito debuted on Whitney Day, and eventually the Champagne Belmont Stakes and Travers winner. I'm going to try to beat the big favorite with the 7 Dolce Vita. Chad Brown high in this horse? Listen, I have no illusions, and neither does he. You're running against the horse who's reported to be Todd's best 2-year-old. It's not going to be easy, but you know what? If I can get 5-1 on Flavia and Chad, this horse, I'm going to take a chance. They've got the goods here too, and I'm hoping we're going to look at a very good horse race. I'm going to use the 6 in the exactas, Aerial Affair. That's a horse that took a lot of money first time out, Paulie, blew the break, made a big middle move, picks up Ricardo Santana, and I think that horse could surprise some people. Not saying necessarily win, but I think it's going to run well for trainer Jenna Antonucci.
I think you're going to take a lot of fillies out of this race with promise.
Let's go back to Maggie.
And we'll touch on that horse who's making her second start, Aerial Affair, as she was highly hyped. I guess I had something to do with that. She was a feature of a 2-year-old report. And it was so odd the day that she debuted because she lost it in the paddock, on the track, at the gate. And that, from what I saw, was not her. She was very calm and classy in her morning preparations and around the barn. And today they made every move to make sure she did not act as poorly as she did in that debut, where, you know, being rambunctious in the gate and behind the gate led to a somewhat poor start. I think we'll see her break better today. As Andy said, Ricardo Santana, he is incredibly adept at getting a horse out of the gate, and she's just acting so much better. So we'll see, can Aerial Affair make good on the promise that she showed prior to her first start. Moving on to the outside with number 10, Joy of Life, daughter of Speaker's Corner, is the dam. She did win first time out as a 3-year-old, but that was on the turf, and she was a stakes winner there, though. This horse is half to Hemsworth, who's a great stakes winner as a 2-year-old. You're going to see her there on the inside as Junior Alvarado aboard this day, too, for Bill Mott. Look, the rider, who's an exercise rider, albeit she's small, so she doesn't weigh that much, all over the gray horse on the outside. And this gal just kicks away easily, not, you know, giving too much effort into it. Yes, I feel like Joy of Life could possibly want to go a little bit further than this. She's a big, striding filly, but she comes in here fit. She has done everything right in the prelims, including getting a huge warm-up by Junior Alvarado. I love the fact that she's just chilling with the pony now. He's got his feet out of the irons. This is the demeanor you want to see from a horse who has gotten that big warm-up and now is ready to go in the gate. Greg?
Thank you, Maggie. Post time coming up, and it has not moved off of odds on on Red Poppy. These are the kind of moments that we look back on and say, oh, that was the race where these stars came out of. Maybe this is one of those races.
Right. I mean, there's no question that the big races today are the grade ones, particularly the Whitney, though all of them are very strong. But these are the kind of days where you end up seeing a horse break their maiden, and maybe at the end of the day, that's the one you remember the most, Paulie.
Yeah, and the crowd is out to play today. They're up on the right on the rail, and then the 1863 Club, no one is sitting inside. And, like I said, the 4 Stefania outworking a colt that ran second in race number 2 just shows you how loaded this field is with these 2-year-olds, Greg. I will say this, the 2 Rum Twist got left in the gate last time. She's kind of acting a little greenish again, and she draws the rail. That's probably not good for her.
I'm very interested in the time, because all these races are 6.5 furlongs. The first 2 races, I think the first winner was 16 and change, low change. Second winner, 17 and low change, maybe 4/5 slower. Be interested to see how fast this race is.
And I realize we have potentially 2 monsters debuting here for 2 of the best barns in the history of our sport. Aerial Affair. It's her second career start, and there's Todd Pletcher sitting on potentially number 6,000. 10-1. The Dan-produced Bella Sophia, a test winner. To test is later today.
If she wins, will she be the highest priced winning flight line, highest parimutuel flight line winner of the year?
I don't get that number, Paul and Andy.
They're just focusing on the firsters and ignoring this horse, and I agree. I think they're ignoring this horse at their peril.
The horses that have run actually run well.
Just ran well.
Yeah.
And lost to a potentially good horse for trainer Brad Cox.
Red Poppy the 3. That would bring Todd Pletcher, number 6,000, in his incredible Hall of Fame career. Let's go upstairs on our Fox Sports coverage. Frank Miramati, the call.
Joy of Life with the Godolphin Blue will be the last one to load. For Team Sovereignty, Godolphin, Mott, and Alvarado. She's going in. Just a little restless behind the gate. Waiting on Joy of Life. She's in. And they're off, and Joy of Life springs out right on top with sharp foot. Barada is up close in the opening furlong too, but it's Aerial Affair who's quickest, and the big favorite Red Poppy just inside of her. Those 2 are now 1-2 with Joy of Life third. Barada is in 4th. Rum Twist is sneaking up inside of that pair. And shuffling back is Barada, passed just now by Dolce Vita, who's within 5 lengths of the pace. The 2 trailers are Summer Starlet and Stefani at the back with less than a half mile to go. The quarter went in 21 4/5 seconds, and it's Aerial Affair bounding along with a 2-length lead. On the outside, Joy of Life second. Red Poppy is on the fence in third. Rum Twist trying to rally in between horses. Dolce Vita is on the outside of them, racing 2 clear of Summer Starlet with a quarter of a mile to go. The half in 45 4. They turn for home. Aerial Affair very sharp. There's room at the rail for Red Poppy. Here comes Summer Starlet on the outside with the best move of all. And Summer Starlet takes command under Jose Ortiz and puts them away in the blink of an eye. Aerial Affair has been left well behind. Summer Starlet, so impressive to win by almost 7 lengths, and she's still running fast. Aerial Affair was second. Joy of Life and Rum Twist battled out the minor awards.
We have a new leading rider at the meet. His name is Jose Ortiz. 3-win day and counting. Summer Starlet, Andy, impressive at first asking.
The only thing unsurprising about this race was that we just saw the spin-away favorite, because this horse just ran a hole in the wind and absolutely buried the field, making a 4-5 wide move around the track. This is what we thought we might see from the 3. I thought we'd see from the 7, but it was Steve Asmussen with Summer Starlet, Paulie, that just absolutely annihilated this field in a very, very fast race. This horse can run.
The 6 Aerial Affair kind of hung in there for second, put away everybody else. But you're right, this horse kind of just circled everybody. Ears are up, and she looks like she wants to do more. DC Stables and Watwood Stables, 15-1. We've seen 2 Steve Asmussen horses run through the wind today.
And as far as the favorite in here, I know, in the situation with the heavy favorite stalking out, the 6 stalking outside in a quick pace, I thought the 3 was awful in this race. She just had absolutely no run at any point. A little bit early trouble for the 7. She made a move, but she backed up as well.
And the winningest trainer in North American history says not so fast to 6,000 to fellow Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. That will have to wait. What a debut from this daughter of City Light. And yeah, attention you would think now turns to early September in the spinaway.
Yeah, and she's got a pedigree that's going to love going a little bit longer. Act Now is a street sense mare, and she was a very nice mare, but this filly has got a ton of promise. And when do you get Jose Ortiz at 15-1?
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, Steve had a firster in the first race that I liked that did no running at a big price. This one took no money, and this horse is very, very good. I think it's interesting watching some of these races. I wonder if you're better off at least a little bit off the rail, and if you want to make a bit of an excuse for the 3, he did spend a lot of time right down the inside, and I think it's possible you want to be a little bit off of it.
3 wins for Jose Ortiz. We just had the 4th rider in history have a 6-win day, Manny Franco, the other day. He's got 8. We have 8 races left. He's still got a mount on Magnitude. Would there be an asterisk if he got 6?
But if he got 7? Maybe 11.
I mean, it's just incredible what these guys are doing. And
Yeah, you know, I'll tell you something else that's amazing about it. If you look at the 4 leading riders, the 2 Ortiz brothers, Flavien Prat and Manny Franco, combined, they have a positive ROI. If you bet $2 on all of their horses in the meet, you'd be making money.
That's incredible.
Which is pretty remarkable considering how overbet they often seem to get. And obviously a 15-1 year. But I just think it shows how well they're riding, because what it really says, Paulie, is they're outrunning their odds time and time again. And that ain't an easy thing to do, especially when you're IRAD and you're getting bet. Or Flavien, or Jose.
Just shows you how many different options there are up here in Saratoga when you're handicapping races. They're so tight, but it seems like these jockeys are making it not really tight. Just kind of handicap these guys, kind of get you where you want to go.
This duo, they have some more work to do later today. They'll team up in a big one. That would be the Whitney on Magnitude, 9 to 5 on the morning line. See if he can keep his incredible 4-year-old season going off back-to-back greater Group 1 wins. Sovereignty going to try and put an end to that. Can the reigning horse of the year, last year's Kentucky Derby, Belmont and Travers winner, finally get on track here in his 4-year-old campaign? The Whitney still to come.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2026 season proudly features a low player-friendly 15% takeout on all daily doubles and pick threes. Play our new $3 late pick three and $5 late double. First race 2 p.m. Fridays, 12:50 p.m. weekends. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
And here's Tama in the final stages. The Santa Anita Derby goes to Tama. It's Tama, absolutely terrific, winning Malibu by 4 widening lengths.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Man O' War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
Back with you on Whitney Saturday at the August and summer place to be, Saratoga. It's brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. And we have so many big races today. We have 4 great ones on the program. but these 2-year-old races for a lot of people, this is their favorite thing about coming up here in the summer, seeing the sport's future stars, and we may have just seen one of them.
Yeah, I mean, when Steve Asmussen had that tremendous filly Echo Zulu, we saw her win on opening day here in Saratoga, and she, of course, won the Spinaway and many, many other big races, including the Breeders' Cup. This is a runner, I got to tell you, Paulie. This is the kind of horse, you know, and maybe a little with the flow of the track, but, I mean, this is the kind of horse that could easily be this favorite to Spinaway, right?
Yeah, you just don't see 2-year-old fillies just circle horses like that.
In a fast race.
Yeah, in a fast race. And Ariel Fair kind of franked her first effort with a good effort as well. And 15-1, congratulations to BC Stables and everybody involved.
Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day at Summer Starlet, 3-win day and counting for the meet's new leading rider. He's with Maggie.
That's right, as Jose. We got a lively crowd here on Whitney Day. You were getting cheer. We got USA cheer for the women's hockey team. Energy is tangible, man.
Yeah, I mean, we had a great crowd, as we should, in Whitney Day. You know, it's a great day of racing.
Talk about this filly. She didn't take any money. Pretty filly, I'll say that. She looped and swooped this field like the rest of them were standing still.
Yeah, I mean, a 3-horse got some very good work, so she took a lot of money. But you know, I just broke good, tried to get her to settle, find her feet, and when I asked her to go around the quarter pole, she really gave me a great turn of foot on the dirt. It was amazing. It was a great debut for her today.
Jose, talk to me about the dirt. It does feel as though that the outside moves are the winning moves today.
Yeah, I think it's kind of fair. I see horses running good on the lead today, and San Siro won on the middle of the track. This filly won in the middle of the track. So, yeah, it's a tendency, but I think that the track is in great shape overall.
Talk to me about Laganos as well, as he's going to be trying probably the toughest company that he has, but he is on a roll. A horse that always showed promise but didn't know how to get, you know, his nose down at the wire. That's not the case anymore.
No, he got a great season put together. He started getting very, very good in the fairgrounds, and I think we are very live today. I like the cutting back on distance. It's some speed in there, so he's been breaking great. Today we're gonna have to break great out of the gate, get myself a good position going to the first turn. I think I can run them down.
Love it, Jose. Love your confidence. Keep up the great work. Congrats.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Jose Ortiz, shaping up to be a great Whitney afternoon.
Indeed it is, and it's shaping up to be a historic year for that man right there. The year Jose Ortiz has put together to this point, just off the charts.
It helps to ride good horses, but it also helps when you ride them all the right way, and he does that, just that.
It's been incredible. Everybody just sees that he's won the Belmont and the Kentucky Derby. He's won so many different races as well, and he just seems like he's putting his horses in all the right spots to win.
And, you know, we kind of jumped ahead. We love to do that. 3 wins already for him. He has a big opportunity to match what we've seen from Murat Ortiz Jr. and Manny Franco at this meet with 6 wins, maybe eclipse. He has a lot of live mounts left. Obviously, magnitude still to come in the Whitney.
Not the favorite in the test, but at one of the shorter prices. Probably the favorite in the Saratoga Derby. Definitely the favorite in the Whitney. That's not a bad situation to have. Good agent, too.
We have
good agent with a good rider, but a good agent, too, Steve Rushing.
We have some serious star power on hand today. 2 members of the women's U.S. Olympic gold-winning hockey team. They won gold in Milan. They beat Canada 2-1 in overtime. 3rd ever gold for the U.S. in women's hockey. Haley Skamura from Buffalo, New York, said she initially thought she blacked out after that game winner. It was just a surreal moment. Haley Wynn, defenseman from Rochester, New York. She started skating as a 3-year-old in a rink that her dad built in the backyard. These two with Maggie now.
So pleased to be joined by the 2 Haleys, Haley Skamura and Haley Wynn. Guys, what a reception you got here at Saratoga, and rightfully so. The crowd chanting USA, because you brought us such a thrill during the Winter Olympics.
Oh, it was absolutely incredible. I still get chills anytime, you know, we see the highlights of the game or just people chanting USA like that. It just shows like how much they rallied behind us during that time, and it just means the world to us.
Haley, when Megan Keller scored the overtime goal to win it, such a beautiful shot too. Talk about the emotions that went through your mind.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to put into words. Like Haley said, I think every time you think of it, you gotta get chills. And it was just a whirlwind of a year and a whirlwind of a moment. I think in the moment, you kind of can't believe it. You're just trying to go celebrate with your teammates as fast as possible. So it was an incredible experience, and obviously it was so fun to celebrate with the girls.
How often do you wear these? Like, do you sleep in them?
I wish. I think any excuse you get to bring it out is special, and you take advantage of it. But no, it's so special to honestly wear these anytime we get the chance.
And well deserved. And Haley, I know you're no stranger to Saratoga Racetrack. Your dad actually involved in horses.
Yeah, we grew up going to Batavia Downs all the time. It was close to Buffalo, New York, and he always had kind of race horses growing up, and he's had some, to this day, and he absolutely loves it. So I used to love going to the track with him, helping him place bets, and I usually just picked it based on my favorite name. But
well, who's your favorite name in the Whitney this year?
Oh my gosh, I haven't studied it yet. I have to look into that.
That's okay. Go with Magnitude. It's a hot team. They just won here too. Well, guys, such a pleasure to meet you, and keep up the great work, and go USA.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Greg.
Now, Haley Skamura, she had the hat on. Her father was actually Buffalo's first ever hockey player drafted into the NHL.
Wow.
So there's pedigree there.
Pretty cool.
Been to Batavia Downs?
That's not surprising, Paulie.
And, Canada and the U.S. in women's hockey, that is becoming one of the great rivalries
big rivalry, yeah.
in all of sports.
It's actually really cool. I like the rivalry with Canada, but it's a little bit better on the women's side, but we got the best of them, and we got the best of them in the men's side too as well.
Race 7, we got a marathon on the lawn coming up, Andy. Mile 3/8 on the turf. Allowance optional claiming field, and the board sort of reflects how difficult this race is.
And if you're excited about this race, stick around for the 14th, because it's the other division of this race. I do like the horse that's likely to be favored and currently is favored 7-2, Iron Sight. Distance is a great equalizer, and this horse has never gone the distance before, Paulie. I thought this horse was a very impressive winner last time, and it can stretch out for Chad Brown. I'm scared, though, of some other horses in here, and Jose Ortiz with Greystone has a very big shot, the number 3.
I landed on Iron Sight with you, Andy. I thought he was very impressive. He got off the gate a little slow, but the distance is key for him. Whenever Chad, extends these horses in distance, those are the horses to beat. I thought Il Siciliano got an outside look on the outside.
Still to come, the big one, Grade 1, Whitney. Magnitude has put together a perfect 4-year-old campaign to this point. How good has he been? Well, Jose Ortiz opted off Nitrogen, the reigning champion 3-year-old filly, to ride this one instead. We'll see if it can remain perfect. Still to come.
The farm that has bred, raised, or sold more than 40 millionaires. Where each athlete is individually developed to reach their full potential. Where time-honored traditions and excellence in horsemanship cultivate enduring legacy. Kentuckiana Farms, where excellence comes standard.
Let's go Whitney by the numbers. It was first run 1928. Was first won by a filly who became a 3-time champion. Black Maria, fastest ever run Loyal Run. Nitrogen came within a fifth of a second of that track record, her last start. Discovery Kelso share the record for most wins with 3 apiece. Green Tree Stable, an amazing 6 Whitneys, among them Hall of Famer Tom Fool in his Horse of the Year campaign in 1953. Pat Day, one of 2 jockeys with 5 victories, including his 1988 score with Easy Goer. John Gavver Sr.'s 5 wins, the most ever by a trainer, all those coming with Green Tree Stable. 6 fillies have won it. Can Nitrogen make it 7? 9 Whitney winners have captured a Breeders' Cup in the same season, including most recently White Barrio looked to add a second Whitney as a 7-year-old. 26 have been crowned champion, including the brilliantly fast Knicks Go. 12 have gone on to be named Horse of the Year. In 2006, Invasor would add the Breeders' Cup Classic later that season, and Gunrunner among 22 enshrined across the street in the Hall of Fame's 2017 campaign, included wins in the Woodward and the Breeders' Cup Classic. Our ABR Race of the Week, what else would it be? One of the most prestigious races in the sport. One of the most important for older horses there is in the game. This Grade 1 Whitney. Let's meet this field. 1 1/8, $1 million purse. We start with Magnitude coming off back-to-back wins in the Dubai World Cup, and Stephen Foster.
He is the horse to beat. Can Jose get him the front, maybe get him a little off the inside and control on the front end? If he's able to control at an even a fair pace, they've got him to catch and beat.
Reigning champion, 3-year-old filly, or Ogden Phipps last start, was so dominant. Mark Cassidy said, we're taking on the boys.
Yeah, she's undefeated at this racetrack, 3 for 3 lifetime. She's never missed the exacta over a fast racetrack. She is the best older horse in the land.
Antiquarian, he's had some big moments, and his best moments have come here.
He is absolutely live in this race at a very big price. He had an absolutely brutal trip last time in the Suburban. He's better than that. He's run well at Saratoga, and if there's an upset in the field, he could be the horse.
Ford Steel, late scratch that was announced just a little while ago. His stablemate, White Barrio, won this race back when he was a 4-year-old.
Can he reach back to some of his other efforts? 2 back when he beat Sovereignty. You're going to get a good price on the old Warrior.
Will the real Sovereignty please stand up? Last year's Horse of the Year, trying to get his first win as a 4-year-old.
Put up or shut up time for a horse that, while he's disappointed this year, has not run badly. Can he finally put it together today on a fast track?
$1.7 million in earnings. Tistastic, though, just seems a cut below these.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit of an alternate version for Steve Aspen. He's got Magnitude that's going to get to the front end. If something goes crazy, this horse is going to be dead last, and you're getting 30 to 1.
And Baeza, can this horse get out of the gate? They'll put quarter pads up to try and help him get out better.
We'll see if he can break, and we'll see if he can put in that run. He is very, very good, and like a lot of people, I think he has the best upset chance.
Flavien Pratt will ride for Mott there. Magnitude, though, it's been his season. Undefeated as a 4-year-old. Last year, it wasn't even close. He was not in the same ballpark as Sovereignty when they met in the Travers. Totally different story this year.
Yeah, he's going to be the horse to catch. And, you know, he kind of, that horse, after he won the Razorback, you kind of saw him going forward. And then when he beat Forever Young, it was like, okay, we got to take this horse serious. Then the Stephen Foster showed up a tougher race than usual, Andy. He's the horse to catch.
Steve Asmussen says his confidence now is at a level equal to his ability. It was not the case before. What does he need to do to stay perfect today, Andy?
He needs to be able to control this race in a fair pace and probably get a little bit off the rail. I think there is a fair argument, and I've seen this before at Saratoga, that maybe the 2-path is okay, but right on the rail could be a little bit of a dicey thing. So if Jose drifts a little bit and controls, he's right now the leader. He is the horse of the year at this point in the season, but there's still some big races to go. I think it's kind of cool. You've got the leader of the male division and the leader of the female division meeting up in this race, along with some other pretty good horses.
It's phenomenal. You know, I was saying Nitrogen, she's the best filly in the land, but how does she win this race, right? Does she have to tackle Magnitude, put him away, then hold off horses like Baeza, Antiquarian, and horses obviously like Sovereignty? That would be a monumental effort.
Do you believe Magnitude, though, controls from the outset here?
Yes.
He has to, right?
I think, though, that that Johnny and Nitrogen are going to go after him a little bit, because if you look at Nitrogen and you ask yourself, Is there some reason you can find that she ran so much faster than she's ever run before? And if people don't understand that, from a speed figure standpoint, in her Bayer figures, she was running consistently throughout her career mid to high 90 speed figures. Suddenly last time she ran a 113 Bayer, which is really probably about 10 lengths faster than she'd been running. And it's comparable to the 114 that Magnitude got in the Stephen Foster. So you have to ask yourself, what was the difference? Now, some will say Saratoga. I say BS, because she's run a lot of times at Saratoga, and she runs well wherever she is. I say it's because they were aggressive with her. If you're going to find one difference between her last race and her prior races, they were very aggressive with her in her last start. Maybe aggression, just like it's worked with Magnitude, like it worked with Gunrunner, makes her a better horse.
Part of Fox Saratoga Saturday. Coverage today kicks off for that Whitney, 5 Eastern start time. And what'll line up the rest of August as well, concluding with the DraftKings Travers and our Derby and Belmont winner. Golden Tempo back in action and meeting the horse he rolled by. Late stretch of the Kentucky Derby Renegade coming off that Jim Dandy win.
The Travers is shaping up to be a great race. You think about the winner, the Curlin going in that race too, that ran so well. That Travers is going to be a fun one, huh?
Cannot wait for it. So many races we're looking forward to. Saratoga Derby, still to come on our coverage this afternoon. And a look at the morning line for this one. For more, let's go to Michelle Yu.
Thanks so much, Greg. I'm in the paddock right now. Not to talk about this race, though. I'm with Bob and Kate Hansen. They have a horse coming up later on today in the Saratoga Derby. Here's Johnny.
Yes.
Okay, hold on. I gotta back up before we talk about the horse. You loved the Sarnock race call so much. It's now your phone's ringtone.
It is. And
What did you love about that call?
Frank had it perfect in terms of Johnny fell out into the back and then made one long run to basically catch him at the wire, catch everybody at the wire, and it was just a great call. Frank did an awesome job.
We had to call it earlier. It was very cool. I liked it. And I love the nod to the name. You got the pins on here. Tell us about naming him.
So he's by Oscar Performance, and so we wanted to come up with sort of an iconic movie line. And we looked at a couple of them, and we ended up with Here's Johnny. One of them with Ray as our trainer. One of the lines we looked at was, "You can't handle the truth."
Oh, yeah.
But we thought, well, it was actually taken, so we couldn't do it with the spelling. So we settled on Here's Johnny, and I think we made the right call, because it's just a great name for a horse that we didn't know at the time comes from behind.
Yeah, he does. I mean, that seriously comes from behind. This horse comes from the clouds, but I feel like he's a horse that you've always had high hopes for, right? I mean, he's running stakes races as a maiden.
Yeah, before the horse ever ran, Ray Handel, our trainer, told us this is the horse he's been waiting on his entire career. This is before he ever raced. Ray was so convinced that this horse was the real deal. And we didn't do great in the maiden, but he was undeterred, and he kept putting the horse, and we eventually put him in a grade 3. He came in second. Put him in a grade 2. He came in second. And that then kind of catapulted us to the Breeders' Cup last year, which was awesome, a great experience. First opportunity to be at the Breeders' Cup, and it was great. And he's never lost hope. We had a tough couple races to begin his 3-year-old, but he had excuses in both of those. And we were really confident going into the last race that he was going to break his maiden.
All right, we'll see if you can't get you a nice birthday gift. Today's your birthday as well.
It is. Yeah, as a matter of fact, it is my birthday.
We'll be looking forward to see if we can unwrap a grade 1 for your birthday. Best of luck, guys.
Thank you.
Look forward to that race coming up, one of 4 grade 1s on Whitney Saturday, as they come down Champions Way for the start of a mandatory pay pick 5.
Paulie and I grew up watching the Johnny Carson show, so we're know about Ed McMahon announcing Here's Johnny, a line that Jack Nicholson stole for the
just sit on the side and go, "Here's Andy."
Monterey Bay, Wesley Ward with a talented marathoner on the grass.
I think this horse is a player. A horse can be relatively forwardly placed. It's a ridiculous overlay, in my opinion, at 14-1.
I agree.
I'm with you there, yeah.
Ramblin' Wreck for Danny Gargan, 6-year-old.
Kind of lays back and makes one run. You know, this horse has ran 1 mile and 3/8 one time at Gulfstream Park and was way back.
Greystone, major player with Jose Ortiz, looking for 4.
I think he is a big-time player last time. Second off of a long layoff. Ran well last time. Going to use him at 7-1.
Right off Jerry, taking a lot of attention. Cantor Machi Barn.
Yeah, ok's been on fire. This horse is taking a ton of attention here at 6-1.
Ironside, a player. Is he too short because of the connections?
Maybe a little bit. I did like his last race quite a bit, and I think he's the horse to beat and picked him, but 3-1 seems like the low end of what I could take.
Just for Luck went by.
Yeah, 5 for 28 lifetime. This 3 for 5 this year.
Here's Kravitz, Graham Motion.
Yeah, you know, is another one that's trying to stretch out in here. Did run okay, but is a little light in speed figures.
Ford Thomas with Kendrick Carmouche.
1 for 20 on the turf, but I actually think this horse can hit the number, maybe underneath.
Emergence for Brad Cox.
Not impossible. I wonder if they'll be a little more aggressive with him today than they were last time.
And a lot to like with the 10, Il Siciliano.
This horse is actually, numbers-wise, is okay in here. Cutting back a tad in distance.
4 minutes away. Mile 3/8 over the inner turf. Difficult race to start off a pick 5 sequence on Whitney Saturday. The atmosphere, tremendous on a day where we have 4 grade 1s and one of the biggest races in the sport in the older horse division. The anticipation off the charts. Stay with us. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
This is where it all begins.
These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x.
Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland sale. You got to be here.
We're proud to spotlight Winning Key Farm and show buyers that we're striving to produce them the best pedigrees in the industry.
We believe that our farm, with its rolling hills and the 4 seasons of Western Pennsylvania, offers the perfect place to raise strong, healthy, athletic yearlings.
We're so excited here at the farm to be selling these yearlings, and we're looking forward to following their careers because we're racing fans too. They will be the key to your success.
Back with you, and yeah, the color of the day on Whitney Day. They nailed it. What a crowd we have for one of the biggest days in our sport anywhere in the country.
If you are a racing fan of any kind, or you're thinking of becoming a racing fan, there's no race you could afford to miss more than this Whitney. This is, Paulie, I've been around a long time. We've all been coming to track a long time. I don't think I've ever seen a race with more anticipation than this one. This is a race that is as good and better than a lot of Breeders' Cup Classics I've seen. This is a truly, truly great race.
I think the other part about this is a lot of these horses have fans. Sovereignty, obviously, Kentucky Derby winner, a lot of fans there. Nitrogen, a lot of the fillies or the ladies are going to be picking Nitrogen and Magnitude and Baeza. It's just a star-studded group.
No, it really is. It's great, you know, when you think about sort of a rubber match, you know, the horses from the Stephen Foster, but then you throw in Antiquarian, who won last year's Gold Cup, who's looking to rebound from a terrible trip, and then you throw in the top filly and mare in the country, filly in this case. I mean, I don't know what more you could ask for. This is everything you want in horse racing and a lot more.
All right, you guys agree in this race. I thought this race was totally wide open. Public does not agree.
Public agrees with Paulie and I,
right?
But I think this is what you talked about. Flavien Prat and Chad Brown are getting overbet here. We don't know for sure this horse is going to do well going a mile and 3/8. He's running against other talented horses that have run effectively at the distance. So while I like him, maybe 7-2, I was looking to bet him. I wouldn't touch him at 2-1, Paulie. I played some exactas though and used him with the 1, 3, and a little 8.
Yeah, if you want to get into the AI, the wager, they have the daily double of 5 to the 2, 4, 12 in race number 8. And listen, the 5-year, you know, one-time winner against a bunch of winners, but Chad Brown is the one trainer that looks at the distance of the race rather than the conditions going in. I think this distance suits the 5, and that's why this horse is getting bet.
Wager AI suggested play the favorite with the 2, 4, and 12.
So they obviously feel in the double that the 5 is value.
Yeah.
So when wager is not about picking winners, it's about trying to find value.
Let's go back to Michelle.
Well, guys, I found some value in the 9-horse Emergence in here for Brad Cox. This is a horse who has been running the mile in 3/8, and it's kind of crazy to think that there's so many of these kind of marathon distance type races. But I think the real key here is certainly the condition. He's been facing tougher. He's been facing the allowance $80,000 level and not in for the tag. They've been protecting him. Today, they're giving him the class drop. He's going in against a lower level group as far as the claiming goes. They're putting him in for the tag here. He also gets third shut off a layoff, which is an angle that I like. And when you look at the horse he's been facing, tougher horses, he's still been running really well. He's consistently been a decent horse. He's just not great, and I think that we're really finding some friends in this spot, and the price is right on. The 1 Monterey Bay, also very interesting, considering he was a good third again at this condition and this distance last time out when we saw him in June, Greg.
All right, Michelle, thank you. Post time coming up. Mile and 3/8 on the lawn. It's the 5 Iron Sight. Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt, the favorites. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Left to load. Greystone, one of the grays in here. Here's Emergence. And then 2 more. Iron Sight and Il Siciliano. Going up. Il Siciliano walking in. And they're off. And Monterey Bay is the quickest out of the gate. Greystone comes away a clear-cut second. And then it's Kravitz, who's up close in the early going. Emergence ranging up now to take second. No shortage of early pace. Il Siciliano settles down in 5th, now taking 4th as they round the far turn for the first time. Just for Luck is next, followed by Right Off Jerry in the red, who is toward the back of the field as they come into the stretch for the first time. Fort Thomas is next. He has about 8 lengths to make up with a little more than a lap to travel. At the back of the field are Iron Sight and stretch running Ramblin' Wreck. The opening quarter in 25 and basically 3/5 of a second. And it's Monterey Bay leading the way 3/4 of a length over Emergence. Kravitz is tucked in neatly under John Velasquez in 3rd. They are followed by Il Siciliano in 4th. Then Greystone racing in the 5th spot, followed by Just for Luck. Right Off Jerry is down on the inside, still some 8 lengths off the leaders. At the back of the field, Fort Thomas. Iron Sight remains unhurried, as does Ramblin' Wreck. The half in 51 seconds flat. On to the backstretch. And it is Jamie Rodriguez and Monterey Bay in front. And now that lead shrinks down to a neck with Emergence applying some mild pressure in second. Il Siciliano puts his head into 3rd. Right at the rail, it is Kravitz. Then Greystone and Jose Ortiz, who's having a huge afternoon, 6 lengths off the leader. On the outside of him comes Just for Luck, racing 2 lengths in front of Right Off Jerry and Fort Thomas, who have been right together throughout. Iron Sight and Flavian Pratt toward the back of the field, starting to get going now. And Ramblin' Wreck is at the back of the field. Monterey Bay and Emergence. Emergence gets his head in front. Il Siciliano is in 3rd. On the extreme outside, Iron Sight is starting to roll. He's got a lot of ground to make up, but he's coming with good energy. Il Siciliano's in the perfect spot with the white blinkers to take the lead. Greystone in the mix too, inside the final 1/8 of a mile, and it's Il Siciliano to the front. Greystone takes up the chase in 2nd. Iron Sight on the outside, battling for a minor award. Il Siciliano won it, 3/4 of a length. Greystone was 2nd. Iron Sight closed for 3rd. It's a photo for 4th involving Just for Luck and Kravitz.
Il Siciliano, Antonio Sano, Luis Saez breaks through. 5-year-old son of Yoshida here at 6-1.
Good job by Luis Saez getting position in a race that had a ridiculously slow pace. sitting third the whole way and just swallowing up in the stretch, dropping out of some stake races. The number 3 with Jose looking for another win. Saved ground, made a valiant run at the end, just came up a little bit short. And the favorite is left with too much to do. A tough race to make a big wide run with that kind of slow pace.
Yeah, 141 for the miles, pedestrian for these type of horses. But this horse has been coming out 1.5 mile races and sitting in that coveted third slot. It's just nobody was going to run by. And Luis Saez gets the job done. Antonio Sano, what, the 80th different trainer that's won at this meet now?
It's incredible the parity we've had. And look, we're not armchair quarterbacking here. The 5 went off at 9-5. No one should have been 9-5 in this race.
Listen, Paulie and I like the 5, and I made it very clear before the race I would never bet him at that price. I wouldn't have bet this horse at 6-1 either, so I'm not going to take credit there. I probably would have bet the 1 or 3 at the prices they were, and I would have lost away the same way I did. 9-5 was an irrational price. He probably does handle the distance well, and I think if they ran this race again and there was some pace, it's possible the 5 might have won, but he still shouldn't have been 9-5, right?
10-3, 5-6, Il Siciliano. Greystone, run 1-2. And this 5-year-old wins for Carina Stable. 1 for 20 coming in. He was 0 for 15 on the lawn lifetime, Paulie.
That's crazy. 0 for 15 lifetime, 1 for 20. Gets the job done. And there you see the overview or the drone view of the horses getting to the wire. And 6-1 over 9-1. This is going to help out some of your middle pick 5s and pick 4s.
Yeah, no, listen, I would never have bet this horse, and one of the main reasons was what you pointed out, Greg. 0 for 15 in the turf, 1 for 20 lifetime. He's run well at these distance races. He just hasn't been good enough, but he has kept some good company in his races. But Luis did a very, very good job of getting great position, and ultimately, I think that's won the race for him. Now, no knock on Jose Ortiz. He had very good position as well, with Greystone saving ground a little farther back. Flavian probably got a little bit lost on Iron Sight, but to be fair, he's not a horse that has a great deal of speed.
Trainer Antonio Sano, and an upset score here in the 7th at this marathon on the lawn. It's Il Siciliano with the victory. Luis Saez will have the prices when we come back. Still ahead, America's premier trotting classic. We have the Oaks in the main event. When we come back from the Big M, we'll get it out to New Jersey with Gabe and Jessica right after this.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Back in our Whitney Saturday coverage on Fox Sports 2, Il Siciliano, Luis Saez. Lasting best of anyone late here at this mile and 3/8 distance over the inner turf at 6-1. 10, 3, 5, 6 finish. Let's go to Michelle.
Guys run right now by Luis Saez. This was a really smart ride considering there wasn't a ton of pace in front of you. Did you put him closer or did he want to be up there?
No, I put him closer because he don't have much speed from there. And we always try to let it, try to break from there and let it pick his feet. But I try to change some stuff, so I try to put a little bit close so he can be right there when we ask, and he ran pretty well, actually. Pretty nice race.
He ran super, especially considering that there was no pace in front of him. When he kicked on, were you like, okay, now we've got some momentum?
Oh, yes. I know he always try in the stretch, and he used to come flying late all the time, so that's why we try to put him a little bit close today.
Love to find a new dimension. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Guys?
Il Siciliano by Yoshida. Antonio Sano's best horse was Gunnevera.
Beat Yoshida?
Yoshida beat him in the 2018 Woodward.
Wow.
Is that crazy?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
That was like a 50-horse field. It was like a 14-horse field, right? It was a cavalry charge.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
$14.76 winner. Pick 5 ending there, paying over $6,500. Of course, we had a pick 5 beginning here. Pretty good start if you're alive, but obviously a long way to go. Up next, it doesn't get a whole lot easier. It's a maiden special weight mile and a 16th on the turf for 2-year-olds. We'll set that up momentarily. First, it is back to the Big M and the Hamiltonian Oaks coming up next. Let's go to Gabe Pruitt, Jessica Otten.
Thanks, guys. The $500,000 Hamiltonian Oaks final is up next. Gabe, there were 3 eliminations heading into the final this afternoon. You had to be top 3, and then the richest money earner from that 4th place finish made it on into the final. That ended up being the Breeders' Crown champion from last year, Storybook Love. But in my opinion, Gabe, this is a very wide open race.
It really is, Jess. I'm going to try a bit of a price here. In fact, I think we're going to see a pretty heavy favorite a little bit later on in the Hamiltonian and Big Ranger. But again, you're seeing a little board here. I think it's very intriguing. I think Nezuko Kamado is a deserving favorite. I think she is the filly to beat here from post number 2, but I think she is far from invincible in this spot.
We'll talk about your top choice. I like this one a lot as well. Leading Lady, coming from the Nancy Tactor barn. She knows a thing or two about winning on Hamiltonian Day. Matt Kakaley has been her regular pilot throughout. Raced very well in that elimination. She made a break heading into that first turn. She spotted him 7. She come back 25-2 to just get beat a neck by Set Your Sights High.
We're taking a look at her on the monitor, and I really like her a lot in this spot, Jess. 6-1. I love the price here as well. She was breathing fire through the final yards of that stretch. Her final quarter time, 25-2 rather. Of course, Team Tactor, no stranger to the Hamiltonian Oaks. Nancy Tactor won it in 2020, but Sorella, her father, Hall of Fame trainer Jimmy Tactor, won it 5 years in a row from 2014 to 2018. So they've had a lot of success in this event. I think Leading Lady is really heading in the right direction here. We've got 5 of these fillies that are making shoeing adjustments here this afternoon. Leading Lady, one of those are going to pull the front shoes on her. So that probably means they think she's got a little more in the tank. They do that sometimes to sort of lighten a horse up a little bit. And I think, you can't do it week to week, but obviously on a big stage here today, we've got a fast track. They're going to take their shot with Leading Lady.
Let's talk about that 6-5 favorite. Nezuko Kamado is going to pick up Yannick Gingras. That is a driver change in here. She suffered her first loss of her 3-year-old season in that elimination game. 26 flat on the end of it. That's the fastest she's trotted home so far this year. I still think there was more left in the tank past the wire.
Yeah, we talk about the trainer Marcus Melander a bit earlier on the show today. 34-year-old Sweden native. He's got 3 in the Hamiltonian this afternoon. Well, he's got 3 here in the Hamiltonian Oaks too, but Nezuko Kamado certainly headlines that field. Well over 800,000 in her career. She draws a nice post here this afternoon. Unfortunately, a regular pilot, Scott Ziron, injured a couple of days ago in a bit of an incident, so Yannick Gingras picks up the call. And typically very aggressive in the bike, and knowing that Yannick thinks he's probably got the one to beat here. He's wearing the colors of Courant there, not his typical driving colors. I think he'll be very aggressive.
6-1 on elimination winner. That's the one. Busy Miss Lizzie. Carr was the other elimination winner. She's 9-2, and Set Your Sights High from post 4 is 6-1. The Hamiltonian Oaks Winning Key Farm for $500,000. Number 56 is up next. Here's Hall of Famer Ken Workington with the call.
9-2 the 6 Carve, 5-1 7 Leading Lady, 6-1 the 1 Busy Miss Lizzie, And the 4 Set Your Sights High, also at 6-1. 6-5 on 2, Nezuko Kamado with Yannick Gingras, race 9. The Winning Key Farm Hambletonian Oaks. Here they come. And the fillies are off and trotting. Carve is out quickly. Pretended Diablo from the outside tried to blast off. Laney W just floated away. Busy Miss Lizzie on the inside into the first turn. Carve and Busy Miss Lizzie cuts the corner into the first turn. Laney W third on the outside. Nezuko Kamado got away fourth on the inside. Set Your Sights High is fifth. Skimming the cones is Custom on the inside. Sixth as they head to the quarter. And then parked out there, and Pretended Diablo spinning her wheels early with Storybook Love pinned in near the rear of the field with Leading Lady, and Madame Chevelle is the early trailer. Soft opening quarter here, 28-2, uncontested is Carve, the elimination winner. Here comes Nezuko Kamado and Gingras on the outside. Look to challenge and now glide by and take over. Busy Miss Lizzie, that elimination winner, right on the helmet in third as they get set to pass the half. For Tina Diablo on the inside and on the outside. Here comes Set Your Sights High. Set Your Sights High. And the half was 56-2. And they race to the far turn. Nezuko Kamado is now the target. Carve on the inside second. Now second is Set Your Sights High on the outside as they continue to round that far turn. And up on the outside as they race past three quarters for Tina Diablo in a second over position in fourth. Shuffled back on the inside was Busy Miss Lizzie in fifth. Leading Lady third over, sixth on the outside. Madame Chevelle needs to do more. Fourth over on the outside. Laney W was shuffled back. Then it's Storybook Love and Custom into the stretch. 125-1. And it's Nezuko Kamado under intense pressure. Set Your Sights High trying to keep it going. Pinned in with trot is Carve. She needs to shake loose late here. Nezuko Kamado almost home for Gingras. Nezuko Kamado pays off the chalk at 4-5. Then it was Set Your Sight High and a photo. 151-4.
Well, Gabe, it was a leisurely opening panel there, 28-2. Nobody knew what they wanted to do, in or out, and that made for a couple of changes heading up the backside.
Yeah, and this really, I mean, for the big money on the line today, Jess, as we say, pace makes the race, but this was an absolute pedestrian pace. Yannick Gingras let the dust settle with Nezuko Kamado. He moved her to the top there, but very well rated. She's able to trot her final quarter here, 26-3, and just impossible for anyone to make up any ground after she got away very cheap here with those fractions of the front end.
Set Your Sights High come first over for a long way. That pinned in Carve. As you can see, Andy McCarthy begging for room late in the mile, not quite able to get to Nezuko Kamado. That's going to give Marcus Melander Hambletonian Oaks number 2.
Yeah, it's a big win here today for the Connections. He's going to send out 3 in that Hambletonian that's coming up a bit earlier. And a crafty drive there from driver Yannick Gingras. He sort of used Set Your Sights High to his outside as a pick to keep Carve pinned in as long as he could.
Yes, of course, Yannick Gingras picking up that drive after regular pilot Scott Zeron injured just a couple of days ago. Big congratulations to Marcus Melander and Yannick Gingras. They're going to team up here for Oaks number 56. Back to you guys.
Double the start.
Gabe, Jessica, thank you. Marcus Melander and Oaks win off 3 chances at a Hambletonian still to come in the 11th on the card, 4:51 Eastern start time on a tremendous day. Fantastic packed crowd on hand for Whitney Saturday with that big event still ahead. 4 grade 1s on this Saturday program. And in the big one, can Baeza break through? We'll wear a mattress-like pad in the starting gate, try and get him past those problems getting out of the gate slow. Can it put him over the top and deliver a signature win? We'll find out, still ahead.
I wake up real early every day. I drive a real long time to work, and I work hard. But I don't mind it. I think it's a pretty good bargain, actually. Because all I want, all people like me want, is a little piece of the American dream to come home to. That's it. Nothing complicated, just something beautiful that I can provide for my family. And I do think that I deserve that. That's what I do. And that's why I do it.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Whether you maintain a food plot on the weekends, tend to a small herd of livestock, or work in professional landscaping, New Holland's family of Workmaster and Boomer compact tractors at Clinton Tractor can get the job done. Known for delivering outstanding value for their performance, these reliable, powerful, and easy to operate New Holland compact tractors will help you tackle your to-do list while being easy on your wallet.
We are the leader in service, Clinton Tractor.
ClintonTractor.net.
Saratoga Live here on Whitney Day. It's brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance.
They're coming to the top of the stretch. 3/4, 111.3. They're into the stretch in the Whitney. McKinsey, Preservationist, Vino Rosso, and Yoshida. And they're across the track. Coming to the final furlong. McKinsey's in front. Yoshida runs after him on the outside. Vino Rosso is third. McKinsey comes by the 16th pole, and he's going to do it. McKinsey has won the Whitney.
One of the most emotional Whitneys we have ever seen. It was the day that Governor Andrew Cuomo declared Mary Lou Whitney Day. She had passed just a couple of weeks earlier at the age of 93. And of course, McKinsey, named after Brad McKinsey, longtime track executive, one of Bob Baffert's best friends, who had died a couple of years earlier. It was at Brad McKinsey's funeral. Baffert and his friends, these owners here, decided they would name this horse after him. And then he delivers his signature win.
He was a tremendous racehorse. He had finished second the Met Mile, many big wins, and just a really great horse, and ridden by a pretty good rider as well there, Paulie.
He had a troubled Met Mile too, so that kind of franked how good of a horse he was.
Well, we have a son of McKinsey in this race who is, we've known all along, very talented. Trained by the late John Sheriff during his 3-year-old campaign, now with Bill Mott. His issues, Andy, have been getting out of the gate.
There's no question, it's a problem. Oddly enough, Paulie, if he's going to get left at least a little, maybe the outside post isn't the worst place. It'll help him sort of get over a little bit on the turn. But you never want to spot any field, especially one of this quality, any ground.
Yeah, he's going to be finally the last horse to load today. Maybe that will kind of help him. I know he was the last horse last time in the Stephen Foster, but when Magnitude broke through the gate, he had to wait a little bit. I think Flavian Pratt been aboard him now. He's going to be the 4th time. He's aboard him in the Derby and the Belmont.
Thought Tom made an interesting point the other day when he was talking about horses getting left, and just sort of, I'm paraphrasing, not exactly what he said, but he sort of alluded to the fact that sometimes with a horse, it becomes mental. And there's really nothing you can do as a trainer, and you know, I can understand a trainer wanting to say that, but I think it's a very valid point in saying that. It's a mental thing. There's nothing wrong with him necessarily. He just can't get out of the gate.
Well, we'll see if those quarter pats make a difference. He'll wear that over. They stay with the gate and see if that maybe just doesn't like being in there. Helps kind of calm him down a little bit. Breaks clear. Obviously, if he breaks clean, he is a major threat.
I mean, listen, as well as Magnitude ran in the last race, I do think it's fair to say that the best race was run by Baeza. But if you keep getting left and you keep spotting these fields' length, they're going to always have a big edge on you, no matter how well you run, Paul.
Yeah, in his last 2 races, I said this, in the Ali Sheba, he broke
that was
really poorly.
Really bad.
Really bad. So when he made that kind of lengths up, you're kind of like, oh, man, that's like kind of like one of those one-offs, an asterisk. But he's done it twice. He keeps making up ground on major horses.
And if a trainer like Bill Mott can't seem to figure out how to get him to break from the gate, I don't know who can.
Yeah, true.
Play the Whitney today with NyraBets and take advantage of the Travers Bankroll Builder. Bet $50 to win on any horse in the Whitney, and you'll get $20 bonus. in your account. Opt in. You got to take advantage of that at NYRABets.com. Very competitive 8th coming up. As we take a look at the current odds, this 1 mile and a 16th over the lawn for 2-year-olds. Let's go to Maggie.
And while we see, and the winner is on the outside again, and he is the favorite this time around, I think he's very worthy of that. We're going to look at some first-time starters here in the paddock, and we'll take a look at another son of Oscar Performance, and that is the plainly named number 4, Oscar, which I think is fantastic. He is a half-brother to Meringue, who went 2 for 2 on the turf as a juvenile. So A, there's precocity. B, there's a reason for this guy to like the turf. Definitely with Oscar Performance on top, and watching his work 2 back, well, it wasn't the fastest of times. He did sit back off of an unraced mate and got to her quite easily with a fistful of horse beneath the rider. So that was very impressive. And looking at him here in the paddock as Tyler Gaffalione will be aboard, he's incredibly professional. You know, he's been very well schooled. He was brought in with one of those training saddles on that is typical for Miguel Clement to use. And he's just an athlete. I like what I'm seeing from this horse. I think he is a major player in this spot. Next, we'll move on to number 5. That is Just Joe. He's one of 2 also Uncle Mo's in here. Now, Just Joe sold for $185,000 after working 10 flat. He was asked quite a bit for that work, and he didn't switch leads either. But his stride was very much in line with what you typically see from Uncle Mo's. They really kind of throw their legs out in front of him. And George Weaver opts for the turf here with this guy. It's a little bit more of a dirt pedigree, though, so I'm not totally enthralled with that factor because, you know, the second dam was Got Lucky. He was a multiple graded stakes winner going long on the dirt, and the dam Make-A-Wish, Have to Slip Mahoney, really hasn't been anybody to try the turf, and he doesn't look overly turf met, but he does look good in here. He looks like a horse that could potentially have a bit of speed. He's really built more like a sprinter almost, but that's kind of typical of Uncle Mo's. They have those really big elevated hindquarters, and he is just that. So we'll see if this is the right surface ultimately, as I never want to just throw away a George Weaver 2-year-old. Moving on to number 11, Bold Leadership. Not this time, Colt, one of 2 here for Todd Pletcher. He has been incredibly vocal here in the paddock, which I don't necessarily love, but he is a very handsome horse, as he has a decent pedigree too. As a second dam was Ebluissant, who did win her first 2 starts, and the dam is half to Confidence Game, who's a greatest stakes winner, going long on the dirt. But I do think this guy should handle the turf just fine. He's kind of just built more like a turf horse overall. He's a little bit more of a, not slider frame, because there is a lot of scope to him. He's just more angular overall, very angular hind end to him, more of that slacker pastern and hoof. He just looks turf to me, but I do like the way that he presents himself. Other than hollering quite a bit, he just has that kind of cat-like walk where he's very sleek and athletic around the paddock. So I do like what I'm seeing from Bold Leadership here for Todd Pletcher. Guys?
Todd Pletcher looking for number 6,000. It will come. Will it be in this race? He'll have 2 chances at it with Djokovic and Bold Leadership, the 1 and 11, when we come back.
Purple Haze Standardbred Adoption Program in Oxford, New York was created in 2018 by Wanda Palacini to provide training to transition for finding homes and new careers for horses. Horses are started with groundwork and then ridden in an arena before moving on. Horses at Purple Haze are then evaluated and adopted out based on abilities and temperament. If you have a horse that you care about, or if you are looking for a great pleasure horse, contact Purple Haze Standardbred Adoption Program at 518-669-2715.
Good to have you with us on our Fox Sports 2 coverage on Whitney Day. You're watching Saratoga Live. Here's Djokovic. First time started from the rail for Todd Pletcher.
The dam is Navratilova. Djokovic's a great name. The second dam, center court. Both of those were extremely good turf horses for Rusty Arnold.
Will Waldenbarn, time in motion.
Yeah, sent him not this time out of an Uncle Mo mare bred by China Horse Club.
Mo Misery, some turf pedigree with a second dam.
Yeah, I guess, but feels like a long shot.
Oscar taking play from Miguel Clement.
I like this horse a little bit, and right now at 9-2.
George Weaver debut or just Joe?
George Weaver can win with a first-time starter going long on the turf. Taking some money could be interesting.
Shug McGahee barn, Port in a Storm.
Yeah, a horse that you might need a race, but look for this horse late.
One with experience, Bertus Stitch.
I thought this was a very good trip last time, but it's a pretty generous price, to be fair.
Arequipe for Antonio Sano. We just saw win.
Yeah, they're looking for back-to-back, him and Louis Saez. This horse had a little bit of a trouble debut.
And here's the Pletcher taking, where is it? Oh, in the background there, the 11, bold leadership.
Is this Todd and Jose Ortiz money, or is this money because the horse can run? I'm guessing the former. Is Todd still looking for win 6,000?
And the 12 we saw, there's again, and the runner is. This one just missed by a length and a quarter in the debut.
Yeah, really good first time out. Horses that run usually don't really get the advantage. 7-5, though, a little low.
Yeah, we're talking about this off air. Obviously, that was a very good debut from And the Runner is the 12. 7-5, though, way too short, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's partly the IRAD factor, but the other thing is he draws an outside post, granted with scratches. He comes into post 10, but the other thing is you wonder as the meet goes on if the 2-year-olds running these distance races are going to get a little tougher. And I don't think he was coming out of a great field. He did get wired, and he ran well. And I don't think either one of us is going to tell you, Paulie picked him. He's not the horse to beat. It just seems like a short price. I'm betting Oscar. This horse is a half to one horse to try to turf, and that horse won with a 68 buyer as a 2-year-old. Nothing special, but not bad. That horse's dam was Frosted, who's not exactly a top sire of turf horses. This horse is, this sire is Oscar Performance, who's a terrific sire of turf horses. So I feel like this horse could be even better. And Miguel Clement is a trainer that can have a 2-year-old ready to run going long, just like his dad.
And there's win early pedigree. The one you're mentioning, the dam produced Merengue, was 2 for 2 on the grass, stakes winner, but won the debut. The second dam won the debut at a mile on a turf. It was multiple graded stakes placed on the turf. So we'll see if this one can win first time out as well, Paulie.
Yeah, this is a really rock'em sock'em good field, like the rest of the fields we've had so far on this card. But the 12 horse does stick out as you're looking at the 10 right here. Antonio Sano looking for back-to-back wins, and Louis Saez as well. Horse didn't break well first start out, going 5 furlongs. But this is a whole different ball game going to the turf.
Will Walden, he could have a big say in a few races still to come, some of the big ones, including the test. We'll see if Time in Motion can do anything here debuting.
I just wanted to add one thing. They're betting on the 11. It's Jose Ortiz. And maybe this is the better one, cost a lot of money. But of the 2 Todd Pletcher runners, the one with the best turf pedigree, and it's not even close, is the one on the rail that's 17-1, and this horse has a lot better post position. So I think if you're thinking the 11, shouldn't you at least take a look at the 1? Isn't that fair?
It's surprising that, that one is such a huge price from the rail for the Hall of Famer. Again, sitting on 5,999 career victories, 2 chances to get that magical 6,000 coming up as we go back to Maggie.
Just hearing a late scratch. The favorite and the runner is a late scratch here based upon the recommendation of the attending track veterinarian. He's coming out. Wow. All right. The 6-5 favorite will not participate today. I do want to go back to what Andy was talking about with the 2 Todd Pletchers squaring off here. I agree that the 1 has a better pedigree, and the 1's been okay working in the morning. It's just when you look at them in the paddock, at least, the 11 was a far superior physical. As we'll also check in with Will Walden's charge. That's number 2, Time in Motion. He was telling me in the paddock that it's taken quite a while for the proverbial light bulb to go on with this horse, talking about number 2, Time in Motion, in that a couple works ago, he quote, got his butt kicked and beaten by 15 lengths. And then he said from that work on, he has become much more intense, much more animated about his works. I still think he'll need this race from a fitness standpoint, but look, he's a son of not this time. And the dam won her lone turf start. This is her first full in the Dam's Half to Greatest Stakes, winning 2-year-old Dixie City. So there is some precocity, but it just looks like he'll benefit from a start, but in the right spot going along on the turf here, first time out, and has a decent post position too with Manny Franco aboard. As we'll check in with number 6, Port in a Storm, as Shug McGahee will send this well-bred son of Uncle Mo out. He's a half to Limited Liability, who is a horse that actually won first time out despite being a stakes winner at a marathon distance on the turf. So he's in the right spot, needless to say. He just seemed a little green in the prelims, is wearing blinkers first time out, and was rather vocal back in the paddock as, Greg, it's a pretty significant scratch that we see here, and I had a feeling that the 4 Oscar would end up now your favorite.
All right, so a huge scratch of And the Runner Is, who was the favorite. Arad Ortiz Jr. scheduled to ride that horse. We'll try and get you an update on Arad and the horse as soon as we can. But with that horse coming out, the 4 now, Oscar becomes the favorite for Miguel Clement.
Yeah, he was the second choice, and when the favorite scratches, the second choice will become the favorite, vying for favoritism with the 11. And I just wonder if they're baying the 11 more on the Jose Todd Pletcher factor than anything else. Maybe this horse is a runner. I have no idea, but gee, from a turf pedigree standpoint, I would rather throw in Djokovic at a much bigger price, personally, with a better post.
You look at the Will pace of the pick 3, the 2 is actually lower than the 11, and you're getting 6-1 on the Will Walden first-time starter.
Loading up. Here's Time in Motion, Will Walden. And again, he'll have movie night still to come. Rhetorical in the 4-star Dave. And West End Kid in the Saratoga Derby. So a busy day ahead, and some of the big great ones we have to come for that barn. Favorite, again, the 4 Oscar with the late scratch of the one who was favored. Start of a pick 4. Let's set it upstairs on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Frank Miramati with the call.
Here's Port in a Storm for Mr. Janney and Shug McGahee. Berta's Stitch coming forward. Oscar. Arequipe coming forward. And that leaves Bold Leadership as the last one to load. Djokovic is acting up. Rider was off briefly. Back aboard. Bold Leadership. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Oscar means business right out of the gate, straight to the front. Just Joe has speed. Time in Motion is down on the inside, and they're joined 4 wide by Arequipe to keep the pressure on. Bold Leadership trying to tuck in just a touch in behind these rivals, but has to go wide from that post, understandably. On the inside, Mo Misery is right on horse's heels, has 5 lengths to make up. Berta's Stitch is racing in between those two. The 2 trailers are Djokovic, and Port in a Storm is at the back of the field. The opening quarter went in 24 3/5 seconds. And so it's Time in Motion emerging with the lead. Has it by a half length. On the outside, Arequipe is in second. It's 2 more lengths back to Oscar, who settles kindly behind the top pair, inches forward when asked to do so. And Just Joe is in fourth, 4 lengths off the lead, coming to the half-mile pole. Berta Stitch has been in between horses throughout. Followed on the inside by Mo Misery, who is right next to Bold Leadership. Djokovic second to last, and Port in a Storm. The half in basically 50 seconds flat. around the far turn, time in motion. Just Joe hustled up on the outside. Arequipe is racing in between them. Tyler Gaffleone sitting chilly on Oscar, awaiting a spot. Bold Leadership is launching a bit. So is Djokovic on the outside. And Berta Stitch in the mix too. They're at the top of the stretch. And in the center of the course, here's Just Joe coming to challenge. On the inside, there's room for Oscar, who is a push-button individual and takes off. Will have to hold off Bold Leadership, though. And here's Bold Leadership coming to Oscar. They're head-and-head. Oscar, Bold Leadership. Here's the line. Photo finish! That's so close between Oscar, and if Bold Leadership's nose was down, we know what that means for Todd Pletcher. We have to wait for the photo. That is simply too close to call.
A photo finish hanging in the balance for number 6,000 for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher with the outside runner here, the 11, Bold Leadership. It was the 4 Oscar on the inside.
I think the 4 gets the Bob, and the Bob's right back right here. He's going to win this race. Tyler Gaffleone did everything he could to save all the ground on Oscar. And the 11 is just unleashing in the center of the racetrack. And this got very tight. See Todd, he's watching the replay on the big screen. I think he fell just short.
I'm going to answer a question I asked earlier, Paul. They were betting the 11 because he can run. I mean, you know, I asked the question, Paulie.
I tell you what, both these horses really ran well to the wire. The 4 got the rail trip. The 2 kind of was like green all the way in the racetrack, had his head kind of turned. But this horse, well meant, and if you had the 12
there it is, 4-11.
in your picks, you get saved by the favorite here with the 4.
Yes, a good call, Paulie. In the multi-pick 4s and pick 5s, you get saved by the favorite. I actually always like when that happens.
Yeah,
I feel like it's fairer for people who play that because it's a very tough situation. And, you know, I think it's fair to say that the 4 had a better trip than the 11. The 11 was 3 wide. He was saving ground. Having said that, it's sometimes hard to get your momentum trying to rally inside, right? Tyler obviously wanted to get outside. He couldn't. So he came inside, and I'm not saying, because I would say, if you were to say objectively, the 11 ran the better race of these 2. But he able to save ground and get through there. They both ran well. Nice race by both of them. Todd will probably win his 6,000, though. He probably won't look back when he retires and say, I ended up on 599 because of that photo.
4-11, 3-2, and also let's remember, Jose Ortiz with a 3-win day. That would have been number 4 for him. He loses by a whisker with still a lot of work to do, and potentially could be a historic day for him, just denied.
So when he loses the jockey title by 1 win, is he going to call up Tyler Gaffleone and say it was your fault? Now, and that riding title is going to become interesting because both the Ortiz brothers could be spending a lot of time at Kentucky Downs later in this meet, and that probably gives Flavien Prat and Manny Franco, it's going to have an edge in there. That's why Flavien is the favorite, to be honest with you.
You know, when Gaffleone actually raised the crop to the 4, she dropped to her wrong lead, kind of re-kicked again. Tell you what.
You think Miguel feels bad about costing Todd his 6,000th win? I think he's getting over it. He probably was upset at first.
He's got big work still to come. No, I think he feels okay. Deterministic, who he believes is the best turf horse in the country, still to come, of course, in the 4-star Dave.
And Miguel's only like 5,900 behind Todd, right? Maybe 58 and change behind him, so he's coming. He's going to have a lot of wins by the time he retires. Don't kid yourself.
Job taking over for his late father, who was just enshrined across the street yesterday into the Hall of Fame.
It's also interesting that obviously his father, the greatest influence on him and a great trainer, but Hugo Palmer, who ships in the number 6 Glacius in our Saratoga Derby, Miguel worked for him over in Europe. Now, Christophe worked for Luca Comani, one of the greatest trainers there will ever be in the history of this game. It's not a bad education to get his father from Luca, his father to him, and Hugo Palmer as well. One of the reasons he's a good trainer.
That's one of the 4 grade ones we still have ahead. That'll be in the 4-star Dave. Miguel Clement with Deterministic. Explora making her way over for the grade 1 test for 3-year-old fillies for trainer Bob Baffert. Graded stakes winner, multiple graded stakes winner, already a millionaire, and the one to beat coming up.
Champions are made on the racetrack, but many of them are born, raised, and developed at farms right here in New Jersey. New Jersey is home to nearly 100,000 acres devoted to the horse industry, and harness racing's breeding and training facilities play a vital role in protecting open space and supporting agriculture throughout the Garden State. With the state's ongoing recognition of the importance and value of the standardbred industry, New Jersey will remain a place where champions are made. To learn more, visit SBOANJ.com.
The farm that has bred, raised, or sold more than 40 millionaires. Where each athlete is individually developed to reach their full potential. Where time-honored traditions and excellence in horsemanship cultivate enduring legacy. Kentuckiana Farms, where excellence comes standard.
Back with you on Whitney Saturday here on Saratoga Live. It's brought to you where you can play it all at NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, all summer long and beyond. Congress Park, one of the many great spots around town to hit when you're not at the racetrack. How about this thriller in the 8th? I'm sure Todd Pletcher had different feelings about it. Miguel Clement, Oscar, denying Pletcher number 6,000.
When you're a trainer like Todd Pletcher, you've been there for those wins. You've been there for a lot of those losses as well. They sting, but you move on. Todd's going to get that 6,000 very soon.
2-win day. Tyler Gaffalione teams up with Miguel Clement on Oscar. Let's go to Maggie.
Hi, the winning connections here in Steve Smith, Denise Smith, and Dominica. It's your foreign exchange student. So cool to have this experience up at Saratoga. But Steve, homebred Oscar, whoa, that was a tight, exciting finish.
It was. I wasn't sure that we had it, but he trained well. We believe in Miguel. He said he's a quality colt, and you know what he is. So he showed it today. What a big stage.
Absolutely. And he was so brave to come through that tight opening on the rail. You often don't see that with 2-year-olds.
Yeah, first time start. We're so proud of him. So proud. And one thing I just wanted to share is Dominica's from Slovakia, and what we didn't know is they celebrate name days. And today, August 8th, is Oscar Day. In Slovakia.
Wow, that is amazing. The stars have aligned.
Right.
Well, Dominica, we're very excited to have you here.
Brought us good luck. She's going to be at every race.
Exactly.
He may not send her back.
No, you are being held here. But I do want to ask you about a filly that you don't own, but that you bred coming up in the test, and that's Explora. You know, I was asking you, is there a form? You said, no, not really. But she has proven to be a good buy. And, you know, when you're kind of assessing that, do you still like to root for them when they show up on the racetrack?
100%. Absolutely. We're behind her 100%. It's one of those things. I bought the mare in the November sale in full to blame. It was a right nick, and that's exactly why I bought her. And unfortunately, we did sell her. But it taught us one thing. Oscar was in the Keeneland sale last year, and I told the consignor I don't like, you know, where we're at with the number of vettings and so forth, so I'm going to keep him. I'm going to run him down her throat, and that's what we did.
You got him. Well done. Congratulations. Love it when a plan comes together. And Oscar, like I said, the name day is in full effect today, guys. Congrats.
Yes, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Of course, a big day for the Smith family, guys. And Oscar, he was good on the day. Brief update here as we did see, and the winner is a late scratch. I talked to his brother Jose Ortiz and asked him what happened out there. He said, and the winner is kind of bolted to make the gap. There's obviously a temporary rail there, and so when he did that, he kind of bounced off it and unseated Arad. He's gone to first aid to be checked out, but as far as I know, guys, as I'm hearing Frank Miramati over the loudspeaker, that he is going to ride the rest of the day. It is protocol if a rider... Oh, he is off mounts. Excuse me. So we'll see what the mounts change, and if I have any more updates on Arad. Unfortunate situation there with and the winner is, Greg, it's so hard to hear. So I apologize.
That's how close it was. And again, the 11 just coming up a nose shy of 6,000 for Todd Pletcher, but he will have more chances to come, and obviously there are huge news from Maggie Wolfendale. Just announced Arad Ortiz Jr. off mounts for the rest of the afternoon. He was scheduled to ride White Arborio in the Grade 1
Yeah.
Whitney.
I mean, obviously, you hate to see him lose the mounts. You just hope he's okay. I don't, in the scheme of things, it's got, and I'm not, obviously you're not suggesting that. I'm just saying that we just hope he's okay.
Yeah.
And it may be precautionary, and we'll hope it is, but, we're thoughts going out to Irad and want to see him get back healthy because racing is better for having Irad around, no doubt about it.
Maybe one of the greatest competitors we've seen in the sport in a long time. So we wish him all the best. We'll try and get you any kind of update we can on his condition when we hear more. In the meantime, first of our Grade 1s coming up on Whitney Saturday. 4 Grade 1s today. The test for 3-year-old fillies. Andy, to me, one of the races I look forward to the most every single year.
I am completely and totally with you on that, Greg. The test is a great, great race. And really, it is important to race as really any 3-year-old filly race because it's a definitive sprint race. I think we're all a little bit perplexed why Explorer is 6-5. She may be the horse to beat in here, but Paulie, this is an absolutely loaded field, and I am all over Percy's Bar on the cutback.
Yeah, I just think 6-5 is very strong. I think we're past the part where Bob Baffert's bringing 6 and winning 5 in a day like we used to see. And here's the other part. Girl and boys, I just don't think the contingent out in California is that strong for this horse to be 6-5.
I agree, and listen, I have as much respect for Bob Baffert as anybody, and I think it's fair to say he's, if not the greatest, one of the greatest dirt trainers, particularly in history. But his horses shipping to New York in the last few years have not run quite as well as they used to. They're not automatic. There was a time Bob came and you went, who's going to be second? And it just doesn't seem. Usha ran as a heavy favorite in the New York Red Stake the other day and was a disappointing third. And Explorer is good, don't get me wrong. But so is the horse that finished behind her, One Time Girl. So is Movie Night, the number 1. And I like Percy's Bar. Can I get some stats on Percy's Bar? Turning back from routes to sprints for trainer Ben Colebrook, which is Percy's Bar is doing. He's 11 for 29, 38%, with 18 hitting the board over the last 5 years and a $6.55 ROI. With non-maidens, he's 6 for 12 with an ROI of over $13, including a $90 horse, to be fair. But the point is, this is what this trainer does well, and I'm not sure, but I think she's the only multiple Grade 1 winner in this field.
See what happens. 8-1 right now. Percy's Bar, very intriguing group, of course, still to come. The big one from the Big M. America's premier trotting classic, the Hamiltonian. We'll get back to Gabe and Jessica from the Meadowlands when we return. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
as the field turns for home. They're at the top of the stretch. 4-Star Dave coming a bit wide. Final Sunrise is there. Landep is in between them, and 4-Star Dave is 1 furlong away from 8 years worth of Saratoga victories. Here's the old boy coming down to the line. He's making a runaway of it. The legend lives on. 4-Star Dave wins again at the Spa. And a hand-pat of victory from Richard Migliore. The old boy did it again.
So incredibly popular here. 8 consecutive years. Won a race up here at the Spa, Andy.
No, I was here for all of them. Not every race he ever ran because I wasn't always in town, but I was here every year and I saw him all those years. Remarkable, remarkable racehorse. And Leo O'Brien, too, who trained him. And it's important to remember Leo, who passed away fairly recently and obviously did a great job with him. His brother, 4-Star's All-Star. But 4-Star Dave, man, I don't know there was a more popular horse in Saratoga history. And 1.6 million would be about 3 if he was running today. And he knocked heads with some of the very best horses.
It's just a phenomenal stat, 8 years straight. And our own Richie Migliore above, giving him a little love in that last race, but $1.6 million for Harper.
Was the horse the Sultan Saratoga, or was that Richie? I can't never get it straight.
Hand in hand.
Yeah, I think.
Of course, got the key to the city, and Mig walked him into Ciro's for that event.
Yeah, they had a couple pops.
That was the most famous ride. 4-Star Dave this year's edition, still to come, and that's after the Grade 1 test for 3-year-old fillies. Deterministic, he has been sensational for Miguel Clement, and obviously his father before that. Manhattan trying to pull off the back-to-back Manhattan 4-Star Dave double again.
And while I'm picking and betting against him, I ain't letting him beat me. I've made the mistake of trying to beat him in a number of races, and he is just a remarkable horse, Paulie. And his run of races, I agree with what Miguel said. It is very fair to say he's been the best U.S. turf horse over the last 2 years, unfortunately with limited starts.
Yeah, and he kind of just puts himself always in the right spot, and the horse just keeps getting him better and better. The mile and the 3/16th was kind of, they thought, okay, that could be his Achilles heel. He rated off runners. Seems like he's just getting better and better. He's going to have a target in me, Bago, and the horse on the inside, he's going to be able to pin that horse inside in Rhetorical.
Cut back, not a problem for him at all last year when he went Manhattan to 4-Star Dave. He'll try and do that again. The test, though, for 3-year-old fillies is next. As we just mentioned to you, Arad Ortiz Jr. off mounts the rest of the afternoon. So Dylan Davis will fill in for him here. On Time Girl. Dylan gets the mount for Brad Cox.
Yeah, and Dylan will do fine, I'm sure, on this horse. But once again, our only concern is for Irad's health, and I think everybody watching shares that feeling.
Megan Burgess back with us. Let's go to her now.
That's right, Greg. Pretty remarkable change of events with Irad Ortiz, first and foremost, hoping he is okay. He will be off all of his mounts the rest of the day. As far as number 7, Explora, I've remarked on her in the past as one of the most impressive physicals of any 3-year-old in her crop. And I echo the same sentiment looking at her today as she will continue her quest of shortening back up in distance. And I don't find she's ever ran a bad race sprinting. Her muscle mass, her power and substance is incredibly impressive for her trainer, Bob Baffert. She's been tacked here outside, kept cool, calm, and collected. She's been a total professional, taking it all in. And as far as her from a speed perspective, I love that she draws the outside. It's seemingly the place where you want to be. She's obviously identified in her win and the Santa Ynez that she obviously doesn't need the lead. I'm sure she'll sit that tactical type trip. She's going to be hard to beat in this test as she's currently taking that 3-2 favoritism. But this race is more open than that as we take a look at the number 6 On Time Girl, who looks to rematch with Explora off the heels of a runner-up performance in the Leslie's Lady. And she's one where she's not the strongest overall, especially behind. She's one that was obviously good at 2. She won her first 2 races, and she's progressed as a sprinter, which is what she needs to do. She's that shorter coupled, more compact build. She's been a very professional and even here in the paddock and forward. I just question if she's going to be quite as good as these. And here, particularly with a different cutback candidate, that's the number 2, Percy's Bar, who I know Andy
everybody is excited about in this race, and she is applying the blinkers for the first time today, which is an interesting angle, especially from this barn. Andy had alluded to the strong numbers and the depth as far as the cutback is concerned, but trainer Ben Colebrook is 1 for 34 on dirt the past 5 years when applying the blinkers, and it almost seems to me she hasn't necessarily shown through her races that it's a bit puzzling he's applying them today, but she looks incredible. She's got that frame that makes you think that she wants to go a bit longer. She's incredibly strong, carrying good muscle mass. She's giving me no problems. I just wonder, her best race came in that grade 1 Ashland. She did run incredibly well that day, but to me it's turned into the opposite of a key race. Many of those horses coming back to regress, and she's surely, Greg, going to have to build on the strength of her 2-year-old sprint races to compete with these.
8 minutes away from our first of 4 grade 1s on Whitney Saturday. One of the big ones in the 3-year-old filly division, the test at 7 furlongs. Explora for Bob Baffert, the favorite, when we come back.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
We're proud to spotlight Winning Key Farm and show buyers that we're striving to produce them the best pedigrees in the industry.
We believe that our farm, with its rolling hills and the 4 seasons of Western Pennsylvania, offers the perfect place to raise strong, healthy, athletic yearlings.
We're so excited here at the farm to be selling these yearlings, and we're looking forward to following their careers because we're racing fans too. They will be the key to your success.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's gonna win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race from every track on every screen every day. Monthly packages starting as low as $5 per month. RTN gives you great value and access to more HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire.
For years, we've been telling people when to sell, where to sell, and what to sell. Now with digital, all that goes away. You have the opportunity to capitalize on updates, you get visibility for your horse, and most importantly, it brings liquidity to the market. Fasig-Tipton Digital has only been operating for 4 years, but in those 4 years, we've sold over 4,000 horses. All the way from $2,500 to $2.6 million. In 2025 alone, we had an 80% clearance rate. With almost 10,000 global users, Fasig-Tipton Digital has become the perfect complement to our sales ecosystem. In the first half of 2026, we've already had 20 individual stakes winners. Fasig-Tipton has been selling horses since 1898. Fasig-Tipton Digital has been in business 4 years. The sky's the limit.
You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2 on Whitney Saturday. Grade 1 test for 3-year-old fillies is next. Hello there. You can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere. And he's eyeballing me.
He's the coach.
Play with Naira Bets all summer long and beyond.
I picked him in the first race today.
Can I borrow that? Can I borrow him for a day?
When you show up at the set with a goat, there's going to be a problem. I'm just letting you know ahead of time.
It was Tyler Gaffleone. He's had a big afternoon already with a couple of victories. He'll be on a long shot Carmel Coast coming up Huge afternoon, obviously, the other day.
Bob Baffert's here.
He is indeed. For Manny Franco, not only did he win 6, equaling a Saratoga single-day record, he won 5 in a row on the card. It was just announced he'll be filling in for the injured Arad Ortiz Jr. He will ride Rhetorical in the Grade 1 4-star Dave, and that 6-win day, Andy, for Manny puts him right in the thick of a jockey title.
Absolutely, and I'll tell you something. I'm not saying he wouldn't have got the mount on Rhetorical, but I'm sure the big day yesterday and the kind of meet he's having has a lot to do with picking up a mount like that.
Yeah, the first 4 guys just riding unbelievable. It seems like they're putting bunches, obviously with the 6-win day for Manny, the 6-win day for Arad, but it seems like Flavia and Jose are just doing their thing.
There's what he was able to produce on Friday afternoon. Just incredible. Matching what Javier Castellano had done back in, I believe, 2010. Yeah. 5 in a row. 6 on the day. So Arad Ortiz Jr., as you mentioned, did it a couple of weekends ago. Coaching Club American Oaks Day. John Velasquez had done it. Ramon Dominguez had done it twice.
In one meet. Twice in one meet.
Yes, incredible.
I missed Ramon's riding. He's, was just a great rider and an even better person. See him around.
So there is Manny.
You can see the confidence.
Magical Friday.
Really see it.
We're 2 minutes to post here in the test. Let's go to Michelle.
Thanks, Greg. Joined right now by Ian Wilkes, who has Sippin' Pretty in here. With the exception of the 8 bells, all she's been is consistent. Does anything rattle her? Watching her here, she just seems so cool.
No, it doesn't. That's her. That's her whole demeanor. At home, anytime. She's always been like that.
And she's gone through different racetracks. She's gone through different riders. It doesn't seem that she's very tricky.
No, the key is break good. Get yourself in a position. I'll leave it to Ricardo to figure out that trip. And, yeah, that's the key. Break good.
Well, you say break good, but there's a lot of speed in here, too. So, I mean, how important is the break even if you're not committed to the lead?
You don't want to be chasing to start with. Yeah. If you don't break good, then you're playing you got a 1 dimension. You break good, then you got 2 dimensions. You can do whatever you want.
The 8 bells was her only try at 7 furlongs, which is the distance we run here today. Do we have another excuse for that race?
No, put a line through it and let's just move on.
All right, we'll look forward for her today. She was picture perfect in the paddock. Good luck.
Thank you.
She was tremendous in the Grade 3 victory ride on this racetrack. Let's start our post parade with movie night. Will Walden.
Taking an awful lot of money, and she did run a very fast race last time. She can duplicate it, she can win.
Percy's Bar will turn back in distance for Ben Colebrook.
Yeah, back to when she was in the spin-away. A good second against Tommy Joe. Blinkers go on, and Ben Colebrook lethal on this move.
Just heard from Ian Wilkes, and here's his victory ride, winner Sippin' Pretty.
And listen, she's a very big price for a horse who ran as well as she did. She didn't take advantage of a fate race that fell apart last time. She was close to the pace, and she won it fair and square.
Where Luck Lives, trained by Brian Lynch.
Yeah, this filly actually beat Movie Night 2 starts ago, and could be the speed getting dismissed at the windows.
This is way too big a number on Goodall for Steve Asmussen.
It's very fair to question whether or not 7 is stretching it for her. Having said that, 13-1?
Crazy. Dylan Davis filling in for Arad Ortiz Jr., an on-time girl.
Look for this horse late. She has a real big late kick. She's 5 for 8 lifetime.
Here's Explora for Bob Baffert.
I don't disagree that she's the horse to beat. I don't think she should be 8-5 in this field, but I do think these shorter races are better for her.
And Carmel Coast for Whit Beckman.
Just didn't get out of the gate last time. I think you draw a line through the victory ride, and she also brings more speed to the party.
Pick 6 begins here as well on Whitney Saturday, closing in on $600,000 in that pool. As we look at movie night for Will Walden, Jose Ortiz, 3 wins today and counting. And last time out, Churchill Downs, big effort with a 96 buyer speed figure.
Yeah, but she was also 2-5 and sort of found a field at her mercy. I'm not knocking her. She was very, very good. The Brad Cox horse who finished 3rd, well, she was the other speed. She got a 78 buyer in here. She got an 88 buyer in her prior start. It's a very good race, but 7 furlongs and the rail can be a little tricky, and she's a forwardly placed horse, but there's other speeds. Can Jose get her off the rail? Because I think there is a fair argument that you want to be, especially in the stretch, trying to rally outside.
Well, you got the 2 and the 3 next to you. They look like your 2 deepest closers, right? Percy's Bar, cutting bassin distance. Sippin' Pretty's probably going to do the same she did in the victory ride. Make 1 run. I think the 4, Where Luck Lives, could be the speed of the speed. So if the 1 can drop down and save some ground, it might be advantageous.
Now back to Percy's Bar, Andy, in the case to be made for one who was pretty precocious as a 2-year-old.
She was, and she got a very good trip from the Ashland, but she ran a speed figure that makes her a player in this race. No doubt she has been disappointing in her subsequent 2 starts. This is the Ashland. She came inside, Zany went to the outside, and Zany's disappointed as well going forward. Having said that, I always look at horses cutting back in distance. It's an angle that works time and time again. And then when I looked at Ben Colebrook's record, which I gave out earlier, which is off the charts exceptional, cutting back from routes to sprints, I knew where I was going in this race. Percy's Bar in the cutback for me with the hot ride in Manny Franco.
So 7-1 on Percy's Bar. Let's go to Megan.
And I'm going to the number 1 Movie Night. As Andy alluded to, the inside, maybe not the exact place you want to be today on this racetrack, but I really was encouraged to back with her performance. She showed that she does have speed, but she does not need to have position on the lead. It does give Jose options. In her last performance, she ran a half in 44.73 seconds. That was the same half, that was the same time they ran in the Grade 2 Amsterdam. Local Knowledge finished up that race in 1 minute and 14.89 seconds. Her final time, 1 minute and 15.33 seconds in her last allowance performance. The best Buyer's speed figure in this race. Now, she's kind of got that refined, more streamlined build. She's got some scope and some size to her, but she was very fit, very professional. She's kind of sharpening up here on the racetrack. I liked what I saw from her. I loved what I saw from the number 3, Sippin' Pretty, who was also kept outside, very calm, cool, and collected, as Michelle's interview there with Ian Wilkes. And I think that she is, while she did parlay a perfect trip in that victory ride, Greg, she's a player at a price.
She was completely dismissed. Thank you, Megan, in that victory ride. Almost 26.5-1. Not getting a lot of respect here either.
Yeah, I'm surprised she's that big a price. I think the field is a little bit more evenly matched, maybe, Paulie, than the odds suggest. Pretty dichotomous board.
Listen, the 5 ran too good to be 13-1 last time out, but maybe the separator is that extra half furlong.
One of the most important races in this sport for 3-year-old fillies, the Grade 1 test presented by Ticketmaster. It's Explora. They're in the background, the 7 for Bob Baffert with Flavien Prat, the 1 to beat at 9-5. We send it upstairs on our Fox Sports 2 coverage to Frank Miramonti.
Here's Explora taking up her place in the colors of Pegram, Watson, and Whiteman. Where Luck Lives. And Carmel Coast from the outside. It's the 101st running of the test. And they're off in the test presented by Ticketmaster. And Carmel Coast bounced out right on top. Also, Goodall showing good speed. Movie Night is flying through along the inside. And Explora is flashing sharp early foot. She's going to be right off the pace today. And Sippin' Pretty is on the inside, 4 lengths off the lead as they run down the backstretch, where Movie Night has emerged with a 3/4 length lead over Goodall in second. Flavien Prat and Explora 3 off the pace in third. Sippin' Pretty, Where Luck Lives in between horses. Carmel Coast is next. Percy's Bar is second to last. On Time Girl trails 22-2 for Movie Night, the leader. Explora moves alongside Goodall to come after Movie Night. 3 of them across the track with 3 furlongs to run. Sippin' Pretty is racing in fourth. Percy's Bar advancing along the inside. They're at the quarter pole. Goodall short lead. Explora on the outside. Then Movie Night behind them. Percy's Bar is getting into it. And Sippin' Pretty on the outside. Explora struts her stuff mid-stretch and opens up with big strides as Percy's Bar takes up the chase, but Explora puts on a dazzling display in the test presented by Ticketmaster. She rolled home by more than 5 lengths. Percy's Bar was second. Goodall finished up in third.
Explora too good for this group. Bob Baffert, Pegram, Watson, and Whiteman, and Flavien Prat in the test.
And I'm going to tell you, that's a very fast time for this horse. She dominated. She got the right trip sitting outside on this racetrack, but she was on top of a pace, Paulie, that ultimately completely fell apart, and she dominated. Percy's Bar did run well in this race, but she was no match.
She ran well. She did. She kind of angled down like she got a little bit of a shot, but then Flavien Prat hit the accelerator, and the race was over. You know, Greg, coming out of those mile 16th races, you kind of thought, okay, is she going to be behind the 8 ball a little bit? Flavia and Pratt, aggressive early, put her in the right spot. And we've seen those silks a couple times in the winner's circle. Mike Pegram, longtime owner, but here you can see right on the pace, and Andy made a good point. The 5 and the 1, 2 very good fillies are just going to disintegrate here late.
And I'm going to say something, too, about this race. I hope that Jose Ortiz and Steve Asmussen are paying attention to this racetrack, because I really do not think you want to be inside, particularly in the stretch. And I think this is something that we have seen a couple of times during the meet. And with Magnitude in the rail, and if the filly goes with him nitrogen and pins Jose inside, that could be a real problem for Magnitude when we get to the Whitney.
Team McKinsey that we touched on earlier here. Pegram, Watson, Whiteman, and Baffert team up here with Explora.
They go all the way back to Point Given.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
No, Point Given was Thoroughbred Club of America.
Yeah, Thoroughbred.
They go all the way back before that.
Yeah, before that, yeah.
No
it's like
question
over 50
about it,
years,
right.
40 years now.
No, they've been together a long time, but this was a powerhouse performance. You win a Grade 1, you win a test, this is the way you're supposed to win it, right? This is a no doubt about it win, Paulie.
Real quiet. I meant to say real quiet. That's what I meant, real quiet, yeah.
Correct. I couldn't remember it either, so
but yeah,
we're both old.
This horse decimated some good fillies here, Greg.
This was a powerhouse performance, no doubt about it. And look, she was dominant at Churchill Downs in that Leslie's Lady last time out as well. She's now 3 for 4 at 7/8 of a mile. What an effort. Let's go to Megan with Bob Baffert.
That's right, joined by trainer Bob Baffert. What a tour de force performance Explorer was.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried in the paddock. She was getting a little bit anxious, a little hot. We cooled her down and she settled down because she's never been here. Today was the first day she's in. She's never seen a crowd like that, you know. So, no, I'm just, you know, Pratt rode a great race, had a good post, and the filly, I think she's just getting better and better, and I'm just happy for, you know, the 3 amigos, Carl Watson, Mike Pegram, and Paul Whiteman, and they're just been so great, the 3 amigos, and, you know, they let me manage these horses, and my team in Churchill Downs got her ready, so that's great. So, I'm so relieved that she won. You don't understand that. Because we knew she's so much the best, you know.
She's a pretty impressive lady, and you ran her in the Kentucky Oaks routing. How encouraged have you been, her finding her stride, obviously enjoying the cutback in distance?
Well, you know, Pratt thought, you know, it might be a little bit too far for her. I thought, you know, with the right horses, you know, you can do it, but I really thought she could win the Kentucky Oaks. I was disappointed in that, but we thought we'll just cut her back. The test came into mind right. If it would have been the Acorn Mile, we would have done that. But I'm just happy for. Where's Mike Pegram?
We got to get Mike in here.
Mike's not here. I don't know where he is.
Congratulations, Bob.
Thank you. All right.
Explora dominant in the Grade 1 test.
Graded stakes winner is a 2-year-old. Let's remember, she was the favorite in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly. She ran very well. She got beat that day. Let's keep in mind who else she beat. Counting Stars.
Yes, she did.
In the Grade 3 Honeybee, who is going to be the big favorite in the Alabama right now as the leader of that 3-year-old division.
And it's also fair to point out that she missed the fantasy, her prep for the Kentucky Oaks, yet she still ran an extremely valiant 4th. And a 1 1/8 is probably a little better than a little farther than her best. This is a very good horse. Now, whether or not she's good enough to take on some of the very good older fillies and mares that'll be heading towards the Breeders' Cup sprint remains to be seen, but she's a good horse. And she's another good horse that won a very, very big race.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we wish we could have the stat on Bob Baffert cutting back with horses. His horse ran 7 furlongs last time, but she was really good today.
She was.
This time, though, the way she did this gives you the thought that she continues to progress. Maybe she can tackle those top filly and mare sprinters.
It was a second faster than the Taker Mead horse that won earlier today. And, I mean, that's an older male, you know, actually a 3-year-old male, I shouldn't say that. But that's probably a horse that runs a figure in the 80s. It's a fast race. It's a good horse. It's a very good horse.
101st running of the Hamiltonian, America's premier trotting classic. It is Big Ranger, the 2025 Ohio Horse of the Year, right now the current favorite. Let's go to Jessica Otten.
Thanks, guys. I have trainer Marcus Melander, who sends out 3 in today's $1 million Hamiltonian final. First and foremost, Marcus, it's always a fun week when Hamiltonian week rolls around.
Oh, it's fantastic. You know, it's an exciting weekend, and no, very exciting.
You send out 3. We'll start with Apex, who kind of leads your trio. You've stayed him in New Jersey for this season. Just talk about maybe him coming from 2 to 3 and how he is coming into this race.
Oh, he's so much more mature. You know, he could get a little grabby for us last year, and he's so much smarter this year, more mature, you know, and, you know, we just kept him here at Meadowlands, and I think we got him in order.
And then American Power, of course, he draws towards the outside. We'll talk about him next. I thought his elimination was quite well, finishing a good third behind Apex.
Yeah, no, very good. He had to use him twice there before the half, and got to pull his shoes today. I think that'll help a little bit. So obviously need a lot of luck from the 10 hole, but he definitely got the speed to win this race, but he needed a little bit of luck.
And then Spencer Hanover from last year, of course, at Breeders' Crown Champ. A couple of blips on his radar so far this season. I thought his elimination was good. How is he coming into the race today?
Yeah, I think he needed the elimination like a real race, you know, an opener. But from the 9 hole, he needs a lot of luck. You know, he's a good horse. He always does his work, but it needs a little bit of luck from there.
What does it mean to you to participate in this race year after year?
Oh, it's fantastic. You know, we've been second a couple of times, and everyone is just talking about, oh, you know, we've been second, you know, 4 times or whatever. But, you know, a lot of people doesn't even get to race in the Hamiltonian. We've been fortunate to race every year. We make the final almost, and you know, we've been second, we've been third, and, you know, that's just a huge thing. So hopefully we can get it done today, but if not, we'll try again next year.
We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Jessica, thank you. Big one still to come with that Hamiltonian. It's Explora, and it was all Explora dominant in the Grade 1 test. Facing Tipton Winner's Circle lead-in. Brought to you by the 105th Saratoga sale of selected yearlings, August 10th and 11th. Where will you be? And Explora is putting together, Paul, a pretty nice resume right now for Bob Baffert.
Yeah, now 6 for 10 lifetime, and she just raised her earnings over $1.5 million, a 3-year-old filly by Blame at a Bernie Guinea mare. Collection choice, good selection by you, Andy. Percy's Bar ran a good second. Goodall and a big price, checks in for third.
Let's go back to Michelle with part of the Winning Connections.
Greg Mike Pegram joining me right now, and we were just talking about what was the last time you were in Saratoga?
For Mackenzie and the Whitney, so it's a good day. I like Whitney days.
I feel like you only come when it's a sure thing, looking at your race record and you attending the races here.
My pockets would be fuller if I knew that.
What a dazzling performance here. You know, you and Bob have had such an amazing relationship. Fast horses seem to be synonymous with you, but this was really spectacular.
No, what she did today, and, you know, this is where the champions come, and she proved she's a champion today.
I love it. What would Bob have to say afterwards? Was he relieved?
Yeah, he was. I think he was a little nervous coming in, but she was ready to roll.
Well, congratulations. Spectacular win there in the test, guys. We're loving it.
Thanks.
What a career. Real quiet. Preakness winner looking at Lucky. Silver Bullet Day, Midnight Loot. Just some great ones that Mike Pegram has owned or co-owned over the years.
Silver Bullet Day is one of those horses that I think is kind of forgotten a little bit in the game. I know there's a race named for her down in Louisiana, but I was around for her. I mean, she would run every 2 weeks, it seemed like, and every single time she'd show up with a good effort. She was an awesome racehorse.
You missed that pun by Michelle. I'm loving it. It's the McDonald's line. Obviously, Mr. Pegram.
Here's a trivia question about Silver Bullet Day. What Triple Crown race did she run in?
She ran in the Preakness, didn't she?
Belmont.
She ran in the Belmont.
Yeah.
Not the Hamiltonian like our producer just said. He should not run there, Evan.
Hamiltonian coming up next. The big one. Let's go back to Jessica and Gabe.
The big one is up next, Gabe. $1 million on the line for the 101st edition of the Hamiltonian Harness Racing's Kentucky Derby. We saw Marcus Melander take the Hamiltonian Oaks earlier on, and it's not a rare occurrence where you can sweep both of them.
Yeah, he's got himself in a heck of a shot to make history today, but it has happened before, Jess. Jimmy Takter's did it twice. Trainer Jan Janssen has swept the Oaks at Hamilton in a single day, and most recently, trainer Jim Campbell, the brother of Hall of Fame driver John Campbell. He is a trainer, swept the Oaks and the Hambo in 2022. Trainer Marcus Melander looking to get his first Hamiltonian with the sweep of the signature events this afternoon.
Let's let's talk about that 4-5 favorite. That's Big Ranger, of course. Annette Lorenzen does the training of this son of In Range. And here we will see the Hamiltonian elimination just 1 week ago. I guess this is going to be Apex. Marcus Melander charge. He's going to come first over after his cover kind of left him. Endurance followed him up on the outer flow.
Yeah, and this, again, he's going to rally there down the center of the track. And this is a horse that had been off a little bit, a few weeks heading into this one. But you're going to see him get up in time. He's going to just fend off Endurance. And how about those two we mentioned a bit earlier? They were born 4 days apart at the same farm in Paris, Kentucky. They grew up together, and they hit the line together in last week's Hamiltonian elimination.
Marcus Melander opted to keep Apex in the state of New Jersey rather than traveling for other stakes. A horse that saw New Jersey for the first time, well, that was Big Ranger. He answered a lot of questions and turned a lot of heads in his Hamiltonian elimination.
There were a lot of questions if Big Ranger could handle the big stage, and let's just say he did it with ease. This is an absolute blowout mile. He's going to win it by 4 lengths, 12 of 14, well over $500,000 for Big Ranger. Tim Tetrick, I know, oozing with confidence. He has one Hamiltonian victory. To his credit, that was in 2012 with Market Share. He's looking to pick up his second trophy today. And right now, Jess, the fans have got Big Ranger as the odds-on favorite here at 3-5.
You know, aside from Apex and Endurance, who we saw in that elimination, and of course Big Ranger, I think a sneaky horse could be worse. Of course, David Miller is going to pick up the drive with Scott Zeron injured. I thought he raced quite well in his elimination. He never had a chance to race until late. Scotty just kind of let him trot through the wire. Wasn't going to catch Big Ranger, but he wanted to get a good mile under his belt.
I do think a little bit of a sneaky long shot there. We see him there on the inside. He's double digits, just 14-1. He's got some good tactical speed, so he can get out of there and create his own luck, maybe with a forwardly placed trip. We'll see what Hall of Famer Dave Miller has in mind. He's the leading money-winning driver in the history of the sport. We call him Purple Jesus for a reason. He's earned over $300 million in the bike.
Apex on the board right now at 5-2. Big Ranger, he's 3-5. That is your race favorite from Post 4. It's the 101st edition of the Hamiltonian, the Winning Key Farm Hamiltonian. Hall of Fame announcer Ken Workington, he has your call.
The Winning Key Farm Hamiltonian 101. Preferred equine starting gate rolling. Dave Miller drives 2. It could be worse. Matthias Melander driving 9. Spencer Hanover. And the gate is moving. Field of 10 lining up 5-2 here on Apex. 3-5, the 4, Big Ranger. Big favorite here, Big Ranger with Tim Tetrick. The 7 Endurance at 9-2. And the others in double figures. So it's Apex and Big Ranger. Elimination winners. Stride for stride, side by side here, 3 and 4. The Winning Key Farm, Hamiltonian, $1 million. They're on gate. Here they come. Three-year-olds are off and trotting. Big Ranger gets the first call. Off stride goes Magic Punk. Magic Punk broke. Minoan leaves alertly on the inside and darts out there. Off stride, it could be worse. So it's Minoan, and Big Ranger on the outside takes the lead. Apex is third. To the opening quarter they go. Captain Naughty, fourth on the inside, settles in front of Endurance is Captain fifth. Gap of 2 lengths there to AI on the inside, sixth. Then comes Spencer Hanover and American Power. Far back, it could be worse. Still off stride, Magic Punk. First quarter was hot, 26 and 4. Apex makes a move to the front for Dexter Dunn. So Apex and Dexter Dunn will call the shots early here. Big Ranger back in that second spot now. Minoan tracks along in third position. Captain Naughty under a tight rein in fourth. Hard to wrangle in there. Endurance on the inside, fifth as the pace slows. AI on the inside, sixth. Then comes Spencer Hanover and American Power, and way back it could be worse. And that distant trailer is Magic Punk. The half was 54 and 3. Pretty solid pace here, and Apex is the target. Stalked here by Big Ranger second. Say around the turn with 3/8 to go. Minoan on the inside, third. Here comes Endurance first up on the outside. Trying to tow into it here is AI, gapping that cover, still inching in. And a shuffle for Captain Naughty on the rail at 3/4. Apex, Big Ranger, deuce pops right now for Tetrick and takes his shot as they pass 3/4 in 1:22 and 4 in the stretch of the Hambletonian. Apex on the inside, digging in and bracing for Big Ranger on the outside, who had a perfect trip. They duel through the stretch here. Apex digs in. Big Ranger on the outside. Stride for stride tussle. Minoan is third. Apex. Big Ranger trying to get to him. Apex on the inside. Big Ranger. Oh, it's too close to call. Apex and Big Ranger. Then Minoan noses apart in 1:49 and 2, a stakes record and a photo for win in the Hambletonian. What a thriller.
Wow, John Rallis, I just don't know. Apex on the inside, Big Ranger on the outside. They're about
A thriller there, Gabe. 26 and 4 opening panel, and it was tight at the wire after that.
This is a bang finish. I mean, between the two favorites, what a stretch throwdown here. Apex had a decision to make there for driver Dexter Dunn just in that opening turn. Apex could have tucked third. Dexter opted to drive on the lead. Big Ranger with a perfect trip on his back. These two are going to drop the gloves in the stretch drive with $1 million on the line. And who knows, this is a bang finish. We've had a dead heat in the Hambletonian in the past. As track announcer Ken Morgan said, this is just too close to call right now.
A 1:49 and 2 effort. Was it Big Ranger? Was it Apex? It was a stakes record. Either way, back to you guys.
Wow. All right, so the Hambletonian hanging in the balance. Whoever did win it, we know this. They did it in a new stake record time, 1:49 and 2.
That was pretty awesome.
Dexter Dunn on the inside with Apex.
All he calls inside, you call outside. I think you're right, it's outside, but I'm not sure.
That is close.
Thriller for the most prestigious race there is in the trotting game. We will wait and see. As soon as we get an answer, we will let you know, either Apex or the reigning Ohio Horse of the Year, Big Ranger, in a thriller at the Big M. Wow.
Well, we're leaving you in just a few moments, so we hope to have the result.
Yeah.
In the meantime, while we await the winner of the Hambo, Grade 1 4-star Dave coming up, and Deterministic looking for the second straight year to go back-to-back in the Manhattan and this race for Miguel Clement.
I think he's the right favorite in this race. I know we all think Zulu Kingdom at a similar price is sort of weird. I'm betting on Capitol Hill. Very simple, betting him to win.
All right, time for Whitney's selections. Andy, I guess we'll start with you.
I like the number 8 in this race by Asa. I think he has run the best races. I'm going to hope that he breaks in this race, or at least breaks reasonably well, and he does a good job, and I like his outside position. I think that it's possible the favorite could get compromised if he gets pinned inside.
Paul?
I'm going to go a little bit of price with Antiquarian. I just think this horse had a brutal trip last time out in the Suburban. I think he projects to get a really good trip. Magnitude, Nitrogen. Those two horses should be forwardly placed. I think he drops the rail, saves a ton of ground. I think he's kind of the wise guy upset horse today.
I'm going to go ahead.
Sorry. Still no photos. Still up in the Hamilton.
I agree with Paulie that Antiquarium's interesting at a price. I agree with him.
I'm going to go to Sovereignty. Obviously this is an incredibly important race for the reigning horse of the year. His preparations going into the Oaklawn Handicap were not ideal. The setup for him was not ideal, being as forward as he was that day. I think today's the day. He's still run as fast, I feel, as his big races from last year. He just has not moved forward. Today, I think, is the day he does move forward.
Love to see it. Cannot wait. Absolutely the race of the year. You can't miss it.
It will happen on Big Fox, part of Fox Saratoga Saturday, presented by Oceana Cruises, 5 p.m. Eastern start time. Shift over there for the big one to come, including the 4-star Dave as well. But yeah, this race, this Whitney, always one of the biggest races there is in the game, but this feels like one of the best we've seen, certainly in my lifetime.
Oh, no, I've been coming here a long, long time. First Whitney was 1975. I don't know that I've missed one since 1975. This is the best one we've ever seen.
Reigning champion 3-year-old filly, Nitrogen, just a 5th. By the way, we were just told back at the Hambletonian, it was Apex.
Inside horse held
Inside.
All he calls it again.
With the win in the Hambletonian for Marcus Melander. Wow. In a thriller in that 101st edition of the Hambo. Up next, it's the Whitney over on Big Fox on Fox Saratoga Saturday. See you there.
What do you want from me here, Terry?
I haven't seen Michelle yet, and it's heartbreaking.
Tell him I've got a lot to show today, too.
Trust me, sister.
And they're off at Saratoga.
We're not done yet. Couple of races left on this Whitney Saturday. Welcome to our viewers, Saratoga Live on the Fox Sports app. Sometimes we build up these events, these races, billed as the race of the year. In the Whitney, did not disappoint, exceeding expectation. Moments ago, Sovereignty, last year's Derby Belmont Travers winner. Oh, by the way, the first horse ever to pull that off. First horse ever, Derby Belmont Travers Whitney, Sovereignty, in that winner's circle. Good thing we're on the app. Welcome just outside the paddock. Jonathan, Richie, Tom, I'm Lafitte, and yeah, we built it as the race of the year, Tom, exceeding expectation, and the real Sovereignty showed up.
The real Sovereignty 2025 Horse of the Year Sovereignty did indeed show up, and it was one of those races, guys, where you see a performance, Sovereignty, of course, is who I'm talking about, that is just so good that you really don't think anybody would have beat him today.
Not the way he ran today. I mean, the junior allowed him to drop out. They were going quick, but to have that kind of confidence in your horse, but it also speaks to the confidence that Bill Mott has with Junior and Junior has with Bill Mott. Key to any good relationship is trust and communication, and now they're back on the beam, and this was a stellar performance.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have been hungry for this from him. When you have a horse that does what he did as a 3-year-old, a lot of times they go off the stud and they become stallions, but we were able to keep him because we were hoping for moments like we just saw, and we were disappointed on a number of occasions already this year. I'm just very relieved that he is who I thought he was, and he's back.
Derby Travers Whitney. Derby Travers Whitney on try number 4, Sovereignty. First horse ever to do so, as we welcome Michelle Yu to the broadcast. Standing by, Michelle, your immediate reaction, biggest takeaway from what we just saw in the Whitney.
Biggest takeaway is just in awe of what Sovereignty did right here. We know that he loves the racetrack, but he just put in a dazzling performance. He was so far back at one point, I thought, oh, he's just not going to pick up his feet, and then here he comes charging. So very in awe about the performance he put in, but also have to give lots of kudos to Nitrogen. She did all the heavy lifting. She went blazingly fast, and she showed up. She held on for a really solid finish there. I thought she looked great. No takeaway. You got a filly that runs second in the Whitney. I feel like this is a good spot. They did a great job putting her in here. She gave it her all. Could not, be any match for Sovereignty, but I feel like she lost nothing in that defeat. That just really kind of put a nice asterisk on her performances up here at Saratoga for me as well. We know she loves it at this spot, but that was a great performance from her too, guys.
Again, a champion-type performance from a champion in Nitrogen. Took a champion to beat her, and a Horse of the Year Sovereignty. Guys, you hear the noise. Like Junior and Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, Bill Mott, like they heard the noise, and all the skeptics wondering if Sovereignty's best days, Tom, were behind him, and how satisfying that performance has to be.
Well, I can put myself in Bill Mott's shoes as a trainer. I know what it's like to have the kind of pressure that you feel before a race. You're almost just relieved when something good happens after that. But that's the life of a trainer. Bill Mott's been doing it for years, been doing it great for years. That's why he's in the Hall of Fame, youngest member ever elected, and he showed it again today.
And this horse has been training great. He walked over from his stall over on the Oklahoma training side. He looked confident in the paddock. And the biggest takeaway for me, and I mean the filly was great, is it reminds me of how much I love this game. I rode my first winner 46 years ago, and I'm still at heart a fan, and these horses delivered.
Let's not forget, looking ahead a little bit, today's race was at 1 1/8. In my opinion, he's better going longer at 1 1/4.
Yep.
And for him to do that, going 1 1/8, I can't wait to see what happens when he stretches out in distance a little bit more.
Which, by the way, in terms of style and approach and strategy, remember, Tom, towards the end of last year, or the middle of last year, his last race that he won, in the Travers, the Jim Dandy, the Travers, those races, Tom, he was showing more tactical speed. This looked like Sovereignty, who won the Kentucky Derby from so far back.
And we wanted him to. You know, we thought, hey, to be good, he's going to have to show a little bit more speed than he's been showing. But today, the pace was very hot. He was able to lay back and make a huge run.
How many friends you make today, JK? New Naira Bets members, they signed up. They had a $50 free play, said put it on Sovereignty's nose.
I like it. I like it. You come back. You come back right here.
That's what I'm saying.
Race 13.
What do you do with your newfound riches?
We're gonna bet the 9. If I tell you what, if Nitrogen would have won, Feminism the 2 would have been a little over bet.
$50 free play over. It's over for now. It's the $200 deposit match bonus. If you haven't signed up yet, what are you doing? Get involved. We still have an entire month or so left here at Saratoga. Go to NairaBets.com. Take advantage of that $200 deposit match bonus. Use that promo code SPA200. Start winning today. NairaBets.com. 13th race of which we've seen everything. We'll recap some of it, but a focus on the live racing here and this $50,000 allowance. Optional claimers, 7/8 of a mile. Feminism, Tom, who is the current favorite. Second choice, 9-2. The favorite, Helen's Revenge. Feminism, though, we are revisiting
her first race.
Early April at Oaklawn.
This was her debut, and I mean, she got challenged on the lead by a group of horses. There was 4 across the track at one point. She fought off all the challengers, and she cleared at the end. You rarely see a first-time starter being able to do that with no experience, but she ran very, very well.
What are we expecting today, Feminism?
Well, she's drawn towards the inside, so you know you've got to use her to make sure you don't lose position, right? You're gonna, not that she needs the lead, but you want to protect that inside position. I always likened it to those outside horses are trying to cross over. It's like a big wave at the beach folding around you, and you don't want to get knocked down and dirt thrown all over you. You want to get up in your position.
Just saw Jose Ortiz rode Magnitude. Tom, how early could you tell that he was in deep water today?
Almost
Magnitude.
immediately out of the gate. If you look back at our Whitney race, Magnitude from that inside post, he didn't break sharp. He didn't make the lead. Jose looked like he urged a little bit early, found himself in an unusual spot, and certainly early on it wasn't his day.
No.
You mentioned something about Baeza for Bill Mott, performance by Sovereignty, and then I guess predictably Baeza, that you said it can get mental. Maybe we've reached that point.
Oh, I certainly think we have. I think today was the day to decide whether we had or we hadn't. He's broken poorly in both of his comeback starts this year and giving the fields big head starts. You cannot do that when you're running against the top horses in the nation. Certainly couldn't do it today against Sovereignty.
Let's brainstorm a little bit here, Tom. What do you do?
Steeplechase, baby.
So here's the problem. They know the difference between morning and afternoon, and Bill alluded to that in the paddock before the race when Keisha was interviewing him. Who knows what he'll do in the afternoon, but he's been good in the morning. You know, you can't do anything.
It has to be so frustrating because we know how much talent he has, how much ability Baeza has, but still struggles to get out of the gate. Post-parade, we start with Romantic Dancer, drawn inside. Luis Saez subbing for the sideliner Rod Ortiz.
Yeah, this horse is backing up a little bit in distance. I like that. Last time was blinkers on for the first time. It seemed to help.
Feminism, Jose Ortiz currently 9-2.
Yeah, nice debut at Oaklawn. Ran well last time to a filly that came back to win. Has speed.
Helen's Revenge, a 6-time winner.
6-time winners, won 3 of her last 4, coming off a little bit of a break since early June.
Golden Irish, 2-time 4-star Dave winning jockey Kendrick Carmouche.
A horse formerly trained by our friend and colleague right here, Tom Amos. She's got races to go back to that could put her in the frame.
Will not be swayed at 14-1.
I think they're kind of searching here, you know, on the grass, going a mile in distance. You know, they need something new.
Miss L is out. Mermaid Magic in with Javier Castellano.
1 for 1 coming from Monmouth Park, and we'll look to try to make it 2 for 2.
Battle Grove and Johnny V.
Also has natural speed, but well drawn towards the outside, so you won't have as much pressure.
Beach Heist has speed. Dirt debut.
Yeah, I mean, here's a dirt debut by a horse that I think has some dirt pedigree and is coming off a big performance in a much tougher race.
That's your filly here, yes, Jonathan? Beach Heist.
Yeah, I'm going to land here. I think this horse is live. According to the workout report, was working with the horse to the inside, Batiste Grove. So I think if Will liked what he saw there, Will Walden liked what he saw there in that work, I guess that's why I led to this horse showing up on the dirt.
What do you make of the suggested play by a wager here, where the it's all about value in the approach?
Yeah, they feel that the 3 and the 8 offer some value, and that daily double pool with the 2 and the 4 in the last leg. The honest answer is I'm not crazy about that. I don't really like that. I don't understand why the 3 is being bet so much. I prefer the 2, the 8, and the 9 over the 3. But it's that AI wager is looking for value in pools where the expected payout is better than the chances of it happening.
Battis Grove, Tom, for you.
Yeah, look, I like the other Will Walden horse to the inside, the 8 horse. Battis Grove is one of many horses in this race that has a lot of speed. But I think being in that outside position, Battis Grove has a chance to kind of have the rider look and see what's happening to the inside, Richie, and can be very tactical too.
To Michelle, you trackside.
Thanks, Lafitte. Got a nice look at these fillies in the paddock, and I really like the looks of the 9. So I liked her on paper as well, but I was very happy with her in the flesh. A nice, big, beautiful daughter of Omaha Beach, and she's only run on the turf course, so we'll have to see how she transfers that form over to the main track here. But I feel like from a pedigree standpoint, she should be just fine on the dirt. Also, I like her running style and her post position. She's got a couple of very catty works over at Churchill Downs to say that she should be able to handle all of this. I just feel like this race is going to set up really nicely for her. Underneath, I kind of liked the 1, Romantic Dancer for Rick Dutrow. 0 for 7 in 2026, but she's hit the board in 5 of those efforts. She gets a turn back in distance, which is an angle that I always like. I do feel like she suits at this condition. We've seen her run very good races from here. There's speed to her outside, so I think it sets up nice for Irad to be able to kind of get her a nice forwardly placed position, especially from the rail there, and try and make a late pounce to pick up a piece. So 6-1 on that. I think we could do worse than having a 9-2 over a 6-1, Lafitte.
Feminism, Romantic Dancer in front of 40,000 plus, 40,000 strong for Whitney Saturday, and the lines on Union Avenue on days like this. The fans are here, Richie, at sunrise, and in hopes of witnessing something like what they witnessed today, worth the price of admission and then some.
You got to see one of the best fields ever put together for Whitney. You saw last year's Kentucky Derby winner and Horse of the Year. If you have any love or affinity for this game, this day has delivered. It's everything good about our sport.
And you know what? Combined with the atmosphere here, I mean, you're looking at it right there. Nobody's left. Everybody say, when you get that Saratoga atmosphere, you can get it on a Wednesday through a Sunday, and you're with a good race. These fans, they know racing, and I mean, it's electric.
They're not going anywhere. Not going anywhere, Jonathan. And many of them who have zeroed in on Helen's Revenge and made her the favorite at 2-1 marching towards the gate.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations where you look at the tote board and then you got to look back at your past performances and wonder if you handicapped the wrong race. I mean, I'm not saying that I don't understand why the horse is bet a little bit. I just didn't think this horse would be favored. I thought Feminism, it felt like a horse that would take more money in here. But I do believe that screams great opportunity. That's how I look at it. If I don't like a horse that's being bet to favoritism, look elsewhere. Like I said, I'm solely going to ride here with this 9. I think the 2 obviously is interesting as well, but the 9 will be my top choice.
If you're a jockey, like in demand, Richie, on one of these days, 14 races, and you're riding in 11, 12 of them, and maybe things didn't work out in the marquee event, right? Like, when does fatigue become a factor? Like, how much do you have left at this point?
If you haven't been winning, you're wiped out. You're exhausted. It's amazing. Visiting the winner's circle is like tonic for the soul. and it keeps your energy level up.
Instant energy. Instant energy for this 13th race. Any final thoughts, Tom, as they make their way behind the starting gate?
I think it's loaded with speed, you guys. I think the pace is going to be pretty hot up front. I see at least 4 or 5 horses that want to get to the lead, look for someone to maybe swing around and run them down, just as we saw Sovereignty do.
Remember that, Jonathan. Not hot today. Not hot today. It was humid. Not too hot. Just humid.
I was sweating. You know what, actually, I forgot it rained for a second.
You know what the good news is, though? Jonathan's had a good day, gave out that ticket to Naira Bets. It means you got to wear a jacket every day now.
Yeah, don't change it up. You're going to have to wear it when Sovereignty runs.
That's a good look.
Take it easy.
You're going to have to wear it when Sovereignty runs.
Brought the pink. Said 0 win on Sovereignty. It all worked out in the end. 13th of 14th on this Whitney Saturday. Frank Mirmati with the load and call.
Golden Irish. Here's Beach Heist to complete the line. And they're off. Beach Heist on the outside with Battis Grove sharing the lead, but on the outside it's Beach Heist who is the quickest and tries to sprint clear. Feminism is moving through on the inside to be a part of the early pace. And then it's Golden Irish in between horses. Battis Grove in the red reclaims that third spot she wants to get closer to. Down at the rail, it's Romantic Dancer in 5th. Helen's Revenge is 6th at this point. Has about 8 lengths to make up. Will Not Be Swayed. And 2 more to Mermaid Magic. 22-2 for Beach Heist. Battis Grove on the attack in 2nd under a nice hold from Johnny V is Battis Grove. On the outside of them, Golden Irish trying to get into it. Romantic Dancer losing ground behind Feminism as they come toward the top of the stretch. The lead belongs to Beach Heist. Battis Grove in between. On the far outside, Will Not Be Swayed is kicking in with purpose as they come to the 8th pole. A battle up top. Beach Heist, Battis Grove, Will Not Be Swayed. Feminism finds a seam in between. Will Not Be Swayed keeps coming at Battis Grove. Battis Grove will not be swayed. Will not be swayed. Mows him down. Battis Grove was 2nd, then Romantic Dancer and Feminism.
Upset in the 13th. Will Not Be Swayed. 5th lifetime score, first here at Saratoga.
We talked about how hot the pace could be in here. It was a battle up front. A lot of horses wanted the lead. Will Not Be Swayed on the outside, just as we predicted.
Also, a nice win for Lolita's Shiv Mango.
We're going to take a deep breath, welcome in a brand new audience here on Saratoga Live as our post-race coverage continues and live race coverage continues. 13 down, 1 to go, 12 to 1 shot there. Will Not Be Swayed. Are we welcoming in our FS2 viewers? Yes? Maybe? Not quite sure. If you are, welcome to Saratoga, Whitney Saturday. Jonathan, Richie, Tom, I'm Lafitte. 13 races in the books. We have 1 left. But still, Tom, everybody just kind of buzzing about what we saw a little bit earlier in the Whitney with Sovereignty.
Well, of course, talk about Sovereignty and what he did in the Whitney. Came from well back in the pace, went around the field, and just ran lights out.
Why don't you tell me you were on FS2, man?
Well,
good looking out. Good looking out.
I was very happy 10 minutes ago.
Getting tired of this,
and
Jonathan.
now
We're supposed to be friends. Supposed to be friends. Ricardo Santana, 12 to 1 shot. Will Not Be Swayed. 5-8, 1-2 in the 13th. Results, reaction, and much more. Before we go to break, for those of you who just joined us, here's how she did it. Richie, Will Not Be Swayed at the price finds her best stride.
Yeah, we were talking about the speed in this race. Here's a closer. It seems like maybe the outside paths are getting a little bit the best of it today. And I'm really happy for Lolita Shimengo. Yeah. She does a really good job. Her horses always look good. And she is, what, the 84th trainer to win a race here in Saratoga this summer?
Lots and lots of parity. The wealth spread out. Another first trainer to saddle a winner this summer. Big smile, Ricardo Santana. Will Not Be Swayed. Now we're going to break. 5-8-1-2. Embrace. There it is. Winning jockey, winning trainer, cool moment there. Much more from the spa, and another look at the reigning Horse of the Year back at Saratoga, site of some of his biggest performances, where it all started. He debuted here as a 2-year-old, now a Whitney winner, Sovereignty, back in a big way.
City of Light, multiple Grade 1 winner, who posted 7 triple-digit buyers, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road, with graded stakes winners, Menti, Chop Chop, and Formidable Man. Sire of multiple Grade 1 winner and champion 2-year-old, Fierceness.
A powerhouse win.
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
Welcome back. Sun setting in Saratoga Springs. Coverage, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com. Ricardo Santana going to work. Will not be swayed at 12-1. To Michelle Yu.
Thanks so much, Lafitte. Will not be swayed. Indeed, lived up to her name right there, Lolita Shimagel. And joining me, you were the 86th trainer to win a race at this meet. Is that crazy?
That is crazy, and it's my first win in Saratoga, and today is the exact date that marks 2 months that my dad passed away. So it's like, I wish he was here to watch it, but he is watching it, and it means like so much more to me that I won.
You held it together for so long before that. I mean, that's such an amazing sentiment. You feel like he's here with you right now?
Yeah, I feel like, he was with me all day today. I kept talking to him all day, and I was like, Dad. And walking over with the filly, I said, Dad, come on. Watch over us today and fly our name.
Looks like he did just that. She definitely was running along with your dad behind her.
Yes, and she's also a nice filly.
Very nice filly. Congratulations on a big win.
I don't know how Michelle kept it together. Yeah, it's Whitney Day and sovereignty and that performance and everything. I tell you what, if you're watching, if you're a racing fan, Richie, you're not forgetting that moment on this day either.
No, not at all. And, I was friends with her father. He had his last starter here in Saratoga in 2018. She took over training for him. Dudnut Shamangle, I'm sure he's looking down and very proud of his daughter.
The relationship between a trainer and their horses or horse, every day in the barn with them, working with them, trying to get them to do something in a 2-minute race, a race that takes less than 2 minutes. You just saw the dedication and love of the horse from one trainer. And there was 85 more that have won a race here and many more that are looking to win a race here. That is what it's all about. That's what training horses is all about, the love of the horse.
I know we've touched on it in the past, but like Jonathan, I'm sure you remember your first day as a fan here at Saratoga. I remember my first broadcast here at Saratoga. I'll never forget it, Tom. Your first win at Saratoga. What's the first thing that comes to mind?
Well, I just felt like when I went up here that maybe, just maybe, I could compete with the big names. And there were so many big names at the time. Alan Jerkins was at the top of the list. I idolized him. Time went on, other big names came along, and it's feeling like you can do it, right, Rich?
Yeah,
when you won your first
absolutely.
race?
Yeah, it gives you the confidence that, hey, I can play at this level. My first day in riding in Saratoga, 1981, opening day, I rode all 9, pouring rain, sloppy track, got shut out until the last race, and I went on a big gray horse for Walter Kelly named Hilarious. And you want to talk about being exhausted by that ninth one? Because I wasn't getting to the tonic in the winner's circle.
How many years ago?
That was 1981, 45 years
So
ago.
that's what I'm saying. It might as well have happened yesterday.
Yeah.
The clarity, the recollection of that first win here at Saratoga. But yes, of course, this was the centerpiece this afternoon amongst the 4 Grade 1 races, the Grade 1 Whitney and Breeders' Cup implications and $1 million purse. Case, you missed it. Never know. Never know. Ford still the scratch, field of 7, Mile and an 8th, and Magnitude in the end the favorite, 9-5 Sovereignty, second choice, 2-1 from start to finish. 99th Whitney, Frank Ramadi with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off in the Whitney. And Baeza broke slowly once again. Nitrogen broke beautifully and goes straight to the front. On the inside, there's room for Magnitude, who most expected to be on the front end. And there he goes, Magnitude to the front. Nitrogen counters, and those two are heads apart. Antiquarian comes away in third. Whiteabario is fourth with 5 lengths to make up. It's a gap of 5 back to Sovereignty. Then the 2 trailers, Tiztastic and Baeza. 23-2 for the opening quarter mile. And it is the filly, Nitrogen, taking command and leading over Antiquarian. Magnitude is suddenly back to third, joined by Whiteabario. Those two stride for stride. It's a gap of 10 lengths to Baeza, Tiztastic, and now Sovereignty is last. The half in 46-1. Nitrogen takes them into the far turn with Antiquarian pressing the issue now. He's within a neck of her. Whiteabario third. Magnitude is just losing ground. He's being pushed along, and now 6 lengths off the pace. Baeza is starting to pick it up. He is racing on the inside of Sovereignty, and Sovereignty is starting to come with a big bid through 3/4 in 109-3. They're at the top of the stretch. Nitrogen with a 3-length lead. Sovereignty bearing down in the middle of the racetrack and coming at her, and Sovereignty with a devastating stretch kick has taken control of the Whitney. Nitrogen, Antiquarian, and all the others left in the wake of Sovereignty, who's back on top, strolling in to win the Whitney by over 5 lengths. The battle for second between Nitrogen and Antiquarian.
His Royal Highness Sovereignty, Junior Alvarado, Godolphin, Bill Mott in a Horse of the... That's the stuff that made him the Horse of the Year a season ago.
No, it did indeed. And when you watch that race, you watch Sovereignty's, and it was a devastating performance for the rest of the field. It was one of those races where you have to say nobody was beating him today.
No.
No. And we got to give a lot of credit to the filly. You know, she set fast fractions. She ran on great. And how often do you get to see the 3-year-old champion, reigning horse of the year, face off with the 3-year-old filly champion. That's a new one on me. I haven't seen that
Part
before.
of what the race of the year lived up to the billing. JK, Nitrogen tries to separate. Sovereignty has other ideas.
Yeah, he just kept grinding away. It looked a lot like his races that he had up here prior, the Travers and the Belmont, where he kind of found himself in the middle of the track, running on late. And it's just so relieving to see the big horse be back. Like I said, you win those types of races last year. It was unfortunate we weren't able to see him in the Breeders' Cup Classic, a race I think he would have made some noise in. Now we know he's back, and now we can take a deep breath and get very excited of what's to come when he meets up with horses like Forever Young and others that are going to continue to train on.
Already so excited about the opening of New Belmont Park, and now the prospect of Sovereignty and Forever Young. I'm going to be like a kid on Christmas morning.
It's the first day that we've been waiting to see this place for 3 years. At the end of the day, at the end of the show, what are we going to say? Like, all downhill from here? How's it going to get any better than that, Forever Young and Sovereignty?
Way to go. Way to go, Debbie Downer. Yeah. I'll tell you what. You know, Jonathan, you mentioned this was at 1 1/8 miles. The Derby and the Belmont that year were 1 1/4 miles, and it just seems like getting back that distance in the Breeders' Cup Classic is going to be right up his alley.
Junior Alvarado, Godolphin, Sovereignty, and a second Whitney for trainer Bill Mott moments ago with Acacia.
I'm sure a very gratifying victory to see Sovereignty back in the winner's circle, or heading to the winner's circle here at Saratoga. Bill, your immediate thoughts on that performance?
Well, it's great. I mean, he ran really well. He ran like the old Sovereignty. Of course, we had 2 races this year. The first one was a good race to a good horse, and then we came back and on a sticky racetrack, and for whatever reason he didn't run his race, but he showed up today.
He definitely did, and this punches his ticket onto the Breeders' Cup Classic. I know, unfortunately, a race he had to miss last year. I'd imagine that's a big goal for him this year?
Well, that's what we're thinking about. Yeah, that's always been the goal.
Congratulations,
Thank you.
Okay.
Acacia, you remember, was Cigar who prepped for the Classic and the Jockey Club Gold Cup when he was the best older horse in the nation. Jonathan had Sovereignty at 4 in the rankings, and by virtue of that performance, right to the top.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's one of those deals where a lot's going to happen between now and the Breeders' Cup Classic, but it's fun to look ahead to that situation. And Forever Young, we know who he is. We were a little bit worried about who Sovereignty was. Did he trick us? Today he did not. Now I feel comfortable putting him back on top.
Megan Burgess joins the broadcast. Megan, we've been waiting, anticipating. Finally, the day arrived, the race arrived. Sovereignty reigns supreme. Your biggest takeaway?
Everybody ran their race, right? And it was one of those instances where you saw this clash of the titans, and Sovereignty was the household name, Horse of the Year, Kentucky Derby winner. Obviously hasn't run bad races, but he ran a tour de force performance today. I've been an incredible fan of Nitrogen, just watching her as we're kind of keeping an eye on the 5 behind you. I'll explain in a moment. As she ran incredibly well, being able to hold on to those fractions through the late stages of the Whitney. And Magnitude was a bit disappointing, and the track played in a way where you really wanted to be outside, and it felt as if though horses in the race made the decisive move, knowing that to keep Magnitude at a position that was likely a disadvantageous one. So I do believe Magnitude comes back and runs better from this. But speaking of some cantankerous action in the paddock, we've got the 5 being tacked on the walk. He almost kind of flipped over on himself a bit in the saddling stall. He did not. Obviously, when horses do that, they are an automatic scratch, but they have negotiated the tack. He's trying to get himself collected and together for trainer Mike Maker. Hopefully he can settle himself down first out for the barn. As far as number 6, another one that's been pretty sharp, very sharp, I should say, tacked outside. The half-degraded stakes winner, Hidden Connection, that's getting onto the turf, which I don't mind for this horse, but another one who's bubbling over and could be one of those horses that runs their race, though has some back form that could make him competitive. I do like the turf pivot for him, but ultimately I went to the number 7, Complex Agenda, who to me seems like the horse you want out of this race, Lafitte. But at the end of the day, I'm just a fan of the game, and what a day we have been given.
Reminded of why you're the fan of the game on a day like this. With one left, 14th and final, Very Connected you're looking at, to be ridden by Luis Saez. Red Ortiz banged up a little bit earlier. An update, some good news from his mother. We'll have that next. Plus, Todd Pletcher milestone watch, 5,999 wins. Versailles Road will he be Pletcher's 6,000th career winner?
Definitely the best horse I've ever had in training.
Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
Sierra Leone, gun runner reaching for the wire. Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Today was the day that he got it done. It was Sierra Leone.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Blazing Salad. Mixed to get up into the London Surfing Classic is
Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes.
The 105th Saratoga sale. For over a century, the crown jewel of North American yearling sales has attracted the world's top buyers for an experience unlike any other. World-class yearlings, prestigious pedigrees, premier race meet, glamour, elegance, and charm. The best party. The 105th Saratoga sale, August 10th and 11th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Horses in the paddock, 14th and final. Getting dark here in Saratoga Springs on a stellar Saturday of racing. This Whitney Saturday. Field and updated odds for this $50,000 allowance optional claimer on the inner turf course. And Todd Pletcher, it almost feels like a rite to passage for jockeys and trainers, Richie. When you're approaching a milestone, you get to the doorstep, it always feels like the racing gods make you wait a little longer.
They don't just let you break through, run right through it. You know, Todd is inevitably going to get it, but I'm sure he'd like to put it behind him. And what a way it would be to cap off this incredible day of racing if he was to do it right here, right now.
Is it more for you, Tom, when you won your 4,000th here at Saratoga,
which was
awesome?
Stakes race.
Yeah, that's right.
Team Isolate.
We were on air; it was great. But I guess it's you get to a point where you almost want to just kind of. At least this was my father. Just let's get there and get it over with finally.
I can remember that I had a camera from our show follow me around for a couple days, and I was more and more miserable every single day that camera followed me around. I was just like, please get this over with. You know, and it could have happened somewhere else. We were running horses all over the place, but it ended up happening at Saratoga. And when I was an assistant trainer up here living check to check, I had a potential owner come to town and invite me to dinner at the Wishing Well, which is still my favorite restaurant in Saratoga.
Good stuff.
I won that 4,000th race, and I took my wife and my youngest daughter to the Wishing Well.
How cool is that? Like a full circle.
That's a great story.
Perfect. It's perfect.
That is a great story. And we do have good news. Producer Melanie Wignall, who does so much of the great work you see here on Saratoga Live, she bumped into Mrs. Ortiz, Arad Ortiz's mother, who, again, not a doctor, medical officer or anything, but did say that Arad is expected to be released tonight, no broken bones, and that's what we know.
Look,
that's
she
what we
might
know.
be a doctor, but moms know best.
Yeah, no doubt. And listen, that's great news because it was a scary incident, and you don't know, which way it can go and if he's going to miss more time. So, the fact that nothing's broken, that's number one good news.
What Flavien went through in that spill in a race he won shortly after crossing the wire on Saturday, you're saying, my God, how it looked so bad. It's amazing how for riders and how often, Richie, when riders fall, the ones that don't look that bad wind up much more serious than those that do.
Yeah, I've walked away from some that looked unbelievable and then some that didn't look like much. You just don't know. It's how you land, how you hit the ground. And by the grace of God, you got to get lucky sometimes too.
Hope to see Arad Ortiz back before long. Sun setting on this Whitney Saturday, Tom Versailles Road, Complex Agenda, exiting the same race. This was opening weekend here, 4th of July weekend over here at Saratoga.
Yeah, let's take a look at it because it was at this marathon-style distance. We're going a 1 3/8 today. This is at 1.5 miles. You're going to watch them both here. For Versailles Road, he gets the perfect trip and was able to rate behind a very fast pace, and he had a nice finish for a Complex Agenda. You know, he was ridden out of the gate to make the lead. He gives up the lead down to the stretch, but he really fights hard. Complex Agenda, I think, is going to come back and try to go to the lead again, see if he can take him gate to wire.
That's your top selection here.
I like Versailles Road.
Who's that Versailles Road?
We did watch him in that race as well.
All right. Post parade presented by the new Belmont Park. Racing returns to Belmont on September 18th. Sovereignty v Forever Young Jockey Club Gold Cup. Visit newbelmont.com to learn more. Call to post. Meet the field for these long distance turf runners as Flavia and Pratt and Capital Partner.
Yeah, Capital Partner, this horse just does not seem fast enough for these other horses, and he's being bet right now.
Aforementioned Versailles Road.
Yeah, I've got no problem here. I'll be rooting for Todd Pletcher. Why not put a little cherry on the Sunday we've had today?
Saw light cab revving and buzzing in the paddock.
Yeah, it was a little bit rambunctious in the paddock, but Mike Maker's so good at getting horses to stretch out in marathon distances.
Very connected. Make the rider Louis Sias subbing for Rod Ortiz.
Yeah, tried the turf one time at Kentucky Downs. Didn't go all that great, but Kentucky Downs is a unique configuration.
Complex Agenda. There he is, Ricardo Santana, looking to sweep the late double.
Well, he set a very fast pace going a 1.5 miles last time. He turns back 1/8 of a mile, and it doesn't look as much speed signed on. This is my top selection.
At 9-2, Mizertonic, Javier Castellano, long distance specialist.
Yeah, really long. Best race probably recently was a 2-mile race here in the Belmont Gold Cup.
Stark just graduated in his second career start, least experienced.
Yeah, but he looks like he's a horse that's taking incremental little steps, and Brandon Walsh, very good at stretching horses out as well.
Rotterdam just won, running 2 miles at Colonial.
Yeah, this horse has been going, I think this horse has been doing all kinds of things, going long distances. I actually like the horse a little bit, though.
All right.
Has some good races going shorter.
8-1 if you like him. And Sardis draws in with Tyler Gaffleon.
Hey, I looked at it and I saw Sardi's because, you know, back in the day we would go to Sardi's in Manhattan.
It's the 14th place.
Did you like that place?
I did.
I love that place.
You go in there and you inevitably would run into some celebrities, right?
14th race, sun setting. Let's unveil selections. Richie, who's it going to be?
I am going with the 7 Complex Agenda. I think he gets a much easier time of it up on the front end today.
Bob LaPenta colors. Ricardo Santana, Complex Agenda.
Right
Go
there.
ahead.
We're looking at my selection. Back to Richie's selection now.
Oh, here it is.
Yeah, I just think if he can get to the front and go a little bit slower and a little bit more comfortable, you know, 48 flat going 1.5 miles is a pretty demanding pace for this level of horse. And I'm not seeing the same kind of speed signed on.
To Megan Burgess.
Hey guys, sorry, my cameramen are just fighting over me, over shooting this hit, and it was a battle, but 1-1 in the end, thank God. As far as number 2, Capital Partner, he's just a quintessential turf horse. He might not be the biggest, the stoutest, the broadest, but he is by Kingman, and this is exactly what he wants to do. And now I know he's probably not the most impressive in this group as far as just looking at his form. He is going as the tepid favorite right now, and you know, he was a little bit hard to handle when cross-referencing in the past with Acacia Clement and Maggie, but he's really settled today. I really liked what I saw from him, and yeah, he is. He's kind of that smaller, more petite frame, but I did like his race last time out where he was just very rank early. The winner wired the field on a slow pace, and if he can settle and get into a good rhythm, he's going to be very tough. They went 1-2 on him last time out. Hopefully, second off of a longer layoff, he can have that closing kick, because that's ultimately his weapon as a son of Kingman, is that late turn of foot. As far as the number 8, Mr. Tonic, who I just love, and he cuts back a bit in distance. Last time out, just take a line through that trip. It wasn't a good one whatsoever, but when you really go through his races, particularly at this distance, he's a handy sort, and I envision him getting a nice trip under Javier Castellano, and I loved him physically, and especially up there at 6-1, he's just the horse for me, but I ultimately did land on the number 7 Complex Agenda, but quickly on the 9 Stark. He looked fantastic in the paddock. He's a horse that's cutting back in distance for Brendan Walsh, and another probably up there at far too big of a price. Lafitte?
Long distance turf affair here. And Richie, we often point out for our viewers like what to look for in these races as far as which horses seem to be handling things better for the demanded longer distance.
It's very hard for horses to stay longer distances, marathon distances, if they're keen. They don't use their energy efficiently. They work against the rider works against them, they pull, and they don't stay. You want a horse to come off the bridle, even if they're in front. You want them to settle into a good rhythm and use themselves efficiently.
How challenging, Tom? You train a horse that, look, this is what they're designed to do. The longer, the better, but they have that bad habit of getting a little too aggressive at times.
Well, it wrecks everything. I mean, we talked earlier in the Whitney about Baeza and his gait issues and how you have to be right mentally as well as physically. In a marathon race like this, if you don't have a thoroughbred underneath you that's right mentally and it's going to relax for you, you might look prominent early, but you're going to be picking up the pieces at the end.
Biggest difference, Jonathan, handicapping. These longer distance races where speed figures typically much more applicable to dirt racing. Yes?
Yeah, I think you got to look at internal fractions because if the pace is slow, the final time, which speed figures are based on, can only be so fast. Just think about Usain Bolt walking for 10 steps out of the gate. He's never, or out of the blocks, he's never going to break his record for his final time, but he still could run an amazing race after that 10 steps of walking. That's how a speed figure can kind of be a little bit misleading. You want to look at those internal fractions to try to understand, but I got to tell you, I'm feeling like a fan today, and I've enjoyed watching history, and I'd like to see Todd Pletcher get his 6,000 win here.
Building has seen it all. Todd Pletcher's have 5 winners last Saturday, and that resounding performance by Renegade in the Jim Dandy. Next stop, the Travers, 5,999 career victory. She's going to miss it.
I hear
Todd
you,
Pletcher's
sister.
going to win his 6,000th race. She's going to miss it.
It's been a long day.
For Todd Pletcher, will this be it? Has Versailles Road at 7-2?
You guys got a stroller to roll me out of here when we're done?
Yeah, look, I'm with Todd Pletcher and Todd we trust. Versailles Road, number 4.
Go get him, Todd. Capital Partner, 5-2, the favorite, 3 turns, mile and 3/8 on the inner turf course. One final time on this Whitney Saturday. Great job all afternoon. Frank Bermati with the call.
Back at you, Lafitte. Here is Stark for Brendan Walsh in the Starlight Racing colors. Rotterdam coming up. And the last one to load is Sardi's. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Capital Partner is sent out of there and immediately takes the lead. Light Cav, Versailles Road is tucked in along the inside, racing in third as Complex Agenda has rushed up to take that second spot. They're followed by Very Connected. Rotterdam is next, racing 3 clear of Sardi's. Mr. Tonic is the gray, inching up outside of him, and no early speed from Stark. They're covered by a dozen. Into the stretch for the first time. Capital Partner kept off the rail, tugging at Flavien Pradin, leading the way. Over Complex Agenda, a length and a half back second. Then Light Cav, Versailles Road is down on the inside, 3.5 or so off the pacemaker. Got up a 3, back to Very Connected. Mr. Tonic inches up on the outside. Rotterdam is down at the rail. It's a gap of 4 in this strung out field to Sardi's and Stark. The opening half mile went in 49 1/5 seconds. And it's Capital Partner, left alone up top and widens now. He's got a 3-length lead over Complex Agenda, who's second. 4 more lengths. Versailles Road is racing in third and joined on the outside by Light Cav, and Mr. Tonic is 3 deep, but they're starting to get a little bit closer to the front runner. On the inside, Rotterdam is next with about a half mile left to travel. And outside of him, it is Very Connected. They're followed by Sardi's and then Stark. 1:14 and almost 3/5 of a second. Capital Partner has been the controlling speed. Leads it by 2 lengths. Ricardo Santana Jr. asking for more from Complex Agenda. Mr. Tonic on the outside. Versailles Road is inching up now, a threatening presence, and he is going to come after Capital Partner at the top of the stretch. Capital Partner holding on to a 2-length lead. Versailles Road in hot pursuit second. They are followed on the inside by Rotterdam and Sardi. 16th pole, Versailles Road gets the Capital Partner, and Versailles Road puts his head in front, starts to pull away, and it is Versailles Road. Here it is. What an accomplishment for the great trainer, Todd Pletcher. That's 6,000 wins. A tremendous accomplishment, and it happens right here where he has been so terrific at Saratoga Racecourse. Congratulations. We salute Todd Pletcher on this incredible milestone.
One of the best all time, Todd Pletcher, 15-time Saratoga champion trainer, victory number 6,000 in this 14th and final on Whitney Saturday with Versailles Road.
Yeah, look, a perfectly managed ride by Manny Franco. The pace was pretty hot up front. There were a couple of horses going at it, including the one that just passed right now by Todd's horse. Versailles Road stayed in the pocket. Richie saved a lot of ground, angled out, and came and got the winner.
3-turn race, you said it just right. You get to save all the ground. A beautiful ride by Manny, but so happy for Todd. And
that's what it's all about.
His wife Tracy's there, his daughter Hannah, and this feels like the cherry on top of the sundae of a great day of racing.
I am emotionally drained. It's been so much fun to see all of these great moments today here at Saratoga, and I'll say this about Todd. I have never, and I mean this, never heard anyone say something bad about Todd Pletcher. Not one person that I can think of. Everyone's got somebody that doesn't like somebody. That guy, Never heard a bad thing about Todd Pletcher.
You could see it in the reaction of everybody around him. Yeah, probably friends, family, sure, but I promise you, just about everybody watching us, we're like a bunch of, we're not supposed to. We're not supposed to root, right? We're hosting the show or whatever. Everybody collectively watching that and how happy to see Todd Pletcher reach this milestone.
I mean, he's been a great trainer for decades. You know, I've seen them come and go. Trainers that get hot for a time and you know, then they fall off. But Todd is, you know, consistent and consistently has great horses in big races. 6,000 wins. Put that, wrap your head around that, fellas.
And at the highest level.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, he started his training career in New York. Actually had his first string at Hialeah. Just phenomenal.
To Megan Burgess with Mr. 6,000.
Mr. 6,000 himself. We've got the signage. We've got everything. I was speaking with your wife Tracy pre-race. I said the last race of the day, Whitney Saturday. This feels like it could be the one.
We waited all day, but yeah, we finally got there. It was it's a good feeling.
You have been under the tutelage of some of the best in the game. You've now become one of the best in the game, the best in the game. What does this mean to you as you reflect on your journey?
I mean, it's just, you know, it's a great milestone for the whole team. You know, so many people contribute to it, and I think when you get to these milestones, sometimes it gives you a little moment to reflect and think about, you know, how lucky we've been, how fortunate we've been, and, you know, how many great horses and great owners we've been able to train for, and a tremendous team doing all the work.
I have to speak about your wife, Tracy, because she's a big part of this. You raised a beautiful family with Tracy. She's been along you for the ride. How special is it to be there with her, be there with your family, and to be able to reach this kind of milestone?
Yeah, it's been wonderful. She does all the work, you know, behind the scenes, and we were glad that a couple of the kids could be here. We're hoping Kyle could come in from Houston, but he couldn't make it, so I'm sure he's watching, and yeah, it's great to share it with everyone.
My Texas people. Lastly, are you finally excited that we're going to be done talking about it now?
I said before the race, I said, I don't know if I'm more tired of hearing it or you guys are probably more tired of saying it, but finally we got it done.
We're never tired of talking about Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher. Congratulations. What an incredible day at the spa.
That was a great question. That was the right question. That was a great question. Because everybody's thinking it, the sense of relief. Todd Pletcher, Manny Franco there entering the winner's circle for Versailles Road. Lightning round, gentlemen. Your fans first, right? Your favorite, starting with you, JK, favorite all-time Todd Pletcher trained runner.
Yeah, I'm going to cheat. One is because I had a great
score. Say Uncle Mo. Can't say Uncle Mo.
Oh, well, now I'm really in trouble. One of my best bets I've ever made in my entire life involved Dame Dorothy that he had, that he trained, that he trained for Bobby Flay. I had a great score on Dame Dorothy. I was going to say Uncle Mo, but you took it away from me.
Richie, I knew he was going. I would have said the same. Richie.
It's a personal one because Harmony Lodge. I won the Grade 1 ballerina from here by a nose, won 3 stakes in a row on her. She was a Hickory mare who I had won multiple stakes on her mother as well, her dam, and it was fun teaming up with Todd, and I love his emotion there because Todd usually very stoic, but you could see what it meant.
For me, it was a shadow. A shadow in the Breeders' Cup down at Lone Star Park in Texas. Again, I had a very big bet on her. I had done the work show up to those races, and I had to leave town. So I unfortunately left my bet with a fellow worker for TVG at the time that's now recently joined us. I won't say who it was, but his initials are TS, and I don't think I ever collected my winnings.
You just circle back and collect. Todd, see, you were just saying how mild-mannered, stoic. That's about the response you'd expect from Todd watching his 6,000th winner cross the line in front.
Well, when he stood up, though, you can kind of see the relief wash over his face, and the first thing he did was turn to his wife, Tracy. They have been a formidable team throughout, been with him every step of the way, and what do they say? Behind every great man, there's a greater woman.
You know, for me, and there it is, his first career win back in '96, January of '96. First stakes win, McSorley Stakes, Stu's Choice at Monmouth, first graded stakes win with a Rare Rock in the Breeders' Cup Sprint Championship. For me, it's English Channel because it was against the grain. Yeah, he had the 2-year-olds and the sprinters. Watch this. Watch this. English Channel Breeders' Cup Turf winner at 1.5 miles. Todd Pletcher, 6,000 wins. Answer to the trivia question right there. It was Versailles Road.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet 1,000,000 miles away from home. Discovering new flavors or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Another look. Versailles Road, 6,000 wins. Todd Pletcher. Feels like Manny Franco's won about that many the last couple of days. And how proud that is for Manny. Richie, what'll that mean for him? Like, yeah, I rode Todd Pletcher's 6,000th winner.
It's a big deal. He's a part of history. I mean, and you know what? Manny's made inroads in some of the biggest barns on the backstretch, and rightfully so.
They showed Todd's first win. It was a maiden claiming race in Florida. I guarantee you, when he walked out of the winner's circle, not only did he think about that win, but if you'd asked me, he would have been able to name that horse.
Yeah, he would. Yeah, he would. Todd Pletcher, 6,000th win earlier today. Victory number 2, Jonathan, for Deterministic, going back-to-back in the 4-star Dave in a truly unbelievable fairy book ending.
He's gotten really good, this horse. I don't want to say he got good today. He's been good for quite some time. My favorite part about it, Richie, is though you can tell how hard he's trying. He looks angry that he's trying so hard to make sure that no one passes him.
If I'm a horse and I run up alongside him and he gives me that evil eye, then he runs mean. He does. He runs like, no, I'm the boss.
My favorite horses are dart horses, but Deterministic has broken through. I love that horse.
Remember, he was on the Derby Trail, right?
Yeah.
And you watch him now thriving as a middle-distance turf horse and punching his ticket for the Breeders' Cup Mile. That victory, that story, Deterministic, back-to-back Kendrick Carmouche, Miguel Clement on the day after Father Christoph, world-class trainer, was posthumously inducted into the Hall of Fame. What a story. What a day of racing. And thanks so much for joining us here to wrap it all up on Saratoga Live. Another look, the salute, Kendrick. Back-to-back 4-star Daves. Deterministic, sensational here at Saratoga. The European Invader does it again at a price, gives this field the slip. Luis Saez, big moment, grade 1 win, brightest moment for him this season. And in the end, Sovereignty, the reigning horse of the year, Junior Alvarado, showed up in a big way and takes down the Whitney. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great night.